Chapter 174, Daily Life in the Empire. Arya's groaned as he stretched his aching muscles. The training he had been undergoing the past few months has been extreme, to say the least. An entire magical facility was created for them to train. Although it was tough, it was well worth it. The pay was excellent, with him being paid a gold coin a day, which means he could buy a small villa in a year. If he saved up, he might even be able to buy a home in the inner walls of the capital. Plus, he has noticed his body was changing. They were feeding him a lot of supplements, which ranged from potions to this strange paste. At first he was hesitant, but he soon realized what the supplements were for. He used to be rather small and lanky, at least relative to other soldiers. He was fit relative to the average person, but compared to the hulking men who walked around in full plate, he was on the small side. Yet now, amazingly, he had grown almost 10 centimeters and was now broad-shouldered with large, rippling muscles. Arya's was past the age where he would grow, so his growing so much in a matter of months was quite alarming. It wasn't just his frame and muscles, his bones seemed to have been toughened as well. He could now kick an iron bar with enough force to bend it. The last improvement was, well, in his pants, and something his wife enjoyed very much. His wife Junie was quite happy with the changes that he had undergone. Yes, she was concerned with the changes and any health implications, but judging by how much she flushed when she ran her hand across Arias's muscular chest, she was still enjoying the perks. His nighttime activities with Junie had become a lot more enjoyable for both of them. During their time together, it was difficult at times to remember that Junie was a priestess. As Arya's groaned, he looked over to his side and saw the sleeping form of Junie. The covers were slightly pulled off, revealing her slender exposed back. Arya's watched as she stirred and rolled over, revealing her modest chest. "Good morning, honey," Junie said as her eyes wandered over his muscled frame, and he saw her face go slightly pink. "Hey, beautiful," Arya said as he leaned forward and the two shared a tender kiss. What was tender became passionate, and soon they were at it again. This had become a regular thing every weekend. He spent so much time away that he found his mind on his wife most of the week when he was at the base. Junie herself had no complaints about the attention, especially since the two of them were trying to have a baby. Eventually, Arya's groaned as he deposited his latest attempt at a child in his shuddering wife. Then they both collapsed sweaty and spent onto the bed in a tangle of limbs. They took a moment to recover before he saw Junie roll over and crawl on top of him, pressing her sweaty and soft body against his. Arya's grabbed her waist and pulled her up slightly so that their faces were just centimeters apart. "What do you want to do today?" Arya's asked as he ran his hand along Junie's slender and delicate frame. "Maybe we could head to the market. I was thinking of getting something to pretty up the house," Junie said as she ran a hand through his sweaty hair. "Sure," Arya said as Junie leaned in and pecked him on the lips. "What do you have in mind?" Arya's asked as soon as they separated, and as Junie shifted on top of him, the sensation of her soft body against his started to excite him again. "Well, I was thinking of getting a larger bed for starters," Junie replied coyly as her thigh brushed up against something hard. "Then we should get started. It'll take a while to get the order settled. We could also look around. It's been a while since we went on a date," Arya said. And Junie scooched down his body until he could feel the heat of her privates against his. "We could go a little later," Junie said. She let out a shuddering sigh as she took Arya's into herself again. Arya's groaned as he felt her envelop him and grabbed her hips as she began to grind her hips. Arya's grabbed her hips and started to pull her up and down, much to her delight. "Ah, you get better every week," Junie moaned wetly as she eagerly bounced. With all the sensations, he could barely squeeze out a response. "Barely. I guess we can go later." Arya's held Junie's hand as they walked out of the carpenter shop after ordering a larger bed. The two of them decided to take a walk to the Speaker's Square to see what was going on in the city. Both Arya's and Junie have been rather busy with their respective jobs, so they haven't exactly been up to date on what has been going on. The war with the vampires was almost 6 months ago, and from what the criers were shouting, a military alliance has been signed with the Mugumans and the Naga. The strong grow stronger, Arya's mused as he watched the crier announce the news. The Empire grows more secure with each passing day. Perhaps the Empire can be the herald of a better world, Junie commented as they walked past a pair of vampires who were talking about the new announcement. An excellent strategy by Her Grace. With this, the alliance grows. Now heaven cannot hope to win a quick victory. the first vampire said. But that has always been true. This alliance also signals a cooperative relationship with that great serpent, the second vampire said. Yes, but what surprises me is that Cerchix is willing to give up her blood feud with the Seraphim, the first vampire said. The ancients are hard to predict. I am not surprised if she has a plan a few centuries down the road, the second vampire replied. Arias moved past them and spotted a pair of dwarfs drinking by a roadside pub. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon, but they were already drinking. But as an old dwarven saying goes, it's happy hour somewhere in the world. Ah, those damned lizards don't know how to appreciate good workmanship, the first dwarf said. They just came out of a black crusade, they aren't exactly rolling in gold, the second dwarf replied dryly. So what, they just buy mass-produced crap? The first dwarf spat as he took another hard swig of whatever concoction he was drinking. Well yeah, it's all they can afford, the second dwarf said patiently. Bah, you either buy the good stuff or you don't buy it at all, the first dwarf said as he finished his tankard. The bartender was already standing there, pitcher in hand. Arias watched as he filled the tankard with a look of amusement on his face. You're just upset that they didn't buy it from you, the second dwarf replied, his tankard still untouched on the bar. Shut your hole, and why aren't you drinking? The first dwarf demanded. I would actually like to get something done during the rest of the day, the second dwarf replied dryly. Arias chuckled as he pulled Junie through the crowded market. They continued heading through the crowded market and he saw many of the different races mingling and chatting. He even saw a few elves bartering with Zaramans. It was common knowledge that the elves loved their food, and Zaraman spices were getting really popular all throughout the empire. There were even some rumors that this may become a problem thanks to the surging prices of spices. If spices were so profitable, farmers might just decide to grow spices instead of food, which of course would cause problems with the food supply, but knowing the Empress, she would probably have something already planned out. When Arias walked past the spice merchant, he overheard the elves arguing about the price, but the Zaraman just pointed a magic slate that displayed the average of price of spice in the city. There was even the Everland Trade Ministry stamp on the slate as proof of authenticity. They really do account for everything, don't they? Junie said as they both looked at the magical slate. Yeah, no wonder everything runs so well, Arias said as he walked past the elf that was begrudgingly taking out the coins. When they finally got to the speaker square, he saw 2 wardens guarding it. They were wearing the latest Magitech power armor. It was this hulking armor filled with magical machinery that enhanced the durability, speed and strength of the wearer. This was a new set of equipment that had been rolled out. Arias himself would one day find himself in one of these armored suits. Once he completed his training, he would be placed within special companies of 100 troops. Arias himself had performed well enough in training that he had been placed the honored first company of the Royal Tactical Marines first cohort. Strategically, they were to be used in all types of terrains in special operations or as heavy shock infantry. 10 companies made a cohort and there were to be 5 cohorts per standing army. Each of the set of 5 cohorts, which comprised of 5,000 tactical marines, would form a legion. So Arias's unit was to be deployed directly under General Montes. His unit would answer only to General Montes and they would be deployed in the most important of roles in a battle. The other legion would be commanded by General Ordias de Renge, who commanded the forces of the West, which included Zarama and Nicoronas. From what he has heard, the vampires and Zaramans have a different type of power armor to fit their respective physical traits, with a slight difference in organization. He had never seen these new armor types, but he was sure he would see one soon. Apparently, at the end of his training, he would undergo implantations that would boost his power further. The wardens have apparently gone through this process, which was why they now stood almost 3 meters tall in full armor. Each armor was apparently custom made for each individual, and each was a master-crafted piece of equipment. From the sales pitch the officers were bragging about in the base, each armor was apparently made through a collaborative effort that includes human Island enchanters, dwarven ironhammer royal forgesmiths, Zaraman gold legion artificers, and vampire blood knight signifiers. Arias, remembering when one recruit asked what the Volarians were doing, the officer replied, "Who the fuck do you think is training you?" In all fairness, the officers had a point. Volarians were always better in melee combat than Elysians, not counting the wardens, of course. But there was one point of concern for Arias. It was that although Junie seemed to be enjoying the changes in his body, she was still a rather small and petite woman. At times he was actually worried he would hurt her. Although it was concerning that Junie seemed to be more excited about their nighttime activities, the stronger he got. She was also seeming more possessive, but that was probably because more and more women were giving him looks. Like even as they walked through the door into the speaker's square, he saw a few young women give him looks. Junie, noticing this, switched from holding his hand to latching onto his arm very firmly. This didn't change even when they sat down. So Arias just resigned himself to his wife clutching his arm tightly as they listened to the speaker. He didn't mind, of course, he loved the feeling of his wife's touch, so this was a win in his books. The speaker was a member of the Church of Unity. The speaker's square allows speakers to address their concerns and advocate for whatever cause they desire. But the audience can also challenge the speakers. It was a new idea started by the Empress. In her words, if your idea can't stand up to scrutiny, it's not a very good idea. Arias sat as he listened to the speaker from the Church of Unity speak on lending aid to Zarama. Although it has been half a year since Zarama joined the Empire, they were still easily the poorest region in the Empire. The reason was quite simple: the Zaramans were semi-autonomous, but with that right of autonomy, they have been highly resistant to the Hive having a presence in their land. Arias could empathize to an extent. The Zaramans have battled the forces of Armazafshund hives for millennia. So, the presence of a hive far more potent than the Armazafshund walking their streets would be naturally unsettling. Still, their resistance to the great beast's hive was naturally causing problems. Although their lives were getting better, the other parts of the Empire were simply outpacing Zarama. Life was fundamentally competition, after all. If you get out-competed, things do not end well for you. The speaker from the Church of Unity finished his piece, and then came the questions and counterarguments from the crowd. The first one was the most natural question to be asked. Why should we give our hard-earned gold to them? They chose to disallow the Hive to aid them. We had to take a leap of faith with no guarantees. They can just take a look at us and see the results. One member of the audience asked. To us, the Hives were a distant memory, but to the Zaramans they have battled the Armazafshund for millennia. The old wounds run deep in their culture. They have a saying in the Draconian tongue, Armazaft restark you. It means, the terror below take you. It is a phrase that is only used in situations of utmost contempt, the speaker replied. So how exactly would giving them coin resolve this issue? Another member of the audience asked. From what Arias could see, this one looked like a merchant. It would show them the fruits of our labor. It would show them the prosperity that could be achieved. The Zaramans are an insular culture. They do not take kindly to outsiders. So a show of good faith would be a good first step. The speaker replied. That is indeed true, but the Zaramans are gaining wealth, or at least some of them are. Zaraman spices are fetching high prices. We predict a wealth disparity in the near future. Some of them have started to be called spice lords. The merchant said as he crossed his fingers. A blind donation would only serve to enrich the rich further. The poor would remain largely in the same situation without opportunities that allow for social mobility. Even my own caravans are inundated with offers from Zaraman warriors to be guards, since the merchant guilds from the capital pay so much more than local guilds. The merchant said. To that question, the speaker had no reply. Looks like it's back to the drawing board for this idea. Arias shifted his gaze to the small team of imperial scribes furiously taking notes at the side of the square. Arias would bet his left arm the state partly approved this forum to get ideas. The Empress and the Great Beast always win in the end. A good example of this was that the biggest and most famous red light district entertainment establishment in the Empire belongs to none other than the royal family. They call it the Casino Royale, a place of power and chance, or a palace of lies and sin, depending on who you ask. Arias went once, and in all its irony, this place of sin and debauchery was probably the most honest representation of the ideology that governs this resplendent empire. Anyone can succeed, fate is equal, yet the Empress and the Great Beast always wins. He can still hear their little jingle in his head when he thinks about that place. Take a chance, and you can win it all. High risk and high reward, but it's the final call. The wheel of fate starts to spin. But remember, the house always wins. Chapter 175, Infernal Visitor. Alistair hummed a little tune as he walked down the famous Red Street in Averlin. His horns and infernal nature hidden thanks to some clever applications of magic. Honestly, this place reminded him of part of the Lust Ring, albeit a lot tamer. For instance, the harlots and whores dotted the streets, but unlike hell, the ones here had covered chests. Things are always hotter in hell. Alistair looked at the glittering street lit up by red magical lights. Alistair had to give it to the empress of this nation. She managed to turn an eyesore into a tourist attraction. From what his agents have said, word of this place has spread as far as Devonia. Case in point, he spotted a pair of wealthy merchants that had the trademark dark skin found in the region controlled by the merchant princes. The two of them were heading straight down the street with a clear destination in mind. If Alistair was a betting demon, and he is, he would bet they were heading for the same place he was. The destination was obvious. There was a small crowd in the distance, all of them clamoring to get into the finest establishment in Terra. But that wasn't to say that the other places here weren't doing well. Sex sells and business was booming. The street was more than 3 times as wide as a regular street, and all along this large road were establishments that peddled the pleasures of the flesh and the thrill of chance. Den of sin, the angels called it. Alistair calls it a monument to honesty. This was what lay within the deepest parts of the soul. The desires are repressed and now to be released for the right price. Alistair cast his gaze across the street and saw the smaller brothels and casinos packed with clients. The beautiful women and gorgeous men all entertaining their clients. He could see many neon signboards lit up with the names of their establishments: the Blushing Peach, House of Roses, Nymphsluck Lodge, Oasis of Pleasure, and many more. At last, Alistair arrived at the jewel of the Red Street, funded and owned by none other than the Empress herself. The gleaming and opulent Casino Royale. A place for the most wealthy and influential clients. An establishment to draw the rich and powerful from across the world. From what his agents have told him, the Casino Royale has attracted the patronage of Devonian princes and merchant prince wine lords. The lords from the golden sand of Zarama and the officers from the Imperial Army. Alistair paused at the door of the Casino Royale and saw the opulent sign with the symbol of a crowned phoenix, front and center. There was a pair of well-dressed guards in red and gold uniforms. They were screening the entrance, and it seemed that anyone underdressed would be denied entry. It wouldn't be a problem for Alistair, considering he was wearing a fashionable black and red suit that would be fit for a royal. Alistair calmly bypassed the line and approached the door. The guards took one look at him and waved him in. "Welcome to the Casino Royale, sir," one of the guards said politely. "A pleasure," Alistair replied in his usual classy tone as he entered the casino. The moment he stepped in, his ears were filled with the sounds of singing and loud music. He walked through the floor, past the tables where cards were being played. He glanced at a scantily clad waitress who walked past with a tray of drinks in hand. Alistair gracefully plucked a glass of wine off the tray and the waitress gave him a sultry smile before walking past. Alistair took a sip as he looked at her walk away. Her plump rear clearly exposed thanks to the tongs she was wearing. The twin cream-colored globes sashayed away as her long brown hair swayed lightly with her stride. "Not bad," Alistair muttered with a grin as he took another sip before turning to the stage. On stage was this beautiful blonde woman with sapphire blue eyes as she sang and danced. She was wearing a white corset with a short white skirt that would sway and flash her panties as she danced. Alistair took another sip as he listened to her sing. "You fell deeper into this pit. So count your blessings, cause this is it. So what if I misbehave? It's what everybody craves. So come if you're feeling brave. You fancy yourself a mate? You want it. I got it. See what you like. You could have it all by the end of the night. Money and power, my sinful delight. Heaven and hell, one hell of a high." Alistair clapped as she finished her song along with the rest of her patrons. Alistair smirked as he turned and he approached one of the counters. When he reached the counter, the receptionist shot him a charming smile. "How can I help you, sir?" The receptionist smiled. "I'm thinking of grabbing one of your best couches. If you don't mind, that is," Alistair said with a charming smile, and he spotted the ever so slight trace of a blush cross her cheek. "Of course, sir, these are the prices," the receptionist said as she pulled up a magical display. Alistair barely glanced at the screen as he kept his eyes on the pretty blonde-haired receptionist. She was exactly his type of woman. Cute, innocent, and ripe for a bit of corruption. Alistair would like nothing more than to see her sweaty and come undone underneath him. Alistair switched his vision, and he saw the particular aura of a woman who was currently romantically attached to someone else. How perfect. What fun. Alistair cast a quick, silent spell, and he watched as it took root in her. He watched as she subtly shifted in her seat as the heat in her loins no doubt started to appear. "Here you go, my lady. Also, may I speak with your manager?" It's regarding a companion I would like, Alistair said as he slipped several platinum coins across the desk for the VIP couch. She mutely nodded as she stood up and walked off to get the manager. Her thighs clamped together as she gingerly moved away. When the manager returned, Alistair asked for the receptionist to be his companion for the evening. Beautiful bodies were plentiful in hell, but a ripe, innocent soul ready for corruption. Oh, that was something very rare indeed. When the manager saw the price he was offering both to the casino, himself, and her, he immediately went to ask her. Apparently in this nation, you couldn't compel anyone to do such things. That would be a crime punishable by being turned into one of the great beast's guinea pigs. Most would prefer death over whatever experiments the great beast had in store. Soon enough Alistair found himself sitting on the couch with the receptionist who was called Amy. She was now wearing far more revealing clothes, but if she minds, she gave no indication. Alistair could smell the arousal radiating from between her legs, and he could tell she was going crazy with desire. Alistair grinned as he wrapped an arm around her waist as he pulled her hot soft body against his. His hand wandered down until it was between her legs and he ran a finger along her soaked underwear, eliciting a whimpering shudder from her. She shifted her hips, pressing herself against the finger. He shifted his gaze up to the stage as the next singer performed. The glitz and glamour of this place amazing. Personally he loved the music here, it was right up his alley. We're lost in lullaby slumbering away. Where sins remain hidden but rarely they stay. It was only in my shadow that I finally found a friend. When the light that bound us let go and the devil took my hand. I thrive in the shadows, untrusting of light. Be warned, if you join me it's just for a night. Alistair could practically feel how much the poor girl next to me was pining. She wanted release from her torment. He could feel her guilt as she pined for infidelity, to give in her darkest desires. This was going to be a very fun evening. Alistair turned around and pressed his lips against hers and she hungrily parted his lips, allowing his tongue in. He gave her another dose of the spell, and he could feel the kiss fill with desperation. Alistair laid on the bed with his hands behind his back. He looked to his left and saw Amy spent and panting on the bed next to him. She was as bare as the day she was born, she was covered in sheen of sweat. He could see his fluids all over her face and ample chest. Her blonde hair was a mess and the gaze in her blue eyes was dull with fatigue and satisfaction. Alistair sat up as he pushed her onto her back so that she was splayed on the bed, and he admired his handiwork. He had just given her the best night of her life. 3 hours of rapture was just given to her and she could never go back. You know what, I just might keep you, Alistair said with a grin as he ran a hand over one of her large mounts, kneading the soft flesh to the sound of weak moan. Then he heard a knock on the door. He turned and saw the door opened without further ceremony. It seemed someone knew who he was. Not that surprising, he didn't sense a single hive creature in the casino, and judging by what his agents have said, the great beast's eyes were everywhere. Alistair would bet good money that he was tagged the moment he entered the city. The door opened to reveal a raven-haired woman who, interestingly enough, had angel blood carved onto her right hand. Ah, so this must be the spider. Did you enjoy our gift, my lord? I hope you found something to your taste, seeing as you are so far from home. The woman said. A pleasure, Spy Master Sarna, Alistair said as he stood up, not even bothering to cover up. He noticed her gaze was locked on his face, not even caring for his state of undress or the thoroughly spent woman on the bed. There is someone you should meet. I will give you a moment, get dressed, Sarna said. No need, Alistair said as he snapped his fingers and his clothes reappeared on him in a burst of flame. A useful trick, now come. As for the gift, do you wish to keep her? Sarna said as she shifted her gaze to Amy. No, I think I have tired of her. As for this conversation, I assume it won't be a problem, Alistair said as he adjusted his tie. No need to worry, memory magic is rather useful for things like this, Sarna said as she turned and began to leave. Alistair followed after her, and when he exited the room he saw a pair of black-robed operatives standing guard. The moment they left, the two agents entered the room, no doubt to address the mess he made. Alistair silently followed Sarna as they headed through the opulent hallways. Eventually, he found himself in front of an ornate door. When the door opened he saw none other than the Empress sitting at a table next to a humanoid hive creature. Leave us, Cecilia said as she waved Sarna off. She bowed obediently before shutting door behind Alistair. Once the door closed, he saw powerful and ancient magic's course over the door, sealing it away from prying eyes and ears. Can't be too careful, especially with that thing on her hand, Cecilia said calmly as she gestured to the seat in front of her. Alistair smirked as he walked forward. So it seems the Empress keeps her around even knowing that the Syndicate has her spy master on a leash. You truly are a daring woman, Alistair said as his eyes lit up with interest as he scanned her beautiful visage. Best to keep a channel of communication open to the Syndicate in case I need it. Well, to be fair, there's two. The other one is the manager of this casino, that half-orc, Cecilia said as she took a sip of her wine. Thank you for the gift. Amy was truly a pleasure, Alistair said with a charming smile as he sat down. I am happy you liked it. Also, for the child, I assume you have no issues if we keep it, since you have no desire to hold on to her, Cecilia said nonchalantly as she gestured to Alistair to help himself to the wine. Oh, of course. Do you have a particular interest in cambions? I can get you more if you want. If you take interest in human-demon hybrids, I assume it's for the hive, Alistair said as he glanced at the humanoid hive creature. Just a passing curiosity. Natural hybrids are crude, after all cambions are sterile, the creature replied calmly. Ah, so this is a proxy body. A pleasure to finally meet you. I am. Alistair began but was swiftly cut off by the great beast. My friend down under, the great beast said with a smirk. I hope you liked my gift. I have more if you like, Alistair said as he snapped his fingers and a stack of ancient tomes appeared on the table. That will be useful. As for the cambions, the great beast asked. I will have them delivered. Just let me know where and when, Alistair replied with a smile. And no payment? A charitable demon is like wet fire. It doesn't exist, Cecilia asked as she raised a brow. Consider a gesture of goodwill. I'm a gambler at heart and I like to back the winning side, Alistair replied with another winning smile. So what do you want? Cecilia asked as she put her wine glass down. Right now, I wouldn't mind a night with you, Alistair said in a tone that made it seem like he was joking. Tempting, but are you sure you know what you are asking for? Cecilia asked with a cruel smile as her eyes flashed with an eldritch glow. Alistair felt a thrill of fear go up his spine as he felt ancient energies radiate from her body. That was enough proof for Alistair. She might have been born a human, but she sure as hell wasn't human now. Being friends with a firstborn has its perks, Alistair said as he reclined in his chair. Believe me, I know that all too well. Still, having an archdemon tied up underneath me is quite the tempting offer, Cecilia said with another cruel smile, and Alistair instantly began regretting his previous statement. Something has been done to this woman. She might look like a young woman fresh into adulthood, but there was something about her that terrified him. Whatever the great beast did to her, he didn't hold much back. Honestly, that crackle of power ever so slightly reminded him of the Watchers. So, would you like to give me that gift? I am quite curious to see what you are made of, Cecilia asked as she taunted an archdemon. Alistair raised his hand in surrender as he gave her a smile. I would have to consider that gift, Alistair replied. She was just as likely to give him a great night as she was to dissect him. Pity. Now then, as to the real reason you are here, Cecilia said as she gazed at him, her gaze growing cold. I wish to stay ahead of the competition. Seeing as the Syndicate is doing such an admirable job drawing heaven's attention, I thought I shouldn't be left behind, Alistair said, and Cecilia nodded. So you started moving into Devonia to match the Syndicate's bid, Cecilia said, and Alistair nodded. So tell me, what are you going to offer? These trinkets you have given us are interesting, but the Syndicate has done more, and we aren't even bringing Mihaela into the picture, Cecilia stated. What could you offer? All of you want a seat at the table, so why should you get a good seat? Cecilia asked, and Alistair shifted his gaze to the great beast as if asking, why does she get the best seat? The seat of an equal. I just like her, so she gets to have the best seat. Deal with it, the great beast said as he downed the bottle of wine. Courting division between us will not end well for you, Cecilia said calmly as if reading his mind. It wasn't that much of a leap. Causing infighting was a classic demon tactic. Can't blame a guy for trying, Alistair replied in jest. Yes, I can, the great beast replied, a dangerous edge in his voice. Alistair, in response, just gave the great beast an apologetic smile. My apologies, a joke in poor taste. As to what I offer, I think you might be quite interested, Alistair said. And that is? The great beast asked. I offer all of hell itself. Come, let me explain the details. Chapter 176, Prepping the Field Trip. I stared at the demon as he explained his plan. It was a relatively simple plan. But that was also what made it so cunning. It leveraged the fact that demons spent more time fighting each other than anyone else. Over the past year, he has been stirring up the fires of war in hell. Another blood war was underway, and the Seven Rings were at each other's throats. So you want me to take control of the very heart of hell? The Black Heart. I said as Alistair finished his proposal. Yes, I think the old princes have ruled long enough, Alistair said with a grin. And, of course, at the end of all of it, you want to be the one to be on top. Above your old master Asmodeus. I replied. Alistair then nodded with another supposedly charming smile. I'm not sure if he actually being charming, can't really tell, honestly. I just know he seems to be able to seduce and charm himself through most things. Good thing I fixed most of the nagging imperfections in Cecilia's brain, so these kinds of little tricks would do nothing to her. I would also assume there is no higher calling, such as giving the denizens of hell a better life or anything else along those lines? Cecilia asked as she took another sip of wine. Of course not. Alistair replied, his tone indicating that he was vaguely insulted. Well, that's good to hear, at least you're honest. But I suppose it is silly on my part to expect anything high from a demon. Cecilia said nonchalantly. He is my friend down under, or so he says. I said as we both glanced at him, and I sensed a slight bit of uncertainty course through him. Oh yes, Mr. Archdemon, we know what your kind are like. Your word isn't worth anything. Demons are backstabbers by nature. But on the plus side, it makes them predictable. Show them weakness and they will exploit it. Show them strength, and they will kneel. Demons know their positions. If they forget, someone will inevitably remind them. Oh, don't worry, we know what you demons are like, and we also know what you want, I said with a laugh, and he relaxed ever so slightly. In the world to come, there will be many races of many different tendencies and viewpoints. There is nothing sacred about any one of them. Every pattern of thought just needs to be dissected and analyzed. The right answers will be determined and appropriate forms of manipulation and persuasion implemented. All of you are not different, Cecilia said, her tone placid and calm. I couldn't help but smile internally. She was becoming more monstrous with each passing day. These words are something I would say. It seems the rumors are not unfounded. You are truly a monster in human skin, Alistair replied calmly, his sassy bravado gone like the wind. Oh, you have no idea. Do you think power is just how big of a crater you can make? It's not the sword, it's the hand that wields it that matters. I have heard the saying from some of the humans that the pen is mightier than the sword. But honestly, I disagree, I said as I smiled and flashed my fangs at Alistair. Mighty is the hand that can use both the pen and the sword, I said, and Alistair gave me a wry smile in response. I understand, I will keep that in mind, Alistair replied as he raised his hands in surrender. Of note, this is the 5th time he has done the whole surrender thing. If he stays long enough, his arms might fall off. If I ever have to kill him, I'll make sure to pull his arms off. That'll be really funny. Good, now then, when can we get the ball rolling? I asked as put down my 5th bottle of wine. Cecilia gave me a sideways glance as I reached for another bottle. She knows I'm partly using this meeting as an excuse to drink copious amounts of wine. Cecilia once told me that the value of the wine I drink was more than the economic output of some towns. But I'm not a drunk or an alcoholic, because first off, I can't get drunk, and second, I can't get addicted, so there was no way for me to end up as an alcoholic. Whenever you are ready. I assume you aren't going alone, Alistair asked. Of course not. You want me to back a side in the blood war and use them to take over. For that, I will need experts and those who can inspire fear by reputation alone, I replied with a grin. I already have a few names in mind. The first is naturally Mihaela. The apprentice of the blade was by far the most skilled warrior in melee combat as far as I knew. The next one is Serchix. She was an ancient, and her reputation precedes her. Rosa was also on the table. After the modifications I did to her, she was a far cry from what she was previously. On the topic of modified servants, Azatharine was also a potential candidate, since having someone who could fly well was a definite advantage in hell. Azatharine has gone through the most extensive modifications of anyone. She even beat Cecilia in that department. However, That was mainly because there were some modifications that I wouldn't put into Cecilia until I was 100% sure there would be no unfortunate side effects. I see, well, I look forward to hearing from you. You may contact me using this. Alistair said as he handed me a simple iron coin with a horned goat's face inscribed. Interesting little thing, I said as I got up from my seat, and the other two rose as well. I look forward to hearing from you, great beast. We have much to do in the searing hells. Well, the first stop was closest since 3 of my candidates were all in one place. I switched back to my original body as I slithered down the enlarged hallways of the palace. Soon arrived to the private sparring room that I had constructed for my training sessions with Mihaela. My senses picked up the signs of battle from within. It looks like things were going well in there. I opened the door with a wave of my hand and I was greeted by the sight of 3 humanoids. The first was Mihaela was sternly overseeing a sparring session. Sloppy, Rosa, watch your back. Mihaela barked as Rosa just barely dodged a burst of gold flame. I glanced over at the gold-feathered humanoid female that did a graceful kick and a wave of gold crackling flame erupted from her feet, forming a flaming blade that shot at Rosa. Where her hair was instead a mane of gold feathers, and from her back sprouted glowing gold wings. Her eyes had no irises, instead they glowed an ominous white as their gaze locked onto Rosa. The rest of her body just seemed like your typical shapely human woman. Stop, Mihaela said, and the 2 immediately stopped their sparring as the 3 turned to face me. Alistair finally got in touch? Mihaela asked with a raised brow, and I nodded. Thanks for the heads up, by the way, I said as I approached. The other 2 gave me a respectful bow while Mihaela remained as she was. I didn't mind, the strong will always earn their place. If you wish to have privileges, prove that you are worthy of them. Now then, Azatharine, how are you liking this new form? I asked as I turned to the feathered humanoid. It has its utility, although it lacks offensive power. Azatharine replied as she looked down at her humanoid body. It's supposed to give you options to be subtle. Mihaela stated, a tinge of irritation in her voice. A giant flaming gold phoenix flying through the air is not exactly hard to notice, Mihaela said with a sigh. In response, Azatharine just transformed back into her phoenix form. After my modifications, she was now even larger than before, and now her flames were a brilliant gold rather than her old white. She was one and only individual to have a specific modification. A creature's power was determined by its ether core. I always felt that if your original ether core wasn't enough, why not just add another one? It's kind of like another fuel tank for some arcane machine. But of course, this was very difficult to do since, when you try this, the cores tend to interfere with each other, which eventually leads to a rather dramatic explosion. So the trick was to remove the interference, thus was born the twin core system. Azatharine's modification was a resounding success since now her power has effectively doubled. As far as combat stamina goes, she effectively has a bottomless pool of it. After some final touch-ups, I could probably slot into Cecilia and make her the most powerful humanoid in the world. As for Rosa, I have been splicing her essence with some of the ancient genomes I have been gradually unlocking. Maligaros gave me this giant stack of data, so I have been slowly converting the soup from the font of life into power that I could use to unlock the genomes. Now Rosa was actually part dragon and basilisk. She was about twice as strong as she was previously, not nearly as strong as Azatharine, and she still couldn't beat Mihaela thanks to her skill. Still, she was nothing to sneeze out now. Then, there were the special units that I would be bringing along. These also sported the twin core system since these were designed from the ground up to have 2 ether cores. They were under a new category called Project Briar. Couldn't wait to take them for a spin in hell. After all, where better to test them? So when are we heading out? Mihaela asked. Well, the 3 of you are coming with me, and I'll let you know, I replied. 3? Mihaela asked as she raised a brow and she glanced at the pair. Yeah, it's a field trip, I replied with a grin, and Mihaela just raised my brow at my antics. A field trip in hell? Mihaela deadpanned. Yes, the best kind, I replied, and she just shook her head in response, giving me the I'm getting a migraine face. Alright, all of you, get ready. Rosa, I need you to head back to the box. I need to give you some fine-tuning, I said, and I saw Rosa wince from the last time I tinkered with her. Yes, I know she isn't some machine, but counterpoint, she doesn't have enough fire resistance and we are going to hell. So get on the table, Rosa. Alright, I'm going to go pick up the last member of my merry band. I could use a swim, I said, and I saw Mihaela give me a look. You are bringing her along? Mihaila asked as she immediately realized who I was talking about. Yeah, Serchix would definitely be useful. She's an ancient, people down there know her. Information leaks are not a problem since the demons wandering around in Terra work for Alistair. I replied and Mihaila just sighed. You don't like her? I stated and Mihaila nodded mutely. Yeah, I don't. Mihaila replied with another sigh. Well, you better learn to play nice. Now then you can get into contact with the Crow Father and tell him I want a meeting. Someone needs to hold down the fort here. I said and Mihaila looked up in surprise. Oh, I know you met him along with Nemesis and the drowned Admiral. I'm going to go grab Serchix, then I'm going to have a chat with Nemesis. I don't want the angels ruining the property value here while I'm out on the field trip. I said and Mihaila just blinked at me before nodding. Great. I said as I cheerily clapped my hand. Now then Rosa, we are going to put the changes in first and then I'm going to go chat. I grinned down as I looked down at Rosa. She was naked on the bed I made out of cartilage and fur. Vampires had such interesting bodies, thanks to the nature of the transformation. Rosa still had long pointy ears from her elven heritage. By all intents and purposes, she should have a rather petite and willowy frame. However, vampiric transformation had some ties to blood magic and by extension the demons. This means the vampire's insatiable hunger for pleasure and opulence was not without cause. The vampiric transformation relied on a set of ancient and powerful magics overlaying onto the target's initial essence code. If I had to venture a guess, this design was made to mass-produce capable soldiers. Basically a process of making powerful minions. This was ironic all things considered, since the vampires were so proud of their vampiric nature. They had no idea their entire race was made to be pawns in someone else's game. I would tell them since it's kind of funny, but Cecilia told me to keep it to myself until the opportune moment. Of course, I knew that it would be better to hold off since I could fix them and ascend them first. If I told them after the fact, chances are they would be more grateful about the whole thing. But I'm just saying. I could just tell them to see their reaction and then I could wipe their memories. Just saying. Well, now isn't the time for that. As I glanced back down I looked at her curvaceous body and large bust. This wasn't the body of an elf. Elves did not have chests this large and hips this wide. As to why this change happened, it was quite simple. Some of the overriding magic were based on succubi and incubi essence. As to why such an adaptation was built into the vampiric transformation process, my best guess was that it shared a reason to why the vampires loved sex so much. Chances are if Rosa was turned into a vampire in the distant past, she would have also been used as whore. The ancient demons had insatiable appetites. Menyé Morningstar, one of the oldest of the demons, was a demoness that held frequent orgies despite her aspirations of bettering her home. I would bet at least some of those warming her bed were the ancient vampires. I am sure she enjoyed both men and women during her stint as the prime evil. It was the only logical reason I could think of as to why a sex drive was even put into a vampire. They couldn't reproduce on their own, so such an adaptation held no purpose. Modifications were something I did often to almost everything I could get my hands on. I spent an entire 3 months refining the stuff in the primordial font just to unlock the Watcher genome. But even that I could only make the most basic adaptations. If I wanted to fully unlock the fancy stuff I would need to get power the old-fashioned way. But the good thing, I unlocked just enough to do a few interesting things. For instance, Cecilia is part Watcher now. I also weaved some succubi in along with a dash of seraphim. All of these were basic adaptations. I didn't have any of the fancy stuff, but it was enough to make her immortal and ageless. So technically, she didn't need an heir, but she still wanted kids for some reason. However, since she was now so much more genetically powerful than most creatures, it would be hard for her to find a suitable mate. Even now her choice of partners, Lily and that Balder fellow, were hard-pressed to satisfy her. That might be due to the succubi thing, but all I know was that by the end of her sessions, the two of them were spent on the bed while Cecilia was left sweaty and dripping but still raring to go. She was even asking for me to make some kind of humanoid creature to act as a backup partner to help her in this department. I suppose the fact that her pheromones now had an aphrodisiac effect probably didn't help matters, since her partners seemed to exhaust themselves more rapidly thanks to it. But that was a problem for later. For now, I had a more pressing issue. I scanned Rose's pale ivory-skinned body and looked for somewhere to do the implantation. I think right below the diaphragm would be good. I sent a mental signal, and several tentacles appeared out of the living walls, each tipped with a needle-like appendage. Rosa glanced nervously at me at the sight of the hovering needle-tipped tentacles. "This might sting a lot," I said with a grin before the tentacles shot out. The first pair slammed into the base of her ribs, each needle almost 6 inches long, slammed all the way in, and she let out a gasp of pain. Her body stilled as the paralysis took hold. Another tentacle wrapped itself around her waist and lifted her up before flipping her around. Then, the next needle plunged into the base of her spine. This would stall her natural healing, which would allow me to cut her chest cavity open and implant the organ. At least for now, I didn't bother to knock her out or give her any painkillers. I had no need for weaklings. If they couldn't even handle this much pain, they were undeserving of my gifts. Cecilia was an exception, of course. She got the so-called 5-star treatment. No pain, no discomfort, just a quick nap, and when she awakes, it will all be done. I saw Rosa's pupils stare at me as her pupils dilated in fear. I sent another needle into her thigh, injecting a cocktail that would stop her body from going into shock. It also will numb the pain slightly, but she will feel most of it. Lucky for her, I didn't need to cut open her rib cage. This time, at least. I raised my hand, and it transformed into a thin blade, perfect for use as a scalpel. Meanwhile, other tentacles appeared tipped with hooks. Another fatter tentacle spat out a small organ about the size of a human fist. It was black as coal and with red glowing streaks running across it like blood vessels. The red glow pulsed like there was a heartbeat. This was an infernus organ, something found within ancient demons. This will do very nicely for what was to come in the searing hells. Now, this might hurt a bit. I need to move your liver and stomach out of the way. Please ignore any burning sensations. Chapter 177, Hive Indomitable. I patted myself on the back as I watched Rosa sit up, her eyes wide and her cheeks streaked with tears from the procedure. If I hadn't paralyzed her, she would be screaming from the way I was cutting into her. But regardless, the operation was done quickly, in just 15 minutes. The fact I can change my body undoubtedly made operations quicker. Can I have some clothes? Rosa replied softly as she took a shaky step forward. Not yet. They would just be ruined after the test, I said, and Rosa froze as she looked up at me. Test? Rosa asked warily. Yep. I replied cheerily before I snapped my fingers. A maw opened above Rosa and it spat out a burst of hellfire. The sickly red flame engulfed her, and Rosa screamed on instinct. The vampires were all too aware of their vulnerability to fire. The demons undoubtedly made them this way since they wanted them to be always at their mercy. Fire was the forte of the denizens of hell, so creating servants who were vulnerable to fire was a good idea for control. Plus, chances are the vampires were used for fighting things that were not from the searing hells, which would explain why a demon-created species was found exclusively on Terra and so well adapted to feeding on local species. But as I looked on, I saw no significant damage even as she desperately cast spells to douse the flame. After a few attempts, the fire was out, revealing a wide-eyed and panicked Rosa, who was completely unharmed. Even her long platinum hair was unsinged. Well, that worked well, I said with a satisfied smile. Rosa just turned to look at me with a vaguely traumatized look on her face. Alright, so get dressed and get your stuff in order, we'll be heading out in a few days, I said as I turned away without another glance. I could sense Rosa just staring at me leave as her vitals hovered comfortably on the border of a full-blown panic attack. Yes, I could be gentler, but that wasn't a good idea with vampires. They understood the power and callous cruelty. If I were too nice, they would no doubt try to take advantage. So, I had to be harsher to the vampires than I was to everyone else. But on the other hand, I would also use them for more brutal functions. For instance, Ordia suggested forming a secret group of agents that handled internal security. Something like a secret police force whose primary purpose was to defend the Empire from internal threats. Thus, the ASB was born, short for the Averlanian Security Bureau. Naturally, Ordia suggested he himself head this new organization, and given that it was a rather good idea, Cecilia and I decided that it was fine. Rosa, on the other hand, not wanting to be left behind, suggested a new avenue of research that would help facilitate cover operations. To that, Cecilia agreed as well. Competition was good, and greed was good. We had no use for complacent servants. Strength was born from adversity and threats. As long as Cecilia and I were able to prevent infighting, this system would promote strength. This spirit has slowly infected every aspect of society. Everything from the students in the academies to the dwarven clans and the merchants dotting the empire. The directive was evident across the empire: merit and strength ruled. The weak were only taken care of on the off chance they could produce capable individuals. The crown's stance was clear: the weak were not cared for due to some vague sense of empathy, mercy or virtue. It was a purely practical consideration made possible due to abundant resources. This means in lean times, these protections could easily be stripped away at any time. So pick up the pace and strengthen yourself. You never know when the crown's patience may run out. On Rose's part, she seemed to have finally found her wits when one of the tentacles extended towards her, offering a tailored dress that perfectly matched her tastes. I laughed as I took off into the air, my mind still tracking the sight through the hive mind. Rosa gave the tentacle a complicated expression before receiving the clothes. It must be awkward for her to see the very same tentacles that were stabbing and cutting into her earlier, giving her some nice clothes like some twisted peace offering. I took off towards the sea, and with a bit of mischief in mind, I shot up towards an angel that was circling above the city, no doubt monitoring it. I was cloaked, so there was no way for this one to see me. As I approached, I recognized that this was one that I had screwed with before. I tore past him as I let out the usual crack from a burst of acceleration. I laughed as the angel spun in the air momentarily from the shockwave before stabilizing their flight. They looked around in annoyed confusion before visibly sighing and continuing his patrol route. This was the third time I had done this to this particular angel. The angels know it's me doing it, and they aren't surprised I can find these patrols. Since they were legally allowed to do these patrols, and they weren't even cloaked. With angels now walking the streets of the major cities, their winged forms were no longer a rare sight. In perhaps a point of irony, their presence has removed much of the mysticism that surrounded the angels. Up close, they were powerful but far less menacing than some members of the Hive. I even let some members of Project Briar poke their heads out, which was quite alarming when they showed up next to Cecilia. When I reached the Azure Sea, I dived straight down, tearing through the air, and tucked my body in. Although I was traveling fast enough to cause a decent shock wave, the magic surrounding my body made sure all that appeared was an inconspicuous plop when I dropped into the water. I switched to swimming, and with some clever ether propulsion, I shot towards Cerchix's palace. When I arrived, she was almost expecting me despite my stealthy arrival. "Ah, my liege, how kind of you to join me," Cerchix said as she slithered up to me, her blue eyes gleaming with excitement. "I have seen some interesting things in the threads of fate," Cerchix said as the glowing magic eye in the center of her forehead glowed for a moment. "Mind telling me what you saw?" I asked dryly as she did a little spin in excitement. "Fire, my lord," Cerchix said with a flourish. "Fire? Well, that probably points towards her seeing my upcoming field trip. I have also been experimenting with these seer abilities, but from what I gather, they were horribly unreliable. Also, the irony was not lost on me that an aquatic creature like Cerchix was excited about fire of all things. "Yes, we are going to hell. Alistair has been in touch. We are going down to take over," I stated, and Cerchix nodded eagerly. "Ah, it has been so long since I visited that delightful place. A pity I didn't get chance to meet Alistair again. He is so delightful in bed," Cerchix said with a laugh. "In bed? Her and Alistair? Oh right, Cerchix can create illusions so real that it tricked reality itself. Part of that ability means she can transform into a humanoid form. She did spend some of her time seducing the odd sailor or two from the merchant princes. If the stories are to be believed, her song was so enticing she wrecked ships on beaches because she made them sail right onto shore. A few things as well. Now that we are at least officially finalizing the alliance between the Mugumans and the Naga, I need something in the interim," I stated, and Cerchix tilted her head questioningly. "Cecilia won't be going for obvious reasons involving political interests and general safety. So I need the Mugumans and the Naga to understand that they are to intervene if something happens in the Empire, even if that stupid piece of paper hasn't been signed," I said, and Cerchix nodded in understanding. "It will be done, my lord. I will send out the orders." "When will we be departing?" Cerchix asked. "In a few days. I still have some things to address." Maligaro slithered along the walls as he observed the latest creations of his lord. He let out a gurgling growl of approval. These new designs were astoundingly inspired. Twin ether cores were extremely expensive to create, but the power they yielded was more than worth it. These creatures were not that large, standing merely 3 meters tall on their hunched frames. They had a pair of digitigrade legs and long curved blades for hands. They had 2 other lesser arms that were designed to cast magic, and they were using a new type of muscle fiber that was practically covered in ether circuits. From Mahala's estimates, if she got jumped by a dozen of these, she would have to bid a retreat. His lord has just made a critical breakthrough in the genetic arms race. Twin ether cores would allow for some exciting things, such as a significant resistance to jamming, since the current jamming spells were designed to target a single ether core, not 2. The great beast, in his generosity, has offered this improvement to Mahala herself once he has acquired enough power. This wasn't a point of distrust, it was that as an heir of the firstborn, her ether core was so swollen with power over the millennia that the great beast simply did not have the power to do it for her at this point. But Maligaros could only imagine the power someone like Mahala could bring to bear with 2 ether cores. The Lord's favorite human, Cecilia, was no different. She was also pending such improvements, but the great beast was waiting for something. Maligaros could only speculate what grand scheme his lord had in mind for that woman. But judging by what he has done so far, he could only guess that it involved pouring more power into that small frame. These latest creatures would be having their first debut in the Searing Hells, and Maligaros was tasked with finalizing any designs. Adaptations needed to be implemented to ensure they perform well in the searing hot environment of hell. Maligaros skittered up to one particular briar, and it lowered its head obediently, and Maligaros got to work. The nature of these creatures meant that the changes had to be done individually rather than the usual process of melting all of them down and simply making a new batch. He got to work doing what he did best, spinning essence and making flesh take form. He watched as the briar twitched and it let out a growl of pain. Maligaros knew that each one of these creatures could tear him limb from limb with as much ease as his lord could stamp out a fly. But he was not afraid. In the hive, the key was the hierarchy. The briars knew their place. Silence. Obey. Maligaros barked into the hive mind, and the creature stilled like the obedient pawn it was. His command crushed the will of the creature before him. His command was powerful enough that even the living walls trembled in submission. Maligaros was not like the others. He was not like Nafas, who commanded calmly with cold logic, nor was he like Legiona, whose precise command can target individual creatures with none of the other creatures being aware of the command's presence, and he definitely was not like Azatharine, who commanded with fiery passion and boundless arrogance. No, his way was the way of the old world. The strong ruled and the weak beneath him would bow and obey. He would brook no disobedience, and every creature under his command knew that. His ruthless and cruel method of command was precisely why his lord gave him command of his brood. A brood built for terror and sheer destruction. As Maligaros implanted a line of code that would modify its adrenal glands, his mind wandered again to how his lord had distributed the command of his hive. Legiona was his second in command, and she commanded a group of humanoid-type creatures designed for stealth and commando operations. A perfect match for her precise method of command. Nafas, on the other hand, commanded the general brutes. Scores of common soldiers and standard units. Her command dictated a broad-spectrum strategy. She would command entire fronts of a war, and her ability for cold logical assessment greatly lended to her ability to perform in this task. As for Azatharine, she was to bring hell from above, a searing blaze to wash away the foe in a flash of incinerating flame. So she must be fiery in her passions. If she wishes something dead, she will stop at nothing. She will turn the battlefield to glass if that was what it took. Maligaros, on the other hand, was given a unique position. A position he greatly cherished and appreciated. The new world was soft and weak. Maligaros did not fulfill any conventional strategic role as far as war was concerned. No, he was a chained beast, for the world would not survive him. He was a reminder of the old world, where blood was used to write history, not ink. So he waits, patiently, eagerly and almost desperately, for the next great war. He knew it was inevitable, and his lord agreed. There would be no peace, only war. A return to the old world, where there were mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Maligaros would do what he does best, wage war against his lord's enemies. May they suffocate under the bodies of dear fallen fellows, and may their flesh feed the hive. Maligaros. He heard the familiar voice ring out in the hive mind. The proximity of the signal indicated that she was right behind him. Maligaros did not turn. Instead, he continued his work, using an acid concoction he generated to melt off 2 of the briar's right ribs to get access to a deeper organ. The resistance to fire was not high enough, insufficient, weak, unacceptable. Require assistance? Maligaros replied as he dug his hand into the chest cavity of the briar and it let out a soft gurgle of pain. Silence. Obey. Or suffer. Heavy-handed as usual, I see. Legiona said offhandedly as she walked next to Maligaros and watched as he shoved a new organ into the chest cavity as his other hand spun the essence to allow the briar's body to tolerate its presence. Orders clear, silence demanded, obedience demanded. Maligaros replied curtly. Our king is speaking with the great serpent Serchix as we speak, you need to hurry on this. Our king wants to bring 12 of the briars into hell. Legiona stated plainly. Acknowledged, modifications will be completed. Maligaros replied as he extracted the hand and healed the chest of the first briar's chest shut before moving on to the other one. You do not approve of our king's alliance with the great serpent. Legiona stated as she probed his mind with her usual precise navigation of the hive mind. Do not approve of usage of organisms beyond hive. Muldros replied as he sawed the next briar's chest open. Disloyal, unpredictable, messy, absent of intelligent design. Adaptations and strength born of random chance, lack strategic consistency of design. Maligaros added as he ready to saw through the next set of carapace like ribs. But with their unique utility. Legiona said and Maligaros paused. A twinge of annoyance radiated from him into the hive mind, causing the surrounding creatures to wilt from his displeasure. All utility can be fulfilled with hive design, external organisms redundant. Maligaros replied as he turned to stare at Legiona, who just flashed him a wide-fanged smile that reminded him very much of his lord. Hive indomitable. Maligaros stated as if it was the most obvious fact. Legiona in response just let out a laugh as she shook her head. And that is why you work for me and not the other way around. Chapter 178, Crowfather. So when will you leave, friend? Cecilia asked as she waved her hand and cast the spell that would unlock the spell that locked our room. After we finish speaking to our new acquaintance on the other side of that door. I said, and Cecilia paused as she turned to look at me. The door creaked open and revealed none other than Mahila standing there in her true form. Her draconian body was on full display, muscular limbs as thick as tree trunks, large and powerful wings, jaws that could tear most things to pieces and razor-sharp talons on her feet that also looked like they could rend mithril. To her right sat a figure that was covered in black feathers. Its entire body was covered with beautiful ebony feathers. Its head was that of a raven with 4 eyes rather than 2. The beak was long and curved, similar to birds of prey. From its back, a pair of large black feathered wings was folded neatly. It wore a set of oversized robes made of ornate black silk. There was no mistake that this was a ravenborn, and the only ravenborn that was alive was none other than the Crowfather, Vizeros. He was kneeling in front of Lily, who was seated with a cup of tea in her hands. Judging by how she was laughing before we opened the door, I would expect they were having some pleasant conversation. Now that we were here, Lily immediately stood up and ran over to Cecilia like the little docile puppy she was. Cecilia just gestured for her to leave and she obediently did so, leaving us along with a pair of living legends. The Crowfather, for his part, just continued sitting there as he turned his head to look at us. All 4 blood-red eyes seemed to cut into the pair of us with the intensity of his gaze. He calmly stood up as he drew a sword, then he stabbed into the floor before it caught alight, turning into a simple crackling fire, albeit with a sword in the middle. No blood by the hearth. The Crowfather said as he knelt beside the flame, sitting down with his legs tucked underneath him. In a weird, he vaguely reminded me of how a chicken sits on their eggs. Cecilia took one look at him before approaching and sitting on the floor alongside him. It was a strange sight for an empress and a pair of living legends sitting on the floor. Well, I sure as hell wasn't going to sit on the floor, my cushion was right there. I snapped my fingers and the cushion appeared next to the flame, and I plopped myself down onto it. I saw Mahila give me a look, and I just shrugged. I want to be comfortable. I replied as I reclined into the cushion. Well, that was more humanoid than I could have hoped. The Crowfather said as he nodded. So what do you want to discuss? I asked as I stared down at the Crowfather. I trust you have something of interest for us. Cecilia stated plainly. That I do. Your safety, Crowfather said pointedly. The Empire is shaping up to be one of the superpowers in Terra. If they decapitate the head, the Empire may fall into infighting, giving the Seraphim an advantage. With the great beast off on his excursion in the searing hells, the Seraphim may decide to take advantage. Frankly, from what I observed, I would not like to see what will happen if you lose your pretty little head. The Crow Father said as he gave Cecilia a pointed stare. I would actually like some bits of heaven to remain standing when all of this is over, so I offer you a bit of security. The Crow Father said. So you are volunteering to be my bodyguard? Cecilia asked. What's in it for you? I asked as I stared down the Crow Father. So far there have been no lies on his part. Nothing. The Seraphim, for all their faults and blind stupidity, do not deserve extinction. Which is exactly what will happen if you get assassinated. I act for the greater good, not for any personal benefit. The Crow Father replied calmly. Again, no lies. What's his game? Greater good? Don't make me laugh. No one acts like that. If he was that foolish, he wouldn't have lasted this long. Difficult to believe, isn't it? Especially for a firstborn. The Crow Father said as he narrowed his eyes. Yeah, no shit. I replied with a laugh. Alright, the real reason is that working for the greater good pleases me. That is all. The Crow Father said as he switched his gaze to Cecilia. Just like how you keep her around when she has long outlived her usefulness. You could have lobotomized her and turned her into a slave. It would make her far more useful to you, yet you didn't. It would certainly be what all the past firstborn would have done. The king stands alone, that is the rule. The Crow Father said as he gazed Cecilia as if he was staring at an anomaly. Well, he was right about one thing. I do keep Cecilia and many other humans around because it pleases me. So it's just a matter of self-gratification. I asked with a tilt of my head. Yes, we are social creatures, evolutionarily incentivized to help each other. The strength of the greater whole grants security to the individual. Just as you are predisposed to devour and consume, we are predisposed to care about each other. I just have a wider definition. The Crow Father replied calmly. That is something I understand. I said as I leaned down and stared at him. Your terms? I asked, and he nodded in understanding. We take care of what we both value most. Your companion will stay safe and secure under my watchful eye. While you will spare what you can of the angels, for all their faults they do not deserve extinction. The Crow Father replied simply. A peculiar situation, wouldn't you say? A creature born of darkness fighting for the light. Cecilia stated calmly. No more peculiar than your current situation. Crow Father stated as he gestured to the pair of us. Fair enough. Cecilia accepted with a nod. The Crow Father let out a small and weary sigh, just like how an old man would. All at once I was reminded that the Crow Father was probably the oldest living humanoid alive today. He has outlived his own species and some of the species that came after. He was older than the Seraphim, so he must have watched them rise, and now he must watch them fall. We Ravenborn were born to nothing. We live lives of asceticism. With my kin gone and most of my closest friends dead or lost on their own twisted paths, I have truly come to appreciate all that exists. Shadow and darkness are merely the absence of light, and I who have nothing, wish to preserve what faint light flickers within this world. The Crow Father said simply as he crossed his arms, his long flowing sleeves billowing as he did so. A fanatic then, perhaps an ideologue. I said bluntly. Yes, I hope you can forgive an old man who is stuck in his ways. But most likely this will not be my last crusade, and there is ever more to be done. The Crow Father said with one more small sigh before looking right at me. So what will it be, great beast? Will you accept my help? You have few other options. The Crow Father asked as he stared me down. I could sense no fear in him. I probably couldn't take him, but if I sick my entire hive on both of them, I could probably take them out. Maligaros is just waiting for a chance to be cut loose. The chance to fight the Crow Father and Mahila was not something he would pass up. He must know this is the case. Mahila was all too clear on the current status quo after fighting the Briars. Inevitably, my hive will be able to produce creatures powerful enough to kill these two. The firstborn fell to armies and millennia of preparation. No matter how powerful these two were, they were at the end of the day, only two. You aren't afraid of death, nor do you fear pain and suffering. I stated as I leaned down to examine this peculiar individual. He is unlike anything I have ever come across. The stories do not give him justice. He is truly a specimen unlike any other. Death is an old friend, as for pain and suffering we are well acquainted. The Crow Father said simply and very serenely. Alright, then last question, what makes you think you can protect her? I asked. I knew what Mahila could do, and from what she has said about him, he certainly comes highly recommended. Still, I wasn't going to put Cecilia's safety on the line based on nothing but hearsay. A prudent question, the Crowfather said as he stood up. At first, I felt nothing, then I felt searing bloodlust that cut through the room. There was a flash of white, and I saw the adjutant standing guard next to him get cut clean in two. The other three around him moved to pounce, sensing possible hostility. He drew a short dagger and thrust it right into the heart of the adjutant, attacking from his right with a surgeon's precision. As for the two behind him, his wings flared outwards and impaled the pair. His wings crackled with purple energy as his wings carved a meter-long hole through the two adjutants. The two briars next to Cecilia were about to jump in, but I ordered them to stop with a quick mental command. Mihaela, for her part, was still sitting calmly on the floor even as the body of the adjutant thudded to the ground next to her. Slower than Mihaela, I stated as I examined his sword, which was this long curved blade made of white porcelain of all things. My old bones do not work as they used to, the Crowfather said as he flexed his shoulder as if he were nursing a sore joint. Impressive, I see you overcome a lack of physical ability and raw talent with experience and skill, I said calmly as the Crowfather retracted his wings and the two very dead adjutants collapsed onto the floor. Never was top of my class, the Crowfather said as he sat back down. What happened to no blood by the hearth? Cecilia asked with a calm tilt of her head. I am traditional but not stupid. This was the fastest way to make a point. Those things could probably give silver maidens a good fight, the Crowfather replied. Besides, would you have obeyed my ancient laws if it got in the way of what you needed to do? The Crowfather asked as he gave me a pointed look. Of course not, I replied with a grin. Exactly, such laws only have meaning when you follow it. As far as you are concerned, this is just a cultural peculiarity, the Crowfather said. No, I just felt the sword was kind of cool, I said as I stared down at the crackling flame surrounding the sword. This gave the Crowfather pause, and I spotted that all too familiar migraine expression on Mihaela's face. Cool, the Crowfather asked, his tone clearly betraying his confusion. Just drop it, Mihaela said as she pinched the bridge of her nose and waved her hand as if trying to swat away this conversation topic. I see, the Crowfather said with a tentative nod. All right, you have a deal if you are fine with it, Cecilia, I replied. If it wasn't for Mihaela's recommendation, I wouldn't have even considered it. But seeing as he helped me with the vampires, I suppose a little trust was in order, and besides, we both knew what was at stake. If I lose Cecilia, this world loses everything. But just to be clear, if anything happens to her, I said as I let just a little of my bloodlust leak out. It was something I kept buried. At the end of the day, everything knows when something is about to kill them. I instinctively bared my teeth as I felt fire charge inside of my mouth. My claws flexed as if I was about to carve everything in my immediate vicinity to pieces, and blue ether bolts of energy crackled along my body. This was the same feeling I channeled when I really wanted something dead. Judging by how the Crowfather's hand twitched as if he was reaching for his weapon, he got the message loud and clear. I would be downright miffed, I said simply as my bloodlusts in an instant like I just pulled some twisted magic trick. The Crowfather paused as his sword arm relaxed and went back to his lap. I see, I would like to avoid that, the Crowfather said very honestly. At least he seemed honest, judging by his vitals. Good, at least we have an understanding, I said with a nod. So are we agreed? I preserve one life and you pledge to preserve as many seraphim and cherubim lives as possible, the Crowfather said. You know you preserve one life and I have to take care of what? A few 100,000? I asked wryly. About 2 million according to my estimates, the Crowfather replied calmly. Right, and how is this a fair trade exactly? I asked. At those words the Crowfather gave me a very knowing smile. It was amazing how ubiquitous that expression was across humanoids, especially given how the Crowfather has a beak for a mouth. When I woke up this morning, I was not expecting to run into a firstborn who implies that all lives are equal, the Crowfather said, and I couldn't help but let out a loud booming laugh. So, are all lives equal? The Crowfather asked. In response I just let out a wide-fanged smile, flashing each and every one of my sharp serrated teeth. Don't be ridiculous. Lives are cheap until I deem otherwise. Chapter 179, Dawn. I watched with a wry smile as Cecilia fussed over me. It was kind of heartwarming, even to my cold stone heart. Everything was in place. I had all my senior hive members check and recheck. When you have a gestalt mind of over 1 million individuals, you tend to avoid blind spots. I was bringing a vanguard queen into hell, she would be useful for setting up a base of operations. Plus, a light vanguard brood could be useful for scouting, and this particular brood mother was designed to be slightly flexible in genetics. Meaning I could modify her in the field to something more combat-orientated, maybe even make the hell equivalent of Nafis. But that little possibility would have to wait. To be fair, utilizing this opportunity to create a separate hell hive was really tempting. However, the broader strategic needs came first. If the opportunity arose, I would most definitely try it out. I mean, just think of it, swarms of red flaming members of my hive swarming over the enemy. It would be absolutely amazing. Okay, now remember, when are down there, do not try to antagonize the demon princes first. Cecilia said as I glanced down at her. Her brow was creased with worry, and her small pink lips, which were devoid of her usual lipstick, were upturned in a worry-filled scowl. Her fiery red hair was a mess, and she was wearing her silk nightgown very sloppily. So sloppily in fact that it was askew and a generous portion of her chest was exposed, alongside that the robe was fluttering so much a hint of her underwear could also be seen from time to time. But Cecilia naturally didn't care. After all, when we started out she made it a habit of bathing and walking around nude. She did that less now obviously, but there was this rumor going around that the Empress frequently spent time with me in the room in various states of undress. The rumor was relatively tame, considering the truth was that she would take part in orgies in front of me. The only reason she was even wearing the robe was that Mihaila was in the room prepping as well. The Crowfather had left and was, as he said, laying his ravens. I checked in on this, and I did notice that the crow population in Everland seems to have gone up slightly. A closer examination revealed that they were magical constructs that acted as surveillance vectors. He was still at it, and from what I gather he might be laying some flocks in the neighboring cities. Good that he was paranoid, it only inspired confidence on my part. Mihaila was kneeling on the ground as she faced what could only be described as an armory laid out neatly on the floor. She had an impressive arsenal of weapons. All sorts, ranging from glaives, spears, pikes, sabers, short swords, long swords, great swords, claymores, scimitars, bossy blades, and several more weirdly shaped weapons. "Friend, are you listening?" Cecilia asked hotly, worry clearly coloring her impatient tone. "Yeah, don't antagonize the demon princes until we know at least who is on whose side. Don't trust what Alistair says even if what he said is true. Figure out the best way to get a working majority first before attempting to make a bid for the Black Heart. Don't trust what Alistair says even if what he said is true. Get detailed information on the troop composition of each of the rings and prepare for countermeasures. Don't trust what Alistair says even if what he said is true. Avoid the infernal sea, it's too exposed even with flight. Don't trust." I said wryly, but Cecilia just gave me a light slap upside the head for the teasing. Okay, fine." Cecilia replied with a light laugh. "I know you're worried, but you have to admit it seems weird," I said with a laugh. Cecilia gave a small sigh as she nodded, conceding the points. As she lowered her head in the sigh she noticed the state of her robe and went to adjust it. Now looking far more decent, she decided to smooth out the mane of mess that had become of her hair. "I'll send messages back every day. I have a plan for interdimensional communication. I will need it since I can't exactly be cut off from the hive even if control is limited. Plus, how will I know to rush back to pull you out of the fire in case something happens?" I said with a grin. "So you rush out of hell to pull me out of the fire. Now that's an interesting line to put in a book." Cecilia replied with a grin of her own. "Well, hopefully, it won't be as dramatic as that, even if it would make for interesting reading." I replied with a laugh. "But seriously, you are going to drop everything and rush back?" "I might be able to hold out for a while," Cecilia replied as she gestured in her general vicinity where the briars were standing invisible. "Yes, current projections does put holding out a decent possibility. Not in the least, since from what the Crowfather has said, the Drowned Admiral will attack Devonia if such a thing were to occur. Naga and the Mugumans will do much the same for the Merchant Princes and Eastern Volaria. I would also bet that the Syndicate would pounce on this same opportunity and reignite their assault in the north." I replied and she nodded, agreeing that an attack by the Angels would incite serious counter-offensives. At this time, attacking me would quite simply start a world war. The Seraphim have made far too many enemies during their stewardship of this world. Just as my mind wandered, I felt Cecilia move forward and hug me. She was hugging me rather tightly, and judging by the sensations she had just unset her robe again. I looked down and saw her heart hammering in her chest, and she was filled with anxiety, separation anxiety to be exact. I reached down and placed a gently hand about as large as her around her and gave her a few gentle pats. Feeling this, I saw the faintest traces of a smile on her lips before she separated from me, her robe once again completely askew. "Sorry," Cecilia replied as she sniffed slightly and wiped the corner of her eyes. I knew why she was like this. She had been stuffed into a tower as a teenager and basically abandoned by her family. Comp that with the fact that her first love was basically executed and she watched the whole thing, she would have plenty of. What was the word? Trauma. Yes, that trauma related to being separated to those she was close with. Nothing to forgive. I broke you out of the tower, remember? I replied with another wry grin and that a laugh out of her. How could I forget? We have been inseparable ever since, Cecilia said with another sniff as she blinked her tears away. Come now, empresses, do not cry, I said gently, so gently in fact Mihaela paused from her work and she turned around to look at us in confusion. Come on, get dressed, let's spend some time together, I said, and with a simple command one of my proxy bodies appeared. This was one looked like a human, but its gaze and demeanor fully betrayed the fact that I was in the pilot's seat. The other half of me will work with Mihaela, so don't worry, I said before Cecilia could protest, and she nodded gratefully. I made the half of me that was controlling the body gently start to clean her up into something more presentable. In the meantime, I used my actual body to approach Mihaela and stare down at her arsenal. When you went into battle, it was always good to know what you had at your disposal. Mihaela gave me a questioning look and I just stared back. What? I asked. What the hell was that? Mihaela asked. No breeding instinct, remember? When a firstborn breeds, I began, but Mihaela waved away the rest of the statement. Yes, you die, but what does she feel? Mihaela asked and I shrugged. Honestly, I was lost as to why this was interesting to her. Her pheromones go crazy when she sees me in that particular proxy body. As to romantic inclination, I have no idea. But I can easily make a drone to handle that part if she really wants, I replied matter-of-factly. I could help Cecilia on the physical part, but for the spiritual part, nothing I can do, frankly. I tried adjusting my mental state and apparently, that part was impossible. As fluid as my essence was, there were still some ground rules, it seems. Breeding was another one that was impossible without sacrificing my ability to spontaneously evolve. Ancestors, she has the weirdest taste in the world, Mihaela replied with a shake of her head, that migraine expression plastered all over her face. So would you do it if she asks? Mihaela asked as she raised a brow. If she wants to, then sure. I can just control it by proxy and create a body to her tastes. I can even make it humanoid enough for breeding, but it would bear no genetic resemblance to me. If she really wanted me to give her child for some reason, insemination would be a better alternative since I could tailor the other half of the genetic code. But that would come with a whole host of problems which would have to be addressed by strengthening Cecilia herself, I said as I tapped my chin, thinking of this highly technical problem. It would be possible, but I would need some live test subjects to ensure it's safe. What kind of problems would there be? Mihaela asked. Babies kick in the womb, imagine if has super strength, I said, and the realization dawned on Mihaela what I meant. Yeah, that would be a problem. Mihaela nodded in understanding. Overall, she just needs to ask, but she hasn't so far. She has implied that she would be interested in a custom drone, but she hasn't said anything else. She seems to be hung up on the same thing you are on now, I stated, and Mihaela did this odd sideways shake of her head as if turning the notion over in her mind. Well, you wouldn't understand. Hard to explain, honestly, Mihaela muttered in response. Yeah, I thought so. Some parts of humanoid psychology I will never understand, I replied with a shrug. I have tried almost everything. I wanted the advantage, know thy enemy and all that. But no matter how many memories I sifted through, I just couldn't figure it out. Part of me wished that I died during puberty in my previous life since it would have given me more context. But then again, as I thought back to my feelings of for little sis back in my old life, it seemed so empty. Like it was someone else's memory for me to dissect and analyze. I could barely fathom that strange affectionate feeling anymore. I guess this was part and parcel of being a firstborn. I just couldn't feel certain things anymore. I remember being able to feel it more acutely at the start of this life, but now it was this vague understanding and comprehension rather than genuinely feeling it. My best guess was that all the various genomes I received are overriding my human tendencies. Well, I suppose it is what it is. This is the weirdest thing I have seen so far. Mahila said with another shake of her head as she returned to her work. So tell me about all of this. Need to know what toys you have. I said, and Mahila nodded as she reached for her signature rapiers. You know all about these, you've been on the receiving end of it. It's one of my best of equipment, a very flexible set of blades, and it has high penetration. Mahila explained, and I nodded in response. But it lacks reach and raw destructive power. I stated, and she nodded. For reach, naturally you have these. Mahila said as she gestured to the various poled weapons. These all have extremely high penetration, even more than these rapiers. They are there to fell large targets like dragons and the like. Mahila explained. If I don't even want to get into melee, I use these. Mahila said as she picked up a throwing knife and expertly tossed it before catching it neatly between two fingers. If I want to attack at high speed and strike without losing momentum, say if I was attacking in flight and raking a target, I would switch to these. Mahila said as she gestured to the curved blades that allowed her to scythe along the target so that she could cut with rapid speed to prevent any loss of momentum. The curved edge allows it to cut just by holding it still and running it along the target. All the curved blades are enchanted with powerful lacerate enchantments. Cuts become gouges with these blades. Mahila said as she moved on to the swords. So these hit a lot harder than anything else I have. They prioritize raw damage, as you can see, except for the short sword. They all have handles long enough for a two-handed grip if need be. Mahila said. And I assume since you like dual wielding, the short sword is there as an offhand weapon if required. I stated, and Mahila nodded in affirmation. But usually if I use these swords, I try to keep to a one-handed style. I am quite familiar with my master's style after all. Mahila said. I assume that's the blade of the blade. I said as I nodded at one peculiar sword that was radiating so much ether it was lighting up on my thermal vision. It had a peculiar design. It had the blade length of a long sword, but the handle was short and curved slightly. The guard and pommel were designed like knuckle dusters, and the blade had serrations on some parts of the inner edge. It was clearly made to a very specific design for a very specific person who fought with a very specific style. Ah yes, the Obliterator. Mahila said as she picked up the sword almost reverently. Obliterator? I asked. That was a rather bellicose name. He wasn't great at naming things. Mahila said softly as she ran a gentle hand over the side of the dark metal blade. I like him already. I replied with a grin, and I saw a faint smirk on Mahila's lips. Yes, I suspect the two of you would have gotten along for a time. Mahila replied softly. Yes, but at the end of the day, the strong will always come into conflict. Peace is but a temporary reprieve. I replied, and Mahila nodded solemnly. That I know all too well. Mahila replied as she put the sword down. Why don't you use it? I asked as I stared at it. Too much of a giveaway of who I am, also I. My master told me to find my own path. Relying on his sword could be seen as using his blade as a crutch. Mahila replied. Well, it is far more powerful than any of the other stuff here. I mused, and Mahila nodded again. She of course was painfully aware of that fact. But a bit of advice, Mahila. I said as I paused, watching her slowly turn to look at me, her gaze filled with curiosity. Strength is strength. Doesn't matter where it comes from. I should know, after all, I am firstborn. As I was scrutinizing swords with Mahila, I was walking with a rather skittish-looking Cecilia as we headed to her private garden. Her garden was a very private place. No one other than her, me, and some hive guards were permitted in. Not even her own family has ever entered this place. It was, as Cecilia put it, a place of peace, far away from the rest of the world. We walked in silence until we came to a quiet and simple little bench. It was a very basic-looking thing, but to Cecilia it held a very special significance. It was the same bench she would relax in when she was younger. Even now, as it was old and creaky, she likes to sit here and think about all that was to come. You know, a part of me likes it when you are like this. Cecilia said as she took in a deep breath. Why? This body is weak, even if it is familiar to you. I replied as turned to look at her. I don't know, I mean your expressions are far from human. Cecilia mused. Don't really know how to be one, honestly. I replied as the other half of my mind chatted with Mahila. I can imagine. Cecilia said as she let out a small laugh. You speaking with Mihaela now? Cecilia asked suddenly. Yeah, why? I asked as I tilted my head, which was a rather exaggerated movement by human standards. Can't imagine having my mind in two places at once, let alone piloting two bodies at once. Cecilia replied. Well, I'm piloting a few more than that at the moment. Ortiz needs something and I'm spying on some angels chatting next to the temple. I said, and Cecilia giggled in response. Would it kill you to spend some one-on-one time with your favorite human? Cecilia asked wryly, her tone betraying the fact that she knew it was a silly question. Now's not that convenient. But sure, when I come back I can do that. I said, and that caught Cecilia off guard. Really? I mean, it's obvious that you can easily do multiple things at once. Cecilia asked. It's fine, if you want me to just talk to you for whatever reason, then I'm happy to oblige. I replied with a shrug. I see. Cecilia replied with a small smile that seemed almost wistful. Could you stay still for a moment? Cecilia asked in a voice that was just a tad too small. Sure. I replied with another quizzical tilt of my head. Cecilia in response leaned over and laid her head down in my lap. I saw her sigh softly as she lay there, seeming more relaxed than I had ever seen her. Cecilia? I asked, still confused. Could we just stay like this for a while? Cecilia asked softly as she seemed like she just might fall asleep. I could somehow understand vaguely why she was behaving like this. In those old memories of my past life that seemed so strange and out of place in my mind now. Like I was missing something. Oh well, probably nothing important. I'm going to miss you. Cecilia said softly as if she was about to fall asleep. Don't worry. I'll be back before you know it. Chapter 180, Hunting Once More. I looked up at the towering gate in front of me. Well, it would soon become a gate. Right now it was this towering arch that stood almost 100 meters tall on top of a mountain peak in the Ironhammer mountain range. I could see ancient power coursing through the strange white stone. The magic I detected from it was unique. I have never seen anything similar. It was old and powerful, but what else would you expect from a structure called a world gate? Everything is ready, my king. The queen of the Vanguard hive said from my right. I turned over and scanned her insectoid body. Compared to the other queens, she was far more combat-oriented in design. Vanguard broods were designed to punch deep into enemy territory and wreak havoc. So, the more vulnerable designs that favored rapid growth were less suitable. Vanguard broods were designed to be lean and quick, able to strike quickly and retreat into the woodwork. As Malagaros puts it, a Vanguard brood is a brood with lightning in its veins. Strike hard, strike fast and leave nothing behind. Adhea, ready your brood. It shouldn't take long, considering its number. But don't worry, we'll expand the number soon enough. I said with a grin, and she returned my smile with savage grin. I could sense her mind. She was as savage as I wanted her to be. She was only slightly less intelligent than Nafas and Legiona, which was a significant step up from the common queens. Given her strategic role, a high level of intelligence is of utmost importance. I probed her mind, and she was one of the few sharp enough to feel it. Most of the other hive creatures would not be able to detect my probing unless I let them know. Adhea on the other hand gracefully bowed and allowed entrance. I scanned her thoughts and I saw what I wanted to see. Hunger. Good, this was precisely what we will need once we enter the searing hells. Everyone ready? Mihaela asked as she laid a hand on the world gate. Ready. I said with a grin as I instinctively bared my teeth and flexed my claws. At long last, no more hiding in caves and tinkering. For at least a little while, I can do what I was made for. Hunt. I scanned the surroundings and saw Cerchix lazily lounging on a nearby rock. Rosa was fidgeting slightly in her new armor. It wasn't the frilly dresses she usually wore. This one was far more practical. Lastly, Mihaela was still fiddling with the gate, and I could hear her muttering to herself. Sure Mihaela, this is a great idea, just use this old unmaintained gate to jump dimensions. What could possibly go wrong? It's not like no one had ever experienced a failed gate jump or anything. It's not like the old gods have mentioned a world between worlds filled with cosmic horrors. No, it'll be fine. Fucking crazy idiot. I smirked as I heard her mumble as she fumbled with the runes. She was expertly manipulating the runes, so I knew this was nothing more than her usual personal grumbling. If we die, I blame you. I said to Mahila, and she paused as she turned to glare at me. I let out a laugh, and she sighed as she went back to the gate. She fiddled with it a few minutes longer, and then I sensed a powerful surge of power. Somehow, I could feel the power dissipating rapidly across the short distance. I glanced up at the sky as a final check that no angels were watching, and then I saw the runes on the world gate come to life as they gave off an almost kaleidoscopic glow. Each rune was a different shade, and the shades were changing with every passing moment. Within the arch appeared a shimmering layer that showed exactly where we were going. I saw red soil, lava and fire. Lots and lots of fire. There was a battle going on just on the other side of the gate. Looks like we were going to have a lot of fun right out of the gate. Now that looks fun, Serchix said with a grin as she slithered next to me. It was always a bit jarring to see her swim as quickly through the air as she does in water. Azatharine on the other hand was in her humanoid form, and she gazed impassively at the gate, her humanoid face unreadable as always. Been quite a while since you visited? I asked, and Serchix just flashed me wide cruel smile. Oh yes, and I do so miss it. Never a dull moment in the searing hells. Serchix replied with a low laugh. Well, if you two are going to have fun, forgive me if I don't share the enthusiasm. Mahila said as she drew her twin rapiers. Adhaya, want to take the lead? I asked, and I saw her give me another savage smile. With pleasure, my king. Adhaya said as she flexed her limbs and brandished her claws. Her long snake-like lower half was slightly tensed and coiled as if she was about to pounce on a prey. Let's go then. I nodded at the gate, and I watched as Adhaya and her brood poured through the gate. Mahila, ever quick on the uptake, darted in after her. Serchix was close behind, followed by Azatharine and finally by Rosa. The barrier between worlds felt like I was passing through this sheet of water. Kind of ironic as the first thing I noticed was the searing heat in the air. It appears the searing part of the searing hells was not just a flight of fancy. Funnily enough, the battle in front of me had gone quiet as they all stared at us. Almost all of them just stopped to stare. There were all kinds of demons, some bestial, some horned humanoids, even some that would pass for human if not for the red, green or bluish skin. Wrath and envy at it again. Mahila said dryly. Will there be a fight? I asked as I turned to look at her and she gave me a slow nod. The denizens of the Wrath Ring will never pass up a good fight. Mahila replied as the two opposing sides started reacting very differently. The mass of Wrath demons started charging towards us while the envy demons just turned and retreated. Pity, they sound like my kind of people. I replied as I bared my claws. Not the time. Mahila said gruffly as she took a stance. Meanwhile, Adhaya shot forward with her platoon of 24 briars. The Wrath demons charged forward heedless, their maws filled with the red fires of hell. On their heads grew wicked horns, and judging by the entrails stuck to them, I guess they used those horns to gore their opponents. Can't let them charge into us. Mahila spat as she flared her wings and shot into the sky with a thunderous crack, kicking up a red dust cloud. Serchix let out a loud cackle as she swirled into the air after her, her sinewy body coiling into the air, her serpentine body crackling with ether. There was a flash of light and heat. I turned slightly to see Azatharine, now in her original form, shooting into the sky after her. Her wings glowing gold as she tore across the distance in a blaze of gold fire. Rosa, for her part, was channeling a spell. She was far more powerful than what she once was. As she was now, she would crush her old self like an insect. Her body shimmered for a moment before teleporting into the air right in front of the charging horde. Her body crackled with power before she unleashed a very old and very powerful spell. A spell once beyond her ability. It was a spell that predated even the Ravenborn. It was one of the 4 modified primordial magics that I taught her. Well, it was a little more than a matter of teaching. I had to build the compatibility of these handfuls of specific spells into her at a biological level. If I didn't, her body would just explode from the attempt to cast it. Akasha, Severance, Rosa intoned, and from her palms sprang forth a wave of crackling incandescent energy. The technicolored arcs of lightning shot out, tearing into the demonic horde. Anything that was struck had their bodies reduced to disintegrating motes of ash. Akasha was the name of the type of energy that binds the soul to the body, and Akasha, Severance severs that bond. When a soul is torn from its body so violently, it causes the form to turn to ash. This display of ancient magic did nothing to dissuade the charging horde, but Rosa wasn't alone. Almost immediately after, a barrage of gold fireballs slammed into the formation, incinerating dozens at a time. Meanwhile, Purple lightning strikes slammed into the formation with enough force to leave craters. The bombardment had thinned out more than half the demons, and the briars soon met the demons. The briars' claws flashed as they let out blood-curdling howls filled with paralysis, ether jamming, and terror effects. The demons caught in the vicinity of the briars' fury did not last long. Claws slashed, and maws tore. One briar bit down into the shoulder of one demon and tore the shoulder, bone, arm and all right off in a spray of red flaming blood. As to where was Mahila? That answer came quickly when she suddenly dived into the formation in a flash of bright pink scales and silver blades. Her blades shot out with deadly precision, and bodies fell to the ground with nothing more than a precise surgeon-like stab or cut. Her rapiers found throats, eyes and hearts several times a second. The demons couldn't even react before she punctured their hearts and opened their throats. Chaff. I grumbled as I watched them fall. I wonder where the real demons are. Alistair stood next to Tobias as they watched the carnage unfold. Impressive. Tobias commented as he examined the carnage before the two of them through his matted wool-like hair. He was squatting on his bipedal cloven legs as he watched calmly. His deathly pale skin streaked with black veins on full display as squatted shirtless at the edge of a cliff. I told you, old friend, the great beast chooses wisely. Alistair replied with a low chuckle. Or he makes them wisely at least. Tobias grunted. As he nodded in the direction of Rosa Maledicta. The power Maledicta now wields is way beyond anything she could hope to achieve alone. Tobias added as they both watched Rosa Maledicta practically delete another few dozen demons in a flash of magic. The great beast is willing to share his power, we would be fools not to take advantage. Alistair said with a wide smile. And we would be fools not to see this power isn't free. The firstborn does not partake in charity, a demon like you should know that all too well. Tobias said as he turned to stare at Alistair. Of course, everything has a price. But if it is servitude then we are in good company, no? Alistair replied and Tobias just snorted in response. We would be lucky if that is all it costs. The firstborn will only take what you are least willing to part with. Tobias growled. I thought that was a demon thing? Alistair asked sarcastically and Tobias just slowly turned to stare at him. And demons come from where exactly? Tobias asked coldly. Exactly, we are heirs of the firstborn. Their power flows through our veins. Alistair said with a grin. Stolen power, won by chance. But what would be the price of gifted power? Tobias asked as he stood up and dusted his worn trousers off. Caution and meekness was always your weakness, Tobias Giles. Alistair replied as he turned to face the battle below. The firstborn do not have such drawbacks. Alistair said. On cue, a pillar of flame appeared and outstepped a greater wrath demon. Towering 5 meters tall with crimson-red skin and powerful rippling muscles. From its head sprouted a pair of twin wicked horns that glowed with infernal heat. It wore nothing but a ragged loincloth and its hand held a large flaming serrated sword. Alistair's smile widened as he watched the demon let out a challenging roar. Mahila shifted her stance and Rosa prepared a spell. Serchix did a twirl mid-air as she channeled another spell while Azathrin circled for another strafe on the demon. Adhea wisely pulled back to rally with Mahila. She was smart enough not to squander her limited number of forces. But before any of them could launch in an attack there was a gold blur and the greater demon was tackled to the ground by the great beast. The great beast opened its maw and tried to bite down the demon's neck. The demon to its credit managed to roll away, but for its efforts it received a tail slam from the great beast with enough force to let out a thundering crack and a small shockwave. The greater demon fell face first into dirt, scrabbling to get back up but it was too late. The great beast pounced on it, burying its claws into its back as it breathed a mouthful of crackling gold fire onto the demon. The greater demon let out a howl of pain as the flames flayed the flesh from its bones. Alistair knew it was over, the greater demon would be dead soon even if the great beast got up and left. Even from here, Alistair could see its exposed and charred spine. Such astounding power, flames that could flay away demon flesh. The greater demon twitched as the great beast bit down onto its exposed spine and ripped it free, tossing the white bone far into the distance. Then the great beast raised its head and let out a booming laugh of almost pure joy. Even though Alistair was far away, he felt a thrill of unease run up his spine. He glanced at Tobias and saw a similar unease on his face. What Tobias said next was enough to even give Alistair pause and cause a flicker of doubt to enter his mind. The firstborn hunts again. Chapter 181, Welcome to Hell. I stood over this dark cliff face as I stared down at the small town below. Hell was simply not what most people thought it to be. Most people think it is full of demons just constantly killing and fucking each other. Reality is kind of like it, but not really. I zoomed in my vision onto the small town and saw the whole place looked like a normal town at first glance. But if I stared deeper, I saw a large number of brothels, casinos, and the streets were littered with prostitutes. Also, in the distance, there was this large structure that looked to be some kind of arena. Judging by some of the sounds I was hearing, there was quite a fight going on. Adhaya, get your hive entrenched. If push comes to shove, we can start building your hive using the meat over there, I said, and I sensed this thrill of excitement radiate from Adhaya. As you wish, my king. Adhaya replied before turning and swiftly burrowing into the red soil beneath us. You might have some trouble with that body of yours. People might just lose it and the sight of you. Mahila commented. And I thought demons were brave and fearless. I replied with a grin. Most aren't, as you can tell. Demons are just humanoids with less inhibitions. Mahila said dryly as she gestured to a demon pulling a sultry-looking sex worker towards what I imagine was some kind of hotel. Kind of disappointing, really. I mused as I tilted my head. Oh well, let's get this show on the road, shall we? I said as I opened my wings. A newly made compartment in my back opened up and ejected a new custom body. I took control and gave it a few small hops to test it out. This was a high-performance humanoid frame, far better than the ones before. This also had the twin ether core concept, and I have also been training with Mahila using this body. I could tell she was slightly unnerved at how quickly I was learning her sword tricks. I even overheard some of the guards mention in hushed voices that I was progressing at an absurd speed. I was learning in a day what most would take 10 years to figure out. Advanced techniques implanted themselves in my brain, and muscle memory can be programmed after a single repetition. All the sparring lessons can be replayed in my mind over and over again while I analyze mistakes and missed potential opportunities. The dual ether core system also serves to significantly narrow the gap in physical abilities. Mahila was still very strong and fast, but the gap was narrowing. This of course continued to disconcert Mahila. She never was able to wrap her head around how quick the firstborn could evolve and adapt. It seemed almost otherworldly, I supposed you could say. Quite the gang we have here, Serchix said as she walked up to me in her almost ethereal humanoid form. Her skin was pale but not unhealthily so. In fact, by human standards her beauty was a match for Cecilia. Azatharine stood quietly next to us as usual. She was back in her humanoid form and her crown of golden feather twitched occasionally in mild irritation. I could tell she was rather annoyed at being here, but then again, knowing what I know of Azatharine, annoyance was her natural state. I thought you liked hell? I asked as I turned to look at her. There was a lot more fighting last time I was here. Azatharine replied dryly as she gazed in disdain down at the town below. Well, a fight can definitely be arranged, I said with a low, hungry laugh that got a small smile out of Azatharine. The bloodthirsty tendencies of the hive mind have definitely got to her over the past year. Can we please refrain from destroying any towns unless absolutely necessary? Mahila asked with barely veiled irritation. You always were such a bore, Mahila. Serchix said with a melodic laugh that was laced with magic. Mahila replied dryly as her right eye twitched in the way it always does when a migraine was incoming. Careful, your blood pressure is going up, I added with a laugh. Mahila took a deep breath and she turned towards the town. First things first, we figure out what the hell is going on. That fight we just saw might be part of a larger war, Mahila said. The blood war, Serchix said with a vicious grin. Yes, if that is in full swing and the plains of eternal conflict are open, then we need to figure out which side to back, Mahila replied. Alright, then let's get to it, I said with a grin, and I hopped down the cliff, not even bothering to engage my ether wings, and I just let myself slam into the ground, kicking up a large cloud of dust. The rest followed after me, although far more gracefully. By gracefully I mean they all just floated down calmly. I looked around and saw Azatharine just looking around ambivalently. Serchix was staring straight through the smoke like there was a meal on the other side. Mahila looked relaxed but wary, and Rosa, well, she was trying to wave all the dust out of her face. We approached the town and observed that it was surrounded by a high wall that was manned by demons. As we approached the front gate, I heard alarm bells ring out as the soldiers began to man their positions. I tilted my head as I listened. Although this proxy body was not as powerful as my original one, it was still very powerful. Those are the ones that were at the gate. Eyes on the sky, where's the gold ancient? It seems my reputation precedes me. Well, those envy demons had to run somewhere. The gate we emerged from was on the border between the wrath and envy rings, so rather far down, honestly. As far as I know, the higher the rings, the more powerful they are. But this power comes at the cost of space. Hell was made like a pyramid. The rings with the weakest individuals were also the largest. So the topmost, which was the Pride Ring, this ring lies closest to the Black Heart and was the location of the Morning Star Palace, the ancient seat of power of the prime evils. The rings of hell goes as follows: pride, lust, gluttony, greed, sloth, envy, wrath. But below them are two more layers made up of lesser demons. The one below wrath being treachery, and the final layer being named simply limbo. As far as I know, limbo was just the absolute bottom of the pile crap basket. Apparently the origins of these demons were that they were the useless, discarded souls of those who made pacts with demons. Apparently just because you were desperate and stupid enough to make a pact with demons, it doesn't mean your soul was actually worth anything. From what I know, limbo has become this lawless place filled with warlords and other scum. Well, at least more lawless by the standards of hell, at least. Perfect for building a hive. So the plan was simple: first we go down, then we go up. Now the only thing was, how do we go down? So none of you know where the ring gate is? I asked as I stared at those that have been here before. It keeps shifting. Manier Morningstar made it so to stop the rings from fighting. Mahila replied dryly. I assume that didn't work? I asked, and Mahila just sighed. Nope. Mahila replied. They found the maps and they were duplicated to the point you can find one in a tavern. So now the gates are guarded by roving warbands. Mahila said dryly. Sounds fun. I said with a grin and saw her give me the usual annoyed side eye. So what now? They don't exactly seem that receptive for a chat. Serchix mused as she bit her lip like a woman would when she saw a very attractive man. We try to talk. Mahila snapped in response. Wrong time, wrong world. I replied calmly as I scanned the mounting panic on the walls. Considering they were in hell, which had about as much peace and order as a house fire, I highly doubted they were open to talking. So that means... Azathryn began, but I raised my hand silencing her. No, that would be unwise. I replied. I knew I would gain nothing from killing all of them. Tribute does not flow from a dead race. Mahila said softly. Exactly, I'm not here to destroy hell, I am here to claim it. Also, judging by what I know of this place, they only listen to one thing. I said as I flexed my claws. A demonstration then. Rosa said calmly as she narrowed her eyes at the scrambling defenders. Exactly, I am sure you know all about using fear, don't you, Rosa? I asked as I turned to face her. Oh yes, you might call it my preferred method. Rosa said as her hands crackled with power. Fine, but minimize collateral damage. Mahila said as she drew her sword. Minimize, huh? That's not a no, as they say, when in hell, do as the demons do. Serchix said with a low chuckle. Start with this side of the wall. Make a dent, then we make demands. I said, and we shot forward. The first demon's eyes widened in fear when I pounced on him. My hand closed around his throat and I squeezed so tightly his head popped right off. I sensed threats from all around me, but I wasn't worried. I caught one sword as I slashed open the chests of two more demons. Two swords bounced off my back harmlessly. I ripped the sword out of the demon's hand and rammed it hilt first into the demon's head. I could hear the cries of fear and the cries of pain. I shifted my gaze as Azathryn melted one demon into a steaming mush with her magic. With her other hand she held a demon by the throat. I could see his brain boiling and his eyes had popped from the heat. I spun and kicked another demon off the wall. My claws flashed, cutting both the swords and the bodies of two demons in twain. They were slow, so absurdly slow as far as I was concerned. They were moving like they were moving through molasses. The only reason they hit me was that I couldn't be bothered to dodge. As the halves of the bodies fell away, I saw Serchix laughing as she pointed off the edge of the wall. The demon, dazed and under her spell, calmly stepped off the wall to their deaths. In the distance I could see a whirl of steel and pink scales. But to her credit, most of the demons were falling down wounded rather than dead. As for Rosa, the answer came in the form of an ear-splitting explosion in the distance that blew body parts hundreds of meters away. I glanced over at the buildings and saw that she just broke all the windows within sight with her blast. Crude but effective. Azatharine, who had paused to look at the blast, was now standing in the middle of a small stampede of panicking demons. They were all fleeing from Rosa, who was spitting blasts and lightning from her hands like she was the host of a light show. "Well, simple is best," Serchik said as she walked up to me, and we both stood there as we watched as the demons fled. Then I saw Mihaila fly up and above the wall. "Halt, demons!" Mihaila roared, her voice echoing with subtle magics that compelled obedience. The demons didn't exactly calm down, but they did calm down enough to realize that there was nowhere to run to. Mihaila gave me a pointed look and I took the hint. Instead of using this body, I sent my original body over. I was hoping that I could at least talk instead of breaking shit, but I suppose I was a little naive. This was hell after all. This was a chaotic and lawless place. The clue was literally in the name. As I stared down at the trembling demons from my original body, I could see the creeping despair wash over the surrounding demons. They knew the wrath of the ancients all too well. I could tell they knew the only reason they were allowed was because I allowed it. If I wanted all of them dead, there would be nothing they could do. Alright, I'll keep it simple. I don't want to waste my time killing all of you, so send me your leader or representative or whatever. I want information to tell me what I want to know and we will be on our way, I said as I looked around the small town. Then at the wall I saw a shaky hand being raised. In a flash I was hovering above the demon. He was terrified, but at least he wasn't shaking like a leaf in the wind. "You don't look like a leader," I said as I sniffed at him. "Yeah, no way, this guy wasn't a leader. He was an officer at best. My father." The demon stammered. "Ah. How convenient. I suggest taking me to him," I said as I loomed over him and I bared my teeth. "Yes, of course. Follow me," the man stammered as he began descending the wall via one of the nearby staircases. The rest of my crew jumped down the wall as if it was just a simple 1-foot drop and landed neatly on the ground below. I watched him stiffly walk as if he was made of wood. I could tell he was trying his best not to panic, scream and run. But honestly, I had shit to do, so this idiot better hurry up. I suggest you move faster. I haven't eaten in a while. Chapter 182, A Poor Workman Blames His Tools. Zamorak sat still on his chair as he watched his son enter his study. If he was alive, then it seems the newest visitors to hell could potentially be reasoned with. Emphasis on potentially. Having high hopes for anything in hell was an overall bad strategy. Those who did not prepare for the worst were not alive for long. Plenty of demons would kill you just because they could or they wanted to. No greater reason, no greater cause, just a love for the slaughter. So the very fact that his son was alive and the building was still standing was cause for some hopeful optimism, even if it was an extremely cautious optimism. Plenty of raiders wouldn't kill you, they would just enslave you. "Father," his son said, his face a shade paler than usual. "Zarek, what news?" Zamorak asked cautiously. "The ancient. He wishes to parley," Zarek stammered, his body shaking like a leaf. "Parley?" Zamorak asked in slight confusion. "You do not parley with those that are weaker than you. The strong took what they pleased, that was the way of the world. I don't know, they could easily just kill us all." Zarek stammered in response, his voice shaking. "I see. Then come, we should not try the temper of the ancients," Zamorak said as he wearily rose to his feet. He was in his 6th decade in this world and he has seen all manner of horrors. The ancients could deliver a level of fury beyond imagining. When Zamorak stepped through the door into the main hall of the governor's building, he saw a pair of black blades stab straight through the wall. Zamorak froze as terror crept up his spine. His mouth went dry when the entire wall was ripped off and he was left staring at this monster. "Hi there," the beast said with a wide grin that showed off its rows upon rows of serrated teeth. Zamorak stood dumbly as he listened to the ruined building creak under the strain of suddenly losing its wall. "So you are the chief, mayor, or what have you?" the beast said as he bent down, got right up into Zamorak's face. Zamorak audibly gasped as he stared at the rows of white serrated teeth. Each curved fang was the size of saber, and when the beast spoke, his breath stank of blood. "What do you want from us? Judging by how we are still alive, you want something only the living could provide," Zamorak asked in as even a voice as he could manage. This creature radiated power, he could feel the air was thick with ether. It was like standing next to a furnace as the waves of ether lashed against him. I want to find the downwards ring gate, the beast said in a low bestial voice with baritone that vibrated Zamorak's ribcage. The downwards ring gate? Zamorak asked in confusion. Normally the desire was to move up the rings. The lower you were in the rings, the worse your life was. To reside in the blazing and sprawling metropolis that was the Pride Ring was everyone's dream. They were currently close to the ring gate connecting the Ring of Envy to the Ring of Wrath. Since they were currently in the Envy Ring, to go down would mean to enter the Ring of Wrath, which was a death sentence for most demons. The downwards ring gate was controlled by a Wrath warband. The forces of Envy have been desperately trying to reclaim the ring gate, but so far the Wrath Ring warband has proven to be far too difficult to defeat. So the common denizens of the Envy Ring had to deal with the constant raids from Wrath Raiders. Yes, down. I need to get to Limbo, the beast said, and this threw Zamorak for another loop. Limbo? Why would an ancient want to go to Limbo? Limbo was just a continent-sized slum. There was nothing there and no one was interested in it. Even the treachery domain only interacted with the realm of Limbo because they wanted to exile someone. What could there be gained for entering the realm of Limbo? I have a map to the downwards ring gate. But it is guarded. Zamorak replied uncertainty as he nodded as Zarak scurried off to get it. By the Wrath Ring, I presume. The beast drawled as if he was slowly getting bored of this conversation. Yes, they number in the tens of thousands. Zamorak said, trying to be as useful as possible. Plus, if this ancient destroyed the Wrath warband, it would tip the balance and make life easier here. But if the beast didn't destroy them, there might be a problem. The Wrath Ring respected strength. Despite being the lowest ring in hell, they had one of the most powerful militaries. Their ceaseless internal wars ensured that only the strong survive. It was common knowledge that if the Wrath Ring ever got their acts together and united under a single banner, it would spell doom for many of the rings. Knowing the Wrath Ring, some at least would fall in line with this ancient. He was powerful, he needed only to claim the heads of some of the archdemons and he would win entire warbands into his service. What do you intend to do? Zamorak asked, in spite of his fear. Oh, cause a little carnage here and there, but don't worry, the beast said with a low chuckle as he shifted his head slightly. Zamorak turned to see Zarak running up to him with a large scroll in his hands. Zamorak watched as the scroll lifted out of Zarak's hand as the beast retreated. Zamorak took a step forward and saw through the hole in the wall the beast staring at the map as it floated in front of him. Very clever, Morningstar, the beast said with a grin as it waved one of its hands and a magic circle appeared. A magic array lifted off the parchment and with a snap of the beast's fingers a complete map of the hells appeared, showing exactly where each ring gate was on every layer of hell. Zamorak's jaw fell open as he saw this. The ring gate maps were prized possessions. The only reason his town had one was because of their proximity to the ring gates during certain years. The armies of Envy would occasionally use this place as a staging ground to repel Wrath Ring invasions. These maps were precious things. The only reason why Zamorak gave it up so easily was because he valued his life and the lives of his family far more than any vague sense of loyalty to his masters. Yes, he would be punished for it and probably die for it, but at least his family might survive. These maps were master-crafted artifacts. It was specially designed as well. The map he had only showed the downwards ring gate. This information was cheap since the Wrath Ring was a death sentence and honestly there were easier ways to kill yourself. But to unravel the magic of Menyé Morningstar that easily, it was impossible to even imagine. What do you think keeps the ring gates moving? The beast asked as he turned to face Zamorak as if reading his thoughts. The Black Heart. All roads in this accursed realm lead to the Black Heart. This map merely communes with it, letting you know where the ring gate is. So I merely needed to learn how to commune with it. Not very difficult, if you know how, the beast said with a laugh as he tossed the scroll into the dirt. Thank you for your contribution. At least with the scroll you just might keep your head, the beast said as he flashed him a fanged smile. What will you do now? Zamorak asked, his mouth dry. Now that is a good question. I guess the first thing I would like to ask is, the beast said with a grin. You got any wine here? Was that really necessary? Mihaila said crossly as we all got ready to make camp. I paused in my efforts to carefully stack the barrels of wine I wanted to drink for the evening. What was If you mean the wine then yes. I replied as I stacked the final barrel into a nice little pyramid. Why? You took their wine, all of it. Mihaela retorted in exasperation. Well, they weren't going to drink it anyway. I replied as I turned to look at her. What? Mihaela sputtered in response. That way, incoming Wrath Warband. Too big for them to deal with, they will all be dead in a few days or they have to abandon the city. Either way the wine is gone, so I might as well drink it. I replied as I saw Mihaela give me this wide-eyed look. You could have at least told them. Mihaela spat back. Why would I? It makes it less dramatic when I swoop in to save them. I deadpanned and that gave Mihaela some pause. She wasn't the only one, the rest of the party all turned to look at me in surprise. Why are we saving them? Azathoran asked bluntly. Agreed, they hold no significant purpose. If it is meat you require, then that is plentiful here. Serchix queried and I let out a laugh. Waste not, if I behave like a mad beast then I'm predictable. I save a town and burn the next. The uncertainty will be useful. I said with a grin. Plus I get my meat anyway. I added with a laugh as I popped the lid off the cask of wine and downed it like it was just a small cup. I instantly paused and then I spat the wine out. What the fuck was this stuff? I took one look at the pyramid of wine barrels and I waved my hands, transferring it all into my pocket dimension. What do you really think they can grow good grapes here? If you want good wine you should head to the Lust Ring. Mihaela said dryly. I suppose it is the Envy Ring, envy only makes sense when everything fucking sucks. I replied as I slumped down into the dirt and summoned out a barrel of my favorite fruit wine that I brought along from Averlin. Why did you steal the wine if you already have some? Mihaela asked crossly. One cannot have too much good wine. Rosa replied nonchalantly as she poured herself a glass from the barrel. You want a glass? Rosa asked as she held a glass out towards Mihaela, who just scowled in response. Your loss. Rosa said with a shrug before handing it over to Serchix, who took it before taking a sip. Ah. Averlin really does know how to make wine. Serchix said with a satisfied whine. I suppose you don't get to drink much of it on account of you being underwater most of the time. Azathoran said dryly as she waved off an offered glass. Sounds depressing. I replied as I downed half the barrel in one gulp. Oh, it really isn't. Some of the best wine is found at the bottom of the ocean. You ever drunk 100-year-old vintage that has been stored at the bottom of the Azure Sea? The ether in the water seeps into the wine over time and improves the flavor. Serchix said and I turned to look at her. You never mentioned that. I said and Serchix shrugged. I drank the last barrel about 10 years ago. I have some younger vintages if you want. Serchix replied. I'll be taking it all when I get back. I said with a huff. Can we focus? Limbo, our plan. Mihaela pressed testily. All in good time, I have a warband to smash first. I replied as I finished the rest of the barrel before producing another barrel. How many did you bring? Rosa asked curiously as she refilled her glass. About 1,000 barrels. I replied and I saw Mihaela's brow twitch in irritation. Then she took a deep breath and exhaled. Forget it. Mihaela said, finally giving up. When is the warband coming? Mihaela asked and I turned to look at her. In about a day, all of you should rest. We have been on the move for 3 days. I replied. Unnecessary, my king, we are able to go for far longer. Azathoran said and I nodded. That was obviously true, every single person here could probably go non-stop without food, water or sleep for weeks. The sheer amount of ether they had in their bodies allowed them to do ridiculous things like that. It wouldn't be pleasant and they would weaken slightly over that time, but it would be of little issue. 3 days was basically nothing, but I did notice some performance dips at the 8th day mark for Azathoran. Rosa could last slightly longer at 9 days. No data on Serchix and Mihaela since I have yet to see them reach their limit yet. This little excursion of ours will push all their limits. Hell was not a hospitable place. Exposure killed here just as much as blades. Resources were scarce to non-existent, good luck getting water here, and growing crops was either difficult or outright impossible depending on where you were. All of this could be remedied, of course. I wasn't planning on conquering hell with fire and blood alone. Only a poor workman uses half his tools. Chapter 183, Threat of Intervention. Dornak marched at the head of his strike force as they approached the town of Mewling Envy Demons. They were weak and useful only as slaves. But perhaps not, there was another smaller warband that had fought the forces of envy in the region. That warband didn't report back. The warchief has deemed the entire band lost. Gornak has served in the envy ring for almost 40 years and thus far, no warband has been completely wiped out. Defeated and routed perhaps, but wiped out. No, that never happened. A new player has entered the game. Perhaps it was one of the old legends, the so-called heroes who refused to die. Or perhaps it was something else. His mission was to figure out what had happened, and if it was one of the old legends, then his instructions were to pay his respects and invite them to the warband at the Wrath Ring Gate. Usually, Gornak would balk at this path of action, but the old legends were legends for a reason. Their reputation precedes them, and they need no introduction. If it was Mihaila or the Crowfather, then courtesy was the only path to survival. The rest of the horde didn't know this, but that was the truth. Respect. Power lest it devour you. War leader, the sheep have left an offering. Gornak heard a voice say. He raised his gaze and saw the forward scout had ridden up on his hell beast mount. An offering? Gornak asked as the thoughts started to swim in his mind. Only the weak attempted bribes, there was no way any individual of significant strength would give a gift to someone as weak as him. The only people Gornak could think of who would warrant such an act from any of the ancient heroes would be the demon princes. Where? Gornak asked, and the scout gestured straight ahead. About 300 meters away from the wall. The scout replied. So too far from the wall for any kind of ambush. The town they were supposed to raid to draw out the culprit was surrounded by flat plains to make it more defensible. So, an ambush was unlikely. Well, time will tell. Gornak had no intention of accepting the bribe, but it would perhaps inform him of where the new player was. In an hour, Gornak arrived at the so-called bribe. The bribe was puzzling. It was a rather large stack of fire wine. There must have been 1,000 barrels in a large, neatly stacked mount. Check it. Gornak ordered. He was no fool. Fire wine was given its name for a reason. Its alcohol concentration was high enough to make demons go blind if overconsumed. It was so flammable barrels of fire wine have been used as bombs in warfare when things got desperate. With this many barrels, they were effectively standing next to a bomb. Gornak silently observed as his troops inspected the pile of barrels. Soon, the verdict was out, there was no trap, no enchantments, nothing. The detection scans were checked and rechecked and still. Nothing. So it seems it really was a bribe. Gornak gave his troops the nod, and they eagerly began approaching the wine. It had been a long march, and he knew what his troops wanted. A bit of refreshment couldn't hurt, they were too tired from the long march to attack immediately anyway. If the bribe was here, then the town already knew they were coming. Any sniping spells from the wall could be easily blocked, and the only other sniping position was a cliff almost 2 kilometers out. There was no way that anything could snipe them from that distance. Gornak felt heat, then saw a flash of light, then pain. Nice shot. I said as I watched the pile of barrels explode with a shattering boom. I could hear it even from here. As far as the town was concerned, there probably weren't any glass windows anymore. I glanced at Azatharine, who was lowering her smoking hand, her index and middle fingers still held out like a gun. This form has its utility. Azatharine said as she shook her hand, which was still crackling with power. One of the perks I built into Azatharine was a rather fun adaptation. She could now fire extremely focused beams of power from her fingers for sniping at extremely long ranges. Azatharine was used to being fire support anyway, so the role of a sniper was an easy transition. Told you. I replied with a grin as I turned to look at the devastation in the plains below. The thing about plains was that they also gave you a good line of sight. The warband was in complete disarray, the wrath demons were either burning or impaled by shrapnel. The little worms writhed and screamed in a sea of fire. Damn, that wine burned hot, hot enough to burn demons. Alright, let's go, the party is starting. I said as I spread my wing and took off. The blaze of heat right behind me told me Azatharine had transformed and was following along with me. Down below I could see Adhea's brood emerging from the ground. Her forces have been bolstered from the prey we caught right outside the gate, so now her few hundred elite hive soldiers were assaulting remains of the warband. Their bodies now black and red rather than the usual white due to the assimilation of demon essence. Although I could see the white briars still laying into the enemy, a reminder of the origin of this brood and where its loyalties lay. Mihaila, Serchix and Rosa were not far behind as they tore into the demons. Their warband of about 20,000 was now dropping like flies. In seconds, I had torn across the 2-kilometer distance. I grinned as I dove on top of a bunched-up group of demons. The shockwave alone sent hundreds sprawling as pulped remains flew in all directions. I did a quick scan of the surroundings and saw Mahila giving me this look of annoyance with her sword still inside the throat of a demon. Yeah, I know it's a bit overkill to smash into the ground at full speed. Especially considering I was now standing in a decently sized crater. Mahila darted towards me, her blades flashing as she slaughtered everything in her path before stopping in front of me. You know it would be a lot easier for your hive to eat meat that isn't pulped, Mahila replied dryly. It's not a problem, there is always more. I replied with a grin. Had a feeling you would say that. So I found their commander, he's alive, thanks to a bit of quick thinking on my part. Mahila said as she nodded to this scorched demon lying unconscious on the ground. The occasional stampeding demon was stepping on him, but thanks to his armor, it looked like he should be fine. Great job. Kill the rest and feed it to Adhea. I said just as Azatharine dropped onto another group of demons and raked them with a burst of gold fire before transforming into her human form. It looks like things are winding down. This wasn't much of a fight, especially considering the confusion caused by my little surprise. Yes, the demons were strong relative to most of the denizens of Terra, but they were still fated humanoids. The age of the servants of the firstborn were long past. Without the Watchers to maintain the genomes, random mutations have led to the prioritization of breeding speed over power. This means now you just had a lot of trash running around no matter where you went. The rest of the battle was rather quick, and soon the only thing left breathing was the unconscious demon that was lying in the dirt. I glanced around at the devastation around us and nodded in satisfaction as I saw the members of Adhea Hive dragging the corpses below ground for assimilation. Just in case, I sent a small reminder to Adhea to keep the hive strong but lean. I don't want chaff, I want all combat troops to be above a certain strength level. Weak troops would just get incinerated in the types of warfare here, so we wouldn't even be able to salvage much of our losses. Adhea sent back a calm affirmative as she went about to bolster her existing forces. It was a good thing I gave her some of Maligarosa's designs. The fiend pattern genomes would prove useful in this desolate place. Now then, onto the survivor. This was the leader. So I am sure he would have some interesting things to say. I cast a quick spell, and he sputtered as he shot up. His eyes widened as his pupils dilated as he saw my little band staring at him. His eyes darted around before finally resting on Mahila, who was staring coldly down at him. He raised his hands in surrender as he slowly got to his feet. Mahila the Swift, successor of the Blade. Your reputation precedes you, the demon said cordially, although I detected a slight quiver in his voice. Save your groveling. Mahila growled in response, her voice coming out with a snarl as she bared her long, draconic fangs. At the end of the day, she was a draconian. Although I spent so much time with her, I never forgot this fact. The draconians were known for their physical prowess. What they lacked in magical ability, they more than made up in physical attributes. Extremely dense bones, scales as hard as enchanted mithril, and muscles so dense that it made them tougher than steel. I watched as the demon glanced down at her powerful taloned feet. Each foot was large enough to grab him by the torso and crush him into ground and powderize his ribs. Looks like this one knew his stuff. Mahila was well known for her powerful kick. She was able to fully utilize the quirk of draconian physiology, which was extremely powerful legs. What her master had in upper body and strength, Mahila had in lower body strength. I have felt her kicks firsthand. Anything less than an ancient receiving one of her full power kick would simply explode from the force. You know about draconian physiology, I said with a grin as I slithered up to him. His eyes flitted to me and then back to Mahila. His eyes widened slightly when he saw Mahila take a respectful step back to give me the floor. This was an observant one. Good, let's see what else he has observed. The stories of the ancients are common knowledge. None more famous as to how Mahila the Swift kicked the demon prince of gluttony, Beelzebub, hard enough to tear off half her face. The demon replied warily. Kicking a girl, Mahila? The shame, I said with a grin, and she let out a snort in response. Beelzebub, a woman, is a demon prince of the searing hells. Your gender means nothing here, only your power. Mahila replied. A title well earned. The demon added, and I turned my gaze to look at him. So you respect power? I asked, and the demon nodded. My war chief asked me to come here to speak to you. The demon said, and that gave me pause. Speak with me? I asked as I leaned down. He wasn't lying, but that was strange. I could smell Alastair's hand in this. Looks like I may not actually have to fight my way down to Limbo. Yes, the war chief has sent us to greet you and invite you to our camp in good faith. We are sure you wish to depart for the Sloth Ring, but first we wish make your acquaintance. The demon said. What's your name? I asked as I looked down at him. Gornak. The demon replied. So how did you know that I was here? I asked as I leered down at him. Our strike force was wiped out, and the forces of envy were routed. The site of battle was also at the World Gate, thus the only plausible conclusion was a new entrant. Gornak replied. Logical conclusion, but I want to go down the rings, not up. I said, and that caught Gornak by surprise. Down? Gornak asked. Yes, down. I wish to go to Limbo. Can your war chief help with that? I asked with a wicked grin. Yes. But I am confused as to why. Gornak stated. At those words I gave him my best bloodthirsty smile. It had the intended effect, especially considering he took a wary step back. Haven't you heard a blood war is brewing? A blood war is brewing. Arthas said with a grimace, repeating those hated words again. Yes, a blood war. The great beast sent us to offer you a place in the Empire to guard you against the chaos to come. The Mugumman said calmly. This man was named Kaikakaz Sharon. He was a senior member of the Mugumman Farseer Council. It has been a few centuries since a high-ranking Mugumman stepped into the halls of power of Eastern Voloria. The Eastern Empire has always been rich thanks to the resources found within the Mugumman jungle. That naturally meant that the great houses of the East were always at odds with the Mugummans of the Great Jungle. Just a few years ago, this current situation would be unthinkable. Back then, plans were being made on how to handle an ascendant Tralis. Would they reform the Volarian Empire under the banner of House Tralis? Or would they unite to resist the new emperor? But then entered the great beast and Empress Cecilia of Erlin. Tralis was broken under the might of the great beast, and the Averlanian Empire now ruled from Elysia to the forsaken wastes of Necronas. Elysian, Volarian, Zariman and Vampire all kneeled beneath the Empress. Now here a Mugumman comes bearing news of a peace offer in the wake of an alliance signed between the Averlanian Empire, Mugumma and the Naga. Arthas was no fool. He was of House Vangar, the greatest house of the East. His house held half of the eastern border and was able to extract the most wealth from the Mugumman jungle. The only reason the other houses remained was that House Vangar expended so much military force, keeping the Mugummans at bay, that they didn't have the available forces to conquer the rest. The other houses were wise enough to leave House Vangar alone, for if his house fell, then the Mugummans would be free to punch deep into their territory. Not only that, without the resources of the Mugumman jungle, the other houses would starve and fall into ruin. That, of course, led into the main question: if they signed a peace, gone were the days of foraging the Mugumman jungle. Tell me, why would we accept this peace deal? It would ruin us. We need the silk and herbs from the jungle. Arthas replied calmly. You will have them for trade. We will even allow some small outposts for foraging on our border. However, our main concern is the demonic presence within your lands. Kaikakaz stated. It seems the great beast must be really twisting the Mugumma's arm. Or perhaps the serpent Serchix has thrown her lot in with the great beast. They are coming in via the refugees and immigrants from the Valley of Plenty. Arthas replied as he crossed his arms. The overflow of refugees, you mean? The valley is at capacity, only the most desperate attempt to cross the Azure Sea to reach your lands. Kaikakaz stated. There is nothing we can do on the matter. We have a long coastline and the desperate find ways. Arthas retorted. Which is exactly why I am approaching you and only you. The rest of the Eastern Voloria will only receive a notification of the cessation of hostilities. For you and House Vagnum, there we have something else on the table. Kaikakaz said. And that is? Arthas asked suspiciously. The Empress and the Great Beast do not like scattered and small territories. They believe in large provinces with centralized territories. Kaikakaz said. What are you suggesting? Arthas asked. The demons will increase their presence, and soon the other houses will fall into disarray. When that happens. Kaikakaz said, but paused, and Arthas knew exactly what he was going to say. It was a tactic as old as time. The Empire will intervene. Chapter 184, Loaded Dice. Montes sat with his usual stoic poise as he attended another political function. With the empire at peace but the rest of the world drowning in conflict, maintaining the Averlanian Empire's unity was a priority. Hence, the frequent social events in the capital allowed all the various groups within the empire to mix and mingle. Distance creates distrust, differences create distrust, thus why these events took place. These events celebrate the differences between the various races. Montes shifted his gaze from his plate back to the performance on the wide space in front of his table. This event was a dinner party with all the higher members of the state. It wasn't the usual interclass function where a wide variety of citizens were invited. This was an event for the leaders that held the real power in the empire. The tables were laid out in a circular pattern, with all of them facing the inner circle. Their performers were made to perform, each group showcased the beauty of their respective cultures. Even a delegation from the Elven Forest had attended, and out of the corner of his eye he could see them watching with interest. The elves may be old, but the separation and the fall of the firstborn were even older. The elves have almost lost their own ancient tongue thanks to the ravages of time. Case in point, their old name was known as the LVS, not elves. Right now, a group of Mugumans were performing what was known as a water dance. The Muguman women spun in beautiful arcs, their long translucent sleeves flowing like water. It was a beautiful dance that Montes would readily admit. Glancing at the Empress, he could tell she was enjoying it very much as well. It seems the Empress is enjoying herself, Ordias said from his right. It seems so, not that surprising. The Elysian Phoenix dance bears many similarities, Montes replied. Funny how a dance of water and a dance of fire can bear similarities, Ordias stated with a smirk. Fire and water are more alike than you think. They both flow elegantly, just not in exactly the same way, Montes commented, and Ordias nodded in response. Indeed, there is always a beautiful symmetry in this world, Ordias replied, his age leaking through slightly. I never thought you would be one to wax poetic, Montes said as a small tease. Ah, did you know, Grand General, one can glean many things from their foes' art and culture, Ordias replied, and that gave Montes some pause. Personally, Montes was always the type to examine legal transcripts, history books and old records of past battles. Art never really interested him, but then again, Montes himself was closer to an infant in age than he was to Ordias. So perhaps he simply took the most efficient route to excellence, or at least relative excellence. Montes still frequently lost in games of strategy against his closest peer Ordias Derenge. Still, someone who valued order as much as Ordias liking art was a strange contrast in of itself. Do tell, Montes said, always eager to pick the mind of as experienced a general as Ordias. After all, his reputation precedes him, and he needs no introduction. His name alone inspired visions of masterful maneuvers, cunning traps and ruthless encirclements. He only lost due to the sheer brute force the ancients could bring to bear. You couldn't outmaneuver a burrowing hive. You couldn't trap a foe that had absolute control of the air. Most of all, you couldn't encircle a firstborn that was just offering a buffet, not a display of strategic excellence. What is art, to me, is the culture's hopes, their ambitions, the principles they follow, and most of all, the ideals they often fail to live up to. When you know what they aspire to be, you know how they will act. Say for your own people, the Volarians love discipline and cavalry. You love maneuver warfare, you despise the slow static wars of attrition won through a shield wall. So what do? I lay a trap, and I offer you the perfect charge into our back line that is mined with magical bombs. Or perhaps I sneak into your camp and ply your water with stimulants. Not anything to make you less aware, just something to make you more enthusiastic. Your commanders will feel more confident seeing the high morale of your soldiers. Then I will use nothing but probing attacks. I probe, and then I retreat. I do this over and over and over again. Eventually, at some point, your pretty ordered formation gives way when one hot-blooded commander orders one of those charges you love so much, or perhaps you pursue a bit too far, leaving yourselves open. You all love the valor of combat. I need only tempt you with it or deny it to you. Temptation and frustration are useful tools for a military as rigid as yours, Ordias replied, and Montes nodded in understanding. Trallus's army was lost due to the late prince's lust for honor, glory and the desire for Empress herself. Everyone knows how that turned out, considering where Montes himself was sitting at the moment. Then what do you know of the Mugumans? Montes asked as a particularly pretty Muguman maiden flourished right past him. Her long eyelashes batted in his direction as she spun past in a graceful whirl of limbs and cloth. Not much, unfortunately. The Mugumans have always been recluse by nature. Their old master, The Deep Shaper was one of the more reckless of firstborn, or so I hear. I am not old enough to fully know the age of the firstborn firsthand, but I do know the rumors. Ortiz said as he took a sip of blood from his glass. And what are those rumors? Montes asked curiously. At those words, Ortiz cupped his chin as if considering what order to tell them in. Well, I suppose the most interesting would be the shared origins of the Naga and the Mugumans. Ortiz said. Shared origins? Montes asked, confusion coloring his voice. Yes, are you familiar with the Crowfather? An ally and confidant to the Blade and, most of all, a dearest of friends to the old boar. Ortiz asked. I grew up on those legends, but how much of it is exaggerated, I wonder? Montes mused. I doubt the exaggerations can do him justice. I can still feel the Blade's hand around my throat. Ortiz replied as he gently touched his neck. The Crowfather is a Ravenborn, no? Montes pressed. Indeed, an ancient dead race, most would think that the Mugumans were their progeny. Especially considering both have an avian nature. But how did the Ravenborn become the Mugumans? Ortiz asked. Devolution. Montes replied. Close but not really, simply put they cut a deal with the Deep Shaper. The Ravenborn were dying out, the only way to survive was to improve their breeding rate, but I am sure you are familiar with what happens when the population dips too low. Ortiz said. Inbreeding. Montes stated. Exactly, so the Ravenborn made a bargain. They bargained their souls for the future of their people. The Deeper Shaper was a capable fleshcrafter, not the best, mind you. That title goes to the Eternal Mother. But the Deep Shaper was definitely one of the better ones. So the Deep Shaper wanted test subjects and new servants. Thus the deal was made, half of the Ravenborn would become servants and the other half would be free and safe. Ortiz said, and Montes narrowed his eyes at those words. Free. But the Mugumans and the Naga both serve the great serpent Serchix. Montes stated. No one said the Deep Shaper would play fair. Ortiz replied with a chuckle. The firstborn are not to be trusted with any agreement or deal. Bargain with the old gods at your peril. So you want to bargain? I asked as I stared down at the so-called war chief in front of me. He, like most wrath demons, had blood-red skin and curved black horns. Honestly, he didn't look like much. He just looked like a slightly stronger demon. I guess he was a bit bigger, but either way anyone from my crew could stomp him into the floor. Even Rosa the caster could probably snap him in two like she was breaking a twig. The demons just were not as impressive as I thought. Or perhaps I have simply grown too strong. Then again, I have been drinking out of the primordial font like it was an oversized cup of wine. Yes, it wasn't exactly pure. The primordial happy juice has been processed, but so is wine, so it's working pretty well. I glanced over at the nearby patch of blackened corpses that were the unlucky shitheads that tried to jump me. I didn't do anything to them. Azatharin just stepped in, and now there were just demon-shaped charcoal statues. I shifted my gaze to Rosa, who was slurping up the blood of a flailing demon so quickly it looked like she was inhaling it. Mihaila was just staring wearily at her as she turned the full-bodied demon into an emancipated corpse in seconds. As for Serchix, she was just standing calmly next to me, clearly disinterested in everything around her. Maybe wrath demons just were not her type? Speaking of demons, there was this 2-meter-tall gremlin here. And what could you possibly have to offer? I could just kill you all and head on through. I stated, and I sensed the ever-so-obvious flicker of fear course through his body. You will need a guide, and I am a war chief, my words carry weight. So I have this proposition, I will serve you, and in exchange you grant me your favor. The demon said, and I couldn't help but snort in disgust. This one reeked of cowardice. Here, I thought the wrath demons were natural warriors. I came here expecting a war chief, and what do I find? A coward. I growled as I loomed over him, baring every long fang I had. We are warriors, but we live for the fight, and we fight only for ourselves. Only a fool dies for some higher cause. The demon replied. Big words for someone who reeks of fear. If I attacked, all you would do is run. I said, and I saw his vitals jump as if he was caught in a lie. A warrior fights. The soon-to-be-dead demon lied. That could have been a lot more convincing. I replied with a growl. Ah, whatever. Kill them. I ordered, and immediately the rest of my hive popped out of the ground and started slaughtering the demons. Honestly, thus far hell has been rather disappointing. For all the talk of demon princes, things were quite boring. Warning, Significant threat incoming. Prepare for combat. Well, that's new, haven't heard that voice in my head for a while. I felt the chill crawl up my spine. I instantly engaged my decoy and darted away. What landed on my decoy hit hard enough to create a shockwave powerful enough to knock me back slightly. My gaze instantly locked onto the target, and saw the target had more power than Mihaela. But I could tell this one lacked the raw talent and skill for combat that Mihaela possessed. His movement, although practiced, lacks the efficiency and instinctual lightness that Mihaela could maintain. This humanoid had a matted head of shaggy brown hair that looked almost like wool. Judging by the burning curved horns on his head and his cloven feet, I would assume this was some kind of goat-like humanoid species. Tobias. Mihaela said warily as she stepped in front of me, the slightly carefree attitude she had previously was now gone. Now what stood in front of me was Mihaela the Swift, the draconian whose reputation struck fear into her enemies. "Hey kid." The one called Tobias said as he hefted this oversized great axe onto his shoulder. I scanned the black metal, and I noticed something. It was made of the same material that a particular sword and axe was in Mihaela's collection. On the axe, a simple word was engraved. Bane. "What do you want?" Mihaela asked as she readied her swords. "To see if this thing is worth backing," Tobias said as he leveled his blade at me. "Are you serious? You are going to fight him now?" Mihaela spat back. While they were talking, I had left a decoy behind and was slowly sneaking behind him. My invisibility was so good even Mihaela couldn't detect me when I really wanted to hide. Granted, I had to run in a low ether emissions mode that made me slower, but I was still able to sneak around effectively enough. Honestly, I had no interest in doing a dramatic battle with this guy. From what I was hearing from this little argument, this whole thing was just a giant flight of fancy. This Tobias fellow wanted some kind of silly proof that I was worth supporting. Well, if you could tell all that just from a duel, you were either some kind of weird combat-based seer or an idiot. At this point, I was leaning more towards the latter. So although he was in the way of the gate, all I needed to really do was get him out of the way. "You want to fight?" Mihaela challenged. Before Tobias could respond, I was already spinning in place, intent of swatting him with my tail. My tail hit him in the back with full force, and it let out a thunderous crack. The strike swatted him into the sky, far into the distance. He didn't even see it coming. Too busy arguing over nothing. "Thanks for the distraction," I said as saw the dumbfounded look on Mihaela's face. "Well, that's one way to resolve that." Azathryn mused as she squinted her eyes in the direction I launched that idiot. "He'll be fine." "Probably," I replied with a shrug. Then I felt a blaze of heat next to me, and I turned to look at the smiling face of Alistair staring at me. "Well, that was unexpected. I could have sworn you would have at least tried to fight him," Alistair said with a grin. "You going to ask me to turn back?" I asked, and I saw a moment of uncertainty course across his vitals. "Well, this wasn't the plan," Alistair said casually. "What, you thought I was just going to trust you to have everything in order?" I replied with a grin as I loomed over him. "Oh no, I want insurance, and if I have call all of Limbo to do it, then so be it. After all, no one is going to miss them," I said with a feral grin. "That will put some hitches in my plan," Alistair began, but I just laughed. "Good. I want to see how well you can adapt. If your plan goes tits up the moment someone does something different, it's a shit plan," I said, and Alistair raised his hands in surrender. "Agreed," Alistair said with his best attempt a winning smile. He wanted to say something else, I could tell. For his sake it better be good, seeing as there is a change of plans. "Do you want a guide?" Chapter 185, Stray Air. Now that is very interesting. I gazed down at the great city below us and let out a little whistle of appreciation. This city made Verlin look like a village. It was a massive city with tall flaming spires that stretched all the way to the horizon. It would be quite inspiring if it didn't reek. The whole place smelled of blood and rot. Alistair insisted I enter this city to get an idea of what demons were like. Not in my usual body, of course, but using my proxy body with a healthy bit of illusion magic. This place was a giant slum, and it was the only city in all of the Wrath Ring. The demon Prince of Wrath was a demon known as Satan. An interesting thing about the demon Prince of Wrath is he was but half of a being. His other half ruled the Pride Ring as the demon Prince of Pride, Lucifer. Lucifer Morningstar, child of Manier Morningstar, was clever much like his mother. He ruled hell, and to consolidate his power, he split himself in two and took control of the Wrath Ring. Now he effectively held all of the major rings in a stranglehold, since he essentially held all of them in a pincer hold. This was the only city in all of the Wrath Ring, because at the end of the day the Ring of Wrath needed a place of government, a place for the palace of Satan to stand. So while the rest of the Wrath Ring was nothing but burning wasteland covered with the ashes of a million ghosts, this place was a city. It did make sense to a degree. After all, Satan's other half was the demon prince of pride, and pride would not allow for it to live in squalor. Well, that's enough examination. Let's get this show on the road. I bounced on my feet for a moment to warm up my limbs and glanced down at the red skin that now covered my arms. Seems good enough, Mahila stated as she glanced at me. Yeah, seems to be, I replied as I looked over at her, who looked for all intents and purposes like a female wrath demon. We were both immaculately dressed and wielding some of Mahila's powerful enchanted weapons. Power spoke really loudly in hell, and within the Wrath Ring combat power practically screamed. So shall we? I asked, and she nodded. It would just be the two of us. Serchix wasn't a good fit given her lack of subtlety, Rosa wasn't that good of a fit considering her lack of subtlety, Azatharin was a horrible fit given her complete lack of subtlety, and Alistair, well, he would meet us in there. This place smelled of many things: blood, rot, and above all desperation. The city had no wall, but there were only a few safe entrances. The edges of the city were mostly covered with slums, and walking into one of those was an easy way to get shanked and maybe eaten. I would imagine starvation was a common problem in this city. This whole realm wasn't that conducive for growing crops, and with a city this size, food would definitely be a problem. Judging by the butcher shops that seemed to be serving some suspiciously shaped cuts, I would assume cannibalism was undoubtedly on the table. How much of that was desperation, or how much of it was taste, remained to be seen. But then again, this was literally hell, so I wasn't expecting a virtuous place. The long queue in front of me, for instance, was mostly filled with skinny and starving fools. The strong ones were in the heart of the city, or they were part of the warbands. A brief scan of the line showed that these ones were a weaker variant of demon. They had shorter horns, smaller frames, and were overall just weaker. Impids, I muttered as I stared at the line. Yes, the seraphim have the cherubim and the demons have the impids. The rot sinks deep, no one is safe, Mahila said as we just walked down the line, not even bothering to queue. And what does Terra have? I asked with a knowing grin. Humans. They used to call humans ratlings because they bred like rats, Mahila replied calmly. Our conversation wasn't exactly out of place considering where we were and what we looked like. The impids all got out of our way, looking at us with fear. The weak fear the strong, that was the natural nature of things. When we eventually reached a group of guards, they turned as if to tell us to get back in line. However, the moment they got a good look at us, they bowed and gestured to the head of the line as if inviting us. You, make sure the ones at the checkpoint don't fuck anything up. I heard one of the guards bark at one of the more junior-looking guards. The guard turned and ran ahead of us towards the checkpoint in the distance. Quite the reception, I mused as I flashed a feral smile. The pair of impids who was staring at me squeaked in terror when they saw my smile and turned around, trying to make themselves as small as possible. Wait till we get in there. Some idiot is going to pick a fight, Mahila muttered in response, and I let out a small laugh in response. When we reached the previously mentioned checkpoint, we found a group of guards waiting for us. Standing at the head of the formation was this smug but nervous-looking demon who was sizing us up. Oh, this'll be fun, I said with a grin. Don't kill anyone you don't have to, Mahila replied. Don't have to. My, we really are in a different world, I said with a laugh. I'm someone with principles, not an idiot, Mahila replied dryly. Fair enough, I said as we approached the group. I think this idiot wants to shake us down. I could just kill him, but with a demon prince so close it wouldn't be a good idea. Not yet, at least. Bottom line is, we need to figure out Satan's position on this whole thing. Alistair mentioned that Satan might be on board even if his other half wasn't. Remember when I mentioned that Lucifer cut himself in two and made Satan so that he could pincer hell? Well, that plan is a few 100,000 years old. Other than the firstborn, everything degrades, so now Satan and Lucifer weren't on talking terms. It was like looking at the worst version of self-hatred or even schizophrenia. Some people say internal problems could cause external ones. I never heard anyone say that both were one and the same. What do you want? The lead guard said with a snarl. He must be very stupid to be so openly hostile to people who look like us. Mahila could cut through that group like she was carving a cake. Came to see your handsome face. Mahila replied dryly. Well, that's new, Master Infiltrator Mahila in the house. You got some lip on you, girl. You may be able to cut us down, but Lord Satan isn't that far away. The guard growled as he jabbed his thumb over his shoulder at the towering palace that dwarfed even the massive towers in the inner city. A demon prince would not care less about a whelp like you, I said with a grin, and that got a flash of anger from him. Come on, do it. I have been itching to kill something all day, I said with a wide feral grin, and a flash of white fear crossed his eyes. I suggest you let us through, my friend here is serious. He hasn't spilled blood in weeks. Mahila said as she raised a gold soul coin, the standard currency in the searing hells. For the toll, bribe, whatever you call it. Let us in and you just might keep your head. Mahila said with a pointed stare. The demon nodded mutely and took the coin before stepping aside. Good cop bad cop, oldest trick in the book. You are surprisingly good at this. Mahila commented privately as we headed towards the edge of the city. I read a lot of books, I replied, and Mahila just gave me this bemused look in response. Whatever you say, Mahila said as we continued along. You know, I thought dealing with some of the warbands would be a better way to figure demons out, I said. This time I used a spell to beam the thought right into her head. The Wrath Ring has a large standing army if Satan ever bothers to unite them. But honestly, you have seen one, you have seen them all. Alastair's plan is on the mark. We need to ally with some of the demon princes and kill the rest. If they all jump us at once, we don't have a prayer in the world. We need to play the blood war to our advantage, Mahila replied through the spell. So what, we come in here and play politics? I asked, my lack of enthusiasm leaking through. Not really, we just need to kill the right people for the right people. Most demons are stuck in their rings, but the Ars Gotia are free to travel. A pair of Ars Gotia might rail against each other in their respective rings, but they could be drinking wine with each other a day later. Granted, they would be trying to poison each other, but the point stands. Hell is built on power, lies and bargains. Your word means nothing, your strength, deception and a good old-fashioned infernal contract are what matters. Mahila said. Can't sign contracts, remember? They don't work on me, I replied. They won't know, it will feel the same for the other party, Mahila stated. Well, that is interesting. So I can sign a non-binding contract with a demon, and they would be none the wiser. But still, some of the ancients were immune to the contracts. It wasn't just a firstborn thing. For example, primordial dragons are immune to the contracts, as some unlucky demons found out. So I would be viewed with a vague sense of suspicion. Now that is interesting. I mused as I glanced to the side and saw this frail demon boy begging by the roadside. He looked to be in his early teens and his hair was matted and clumps of it were falling out from malnutrition. A quick scan of his body indicated that he would probably be dead in a week if he didn't get some serious help. But there was something else about him. I've seen it in a few people, but what this boy has is rare, very rare. As I walked past, I saw him weakly shake this metal cup that was empty of coins. I looked down at his eyes and saw weariness, but yet there was a sense of strength in those eyes. He hadn't given up even though he basically had one foot in the grave. Then I noticed he had another scent on him. I noticed he was next to an alley, and I peered into it. I saw this small girl who was so weak she was just slumped against the wall. This one looked quite similar to the boy. I saw the boy stand up warily as if he was about to get between me and the other girl. Your friend? I asked. I could sense Mahila staring at me warily. Relax, I'm not going to hurt them, I said through the spell, and I noticed her drilling gaze lessen. The boy didn't reply, he just kept staring at me. I saw his hand reach for something that was strapped to the back of his waist. If I didn't know better, this kid is getting ready to shank me. Relax, I would give you this, but I think that's just going to get you shanked and robbed, I said with a grin as I held up a gold soul coin. The boy's eyes bulged briefly, but then he snapped back to his senses as he narrowed his eyes slightly. What do you want? The boy asked cautiously. I need some hired help and I think you would do nicely, I said, and I could feel the mounting confusion from Mahila. Okay, what are you doing? Mahila asked. Oh, you'll see. Nothing bad, I promise. I replied with a grin. I waved my hand, and the boy was bathed in my healing spell. Just like that, he went from malnourished and diseased to perfectly healthy. So how about it? Want a job? You can bring that one too if you like, I said as I nodded at the girl. The boy paused as he looked at me with suspicion. A short while later, he nodded. Wise, it's not like he has a better choice. That girl had days at best before her organs started failing. The only reason they were still alive was probably that they were too skinny to be worth eating. Excellent, now then let's get her on her feet, and we can get you two something to eat, I said with a happy clap of my hands. A short while later, the boy was pulling a very confused girl down the street as I headed towards the nearest tavern. What's your game? Since when do you pick up strays? Mahila asked through the spell. I pick up strays when they are useful, I replied mentally. As far as the boy and girl were concerned, the two of us were silent. Useful? Mahila asked. You know someone has to replace the demon princes we kill, right? I replied dryly, and I could sense Mahila's mounting confusion. Eventually anyway, I added with a slight shrug. These two are going to replace the demon princes? Mahila asked, sounding even more confused. Well, the boy is anyway, the girl isn't that useful, I replied, and I could sense some irritation starting to well up inside her. Speak plain, what the hell is going on? Mahila snapped. What do you mean? Can't you tell? I replied slyly. It's not every day we run into an heir of the firstborn. Chapter 186, Saint in a Valley of Sin. Regorai glanced at his little sister Rena as she scarfed the food down so fast that it looked like she was inhaling it. They hadn't eaten a good meal since. Honestly, Regorai couldn't remember. He would be doing the same if not for the two extremely powerful demons sitting across from him. The female was giving a piercing gaze that he could feel. He was trying not to fidget as her gaze threatened to bore a hole into his skull. On the other hand, the male was chugging his 13th mug of wine with no sign of stopping anytime soon. Regorai glanced up from his food when the piercing gaze shifted away. He saw the female giving the male a look as he started chugging another cup of wine. Who are you? Regorai asked as he stared at the pair. They were seated in the most expensive tavern in the area. It wasn't the most lavish place in the city, but it was still an expensive establishment. It has a bar and brothel, as well as all sorts of other amenities. As far as Regorai could tell, they only walked in here because it was the nearest one. The two of them paid for all the overpriced accommodations and amenities like it was nothing. Regorai knew it was a scam. Most of the clientele here were gang leaders and corrupt officials. People came here to show off, not to enjoy the place. We'll get to that, eat, the female demon said as she gestured to his food. Her tone betrayed an obvious intent that she would brook no disobedience. Regorai nodded and mutely began to eat, but he was still keeping an ear out. He had no idea what they were after. Was it a flight of fancy? Did they need bait for some risky venture? Or perhaps they were going to be used as some kind of lab rat for a sick experiment? You know, this place is surprisingly cheap, the male demon said as he slammed down his 15th mug. It's because we are in the outer city. Things will get a lot pricier once we cross the border into the inner city, the female said as she watched him pick up the 16th mug. How much money do the two of you have? Regorai asked, and the two paused as they stared back. Enough to not have to worry about, the woman said cryptically. Who are you really? You never told me your names, Regorai said, and the two looked at each other for a moment. Malays, the woman said, and Regorai just raised a brow at the name, which had a rather ominous meaning. Then is your name Malediction or something? Regorai asked as he looked at the man. That got a laugh out of the male as he gave Regorai an amused look that seemed just a little off. Everything about this one seemed off. Somehow, this particular demon terrified him. It was like he was missing something, yet he was something more. Tim, my name is Tim, the man said with a crooked grin. Regorai glanced at Malays and saw her give him a side eye at his response. Tim. That was a strange name and a slightly disconcerting one. In hell, nothing is as it appears. That name was too simple, too innocent. Like it was hiding something. Regorai would bet his right arm that it was false name. It means forsaken and forgotten, Tim said as if reading his mind. What tongue? Regorai asked. One long dead to the world, Tim replied with an almost wistful grin. You know I was a lot like you once. I was an orphan, had a little sister. Tim replied as a shadow of discomfort passed across his gaze. Had Regorai asked as the very thought of something happening to Rena sent a shiver down his spine. The world is cruel. I am sure you know that all too well. Tim replied, and for a moment, Regorai could almost figure it out. That weirdness was not without reason. He was missing something, but at the same time, that loss made him something more. There is an old riddle that most children know. What gets bigger the more you take away? The answer is loss. The more you take away, the greater the loss. But at the same time, this loss can become something so much more: rage, grief, and the flames of vengeance can damn a million souls. So what do you really want from me? You heal me, feed me. We aren't the best laborers. There are plenty of better options. Any of the gang grunts would be better. Regorai said. Capability can be built up. What I need is loyalty. Tim replied with a wave of his hand. You think I will be loyal to you because you fed me? Regorai asked with a raised brow. Of course not. All I know is that you have a capacity for loyalty, a rare thing to have in the searing hells. Wouldn't you agree? Tim replied with a grin. And you know this how? Regorai asked. You kept that dead weight around, didn't you? When you thought I was going to threaten her, you stood in my way when you had no chance of winning. You were willing to go down swinging for that piece of dead weight that offered you no value. Tim replied, and Regorai instinctively bristled at those words. Rena, her name is Rena. Regorai said coldly, and he saw Tim's smile widen at those words. At that moment, Regorai internally kicked himself. He had proven Tim right with just a single sentence. There it is, that sense of loyalty, Tim said with a laugh. Malaise just grinned as she shook her head. And you have other gifts, I can tell. As to how I can tell? I'll tell you when I earn your loyalty. Tim replied with a grin. Regorai just nodded stiffly as he stared at Tim. At first, he thought Malaise was the one who was more in control. But now he realized the one who had the best grasp of what was happening was probably Tim. Regorai had seen Malaise's face when they picked Regorai and Rena up. It was a look of bewildered confusion. Regorai knew in the back of his mind that Tim was, at his core, completely batshit insane. He was some kind of great beast caged in a demon's body. He seemed hyper-aware of how the world worked. As far as Regorai was concerned, having something like him on his side was definitely a good thing. The only question was if he ended up devoured by that same madness. Regorai pondered this as he finished the last of his food. He saw Malaise push a cup of juice towards Rena as she finally finished inhaling her second helping of food. By morning star, she must have been hungry. Last chance, Tim said suddenly. Huh? Regorai replied, confused at the sudden statement. Last chance to walk away. You can walk away now, and I will never come after you. You can treat this as a free meal and healing. Tim said with a smile. And how can I trust you? Regorai asked. I'll sign a contract, the life-binding kind. The terms will be I let you go and I never force you to do what you don't want to do, nor will I hurt your sister. Tim said. That stumped Regorai. A contract? Breaking a contract means your soul will be bound to the other side. It wasn't an easy thing to promise. And my own end? Regorai asked. The proposed contract only covered his end. It didn't say anything about what Regorai must offer. Nothing, a skewed contract, Tim replied with a wide, slightly deranged grin. Uh-huh. And if I stay? Regorai asked. We signed another contract, and I promise never to harm you or your sister. The condition for quote-unquote harm would be that anything I do will be to your benefit. So, say if I have to hurt you and train you up, like causing a muscle tear, it would be fine. In exchange, you will do the same for me in an equal contract. Tim said. That was an alarmingly straightforward contract and also an extremely good one. What the hell is going on? It's not like he could break it. The punishment would be severe. Even if they sign it, he could technically still walk away. If he and Rena couldn't be harmed and they could just walk away, then there was no risk to it. If anything, it was just insurance, one less person who may want to kill him. Technically, Malaise could still do it, but for someone like him, was such deception really necessary? He was just some forgotten orphan who would have died soon. So if I sign that, then I will get hired by you, and I can quit whenever I want, Regorai said, and Tim just nodded. Regorai paused for a moment longer and then nodded as he extended his hand. Let's do it, I will be in your care. After the meal, I popped over to the tavern counter. I leaned over the countertop and looked down at the diminutive little impet staring up at me. I could taste that little bit of fear emanating from her. If say I were to get a room, is it safe for someone who say couldn't defend himself? I asked innocently. Yes, our security is very robust, sir. The impet squeaked in response. Excellent, you see someone like me would be feeling quite angry if someone were to. I paused as I sensed something happening behind me. The room had gone quiet, and I turned around to see this group of finely dressed brutes. One of them seemed much more well-dressed than the rest. The group of three were making a beeline right for Mihaila. I could just sit back and watch, but where would be the fun in that? I'll be right back, I said to the impet as I walked over to the four brutes who were making a piss-poor attempt at intimidating Mihaila. She told me that this would happen many times all across hell, especially in the Wrath Ring. We still had to meet Alistair later in the inner city, so we might as well get used to this. Mind telling me why you are picking up strays on my turf? The lead brute said as he loomed over Mihaila. On her part, she just remained seated as she looked up at him, clearly unimpressed. Because it pleases me, that's why, Mihaila said as she arched a brow, and her tone made it sound like she was talking to an idiot. I could tell the brutes were getting angry. In the meantime, I picked up a nearby bottle off the table and slowly approached them from behind. Right when the brutes seemed to be about to get physical, I cracked the bottle over the head of one of the brutes. I then slugged the other one across the face gently and half his teeth clattered to the stone floor like a set of dice. The last two, including the leader, turned around in shock and Mihaila stood up to deliver one of her signature kicks to the back of the last grunt. Meanwhile, I reached forward and grabbed the leader by the throat before lifting him off the ground. That kick from Mihaila was nasty. She obviously held back and was really pulling her punches, or at least pulling her kicks. If she went full force like when she did with me, that guy would be a red mist. What she did manage to do was to shatter that poor idiot's spine. He was still alive, but he would be left crippled without some healing magic. Okay. The most well-dressed brute gasped as he scrabbled at his throat. Don't kill him. We don't want the mess. Mihaila said calmly as she lightly dusted off her clothes. Why? Afraid to get your hands dirty? I replied with a grin. I get it when she said, we don't want to draw too much attention to ourselves. But on the other hand, have you seen this city? I don't care how powerful Satan is. Nothing short of a hive will be able to keep track of a city this size. You could probably cram all of Elysia into this one city. It would be a horrible place to live in, but you could technically live there. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the demon reach for something on his belt. I looked down curiously, and I saw him draw the knife. He thrust it forward, and it went into my belly. Or at least it was stopped dead at my armored exoskeleton. I could sense the brute who lost half his teeth was getting up, and I could hear the distinct sound of a bottle being picked up. I turned around just as the bottle came down on my head. The bottle shattered, and I just calmly stared at the brute. He would probably gape if not for the fact his face was stuck in a permanent gape thanks to his broken jaw. You done? I asked dryly as I felt the lead brute give me another feeble stab in the ribs. He's turning purple, Mihaila commented, and I turned back around in confusion. Purple? Don't people turn blue first? Oh. Right, redskin. I released the leader and he dropped to the floor, gasping as he clutched his neck. I could see a ring of ugly purple bruises start to appear around his neck. Now then, what do you want? I asked as I leered down at the gasping demon. Wait till the boss hears about this. The demon spat as he coughed, still trying to catch his breath. Oh, you have a boss, I said as I knelt down in front of him and gave him my best savage grin. Part of the reason we came here was to learn about this place. A more arrogant and lazy person would just learn about those in power. However, Cecilia and I crawled our way to the top from the bottom. We know all too well that understanding the little folk was important. So it seems time to meet the people running the lives of the woeful misbegotten. Alistair was expecting us soon, but I didn't care. A bit of chaos kept him on his toes. If I followed his schedule too strictly, he might start to think I was accommodating or something. I can't have a reputation to uphold. That sounds great and really convenient. Today is full of lucky coincidences, I said with a wide grin that sent a thrill of fear down the demon's spine. So how about you bring me to your boss? So I can pay my respects, of course. Chapter 187, Core Directive. Legiona prowled the halls of the palace as she always did. There were benefits for the cattle and prey to see her being present. Her king had decided to give her a body that naturally drew the eye. Her body came with all the frills, as he put it. Although the silk-like extensions around her arms and neck flowed over her body like a piece of fine clothing, they were not, in fact, purely for aesthetic purposes. In her king's endless wisdom, he has engineered these silk-like sheets to be able to harden into armor when required. They also had the nifty benefit of being able to vent excess heat. With Legiona's hardened carapace and twin ether cores, her body gave off a lot of heat while in combat. Her training sessions with Mihaela often ended with her practically glowing with heat. The lines between her armor plates were often left with an eerie orange glow as her internal temperature was high enough to melt steel. It's not high enough to melt mithril, but indeed hot enough to burn the flesh from the bone. As she walked past a group of nobles, they gave her an uneasy gaze as she walked past. Even years on, they still feared her as they should. She was no queen, she was the matriarch of the hive. It was all but common knowledge that with but a single command, she could end this empire. She would never do such a thing, of course. Her loyalty to her king was not just compelled, he has proven time and time again that he was a capable ruler. The hive has swelled and unlocked hidden secrets. The very same secrets that the Seraphim had tried so hard to keep buried. But for all their efforts, they failed spectacularly. The loyalists of the ancient past kept a single treasure alive. That treasure was Maligaros, right hand to the Eternal Mother. Although Maligaros would never learn of it, Legiona herself felt he was a great asset. His mind was packed with the oh-so-delicious genetic blueprints of ancient horrors. Well, today was going to be rather interesting. Today was the day that the hive officially received an office. Cecilia believed that with the war looming ever closer and the angels now prowling the empire, the hive needed to up its public relations. Legiona felt the task was both prudent and extremely tiresome. The benefits of siding with the hive should be self-evident. The first and foremost reason is that the hive could kill anyone who turned against it. But as her king always says, tribute does not flow from a dead race. Still, as Cecilia has said, humans can be finicky, temperamental even. So she was there to oversee the opening of the new Hive Resource Center. It was a place that allowed the common citizens to speak on any manner of minor grievances they had towards the hive. The Faith of Unity has also offered to maintain an on-site presence to help grease the wheels of communication. Legiona took a right turn and reached one of the many hive tunnels built right into the palace. Just as she did, a worker drone crawled out of the dark hole in the wall and went on its way. Legiona paused for a moment and took a look at the hallway and saw as usual that this particular hallway was deserted save for a few young bestiarians who were watching the worker drone amble past. The older humanoids were still greatly unnerved by the hive, but the young ones seemed far more receptive. From what the hive is reporting, this issue was far more pronounced in Volaria and Zarama. However, the vampires seemed to have no great reservations towards the hive. Legiona calmly stepped into the rather large hole and fell straight down. There have been cases of children falling into these holes, but of course, the hive was always swarming up and down the tunnels, so it was a simple manner of the child being grabbed by a drone and spat back out of the hole. There was this interesting case of a child who liked it so much that they kept doing it. Eventually, the mother found out, and she was less than pleased. She was, however, polite enough to ask the Empress to pass on her thanks to the hive and to apologize for the trouble. Legiona remembers the reaction from the hive well. There was slight confusion at the thanks and a dismissive grumble before everyone went back to their duties. A small peculiarity that warranted no further consideration. Thanks conveyed, message received, proceed with duties. The king demands it to be so. Do not question, we live only to obey. From there was, as much as Legiona loathes to admit it, the core limitation of the hive. The humanoids had an innovative spirit. Messy though it was, the humanoids were an excellent source of ideas. Their ideas could then be groomed and fine-tuned into something serviceable. Legiona landed at the bottom with a calm flex of her legs, and the nearby drones all reverently parted and bowed their heads. She was after all the supreme leader until their king returned. She lacked his scope of control, but it was more than enough to handle day-to-day activities. Legiona calmly waved off an offer for transportation from a queen and decided to simply run. It was faster this way and she had things to do. It took merely a few minutes for her to cross the few kilometers of distance towards the Hive Resource Center. Then with a calm leap she sprung out of the Hive tunnel in the center, scaring a few of the Unity Faith adherents nearby. The rest of the hive just carried on as usual. They knew she was coming. In the hive, everyone knew who or when anyone was coming. The humans, on the other hand, took a moment to compose themselves as they stared at the great beast's right hand. Though only being a bit taller than your average human, Legiona practically oozed power. "Where is the High Father?" Legiona asked calmly, her voice the even cold sound it always was. Her domed head also added to her mystique. With no eyes to speak of, no one really knew who or what she was looking at. A silly question, of course. She was looking at everything all at once, at least everything within her 270-degree cone of vision. "If you would follow me, my lady," the young disciple said after some brief hesitation. This specimen was female, with weak genetics, poor bone density, slightly atrophied muscles, and some hints of malnutrition within physiology. The hints were faint, but this one must not have been eating much a few years ago. "Lead on," Legiona replied curtly as she followed behind the disciple. Legiona flowed behind the disciple and soon met High Father Novice, one of the most hated humans by the Seraphim. Not surprising for obvious reasons, but still hatred had its uses. Martyrs were very good propaganda tools, especially one as beloved as Novice. From what Legiona has heard, Novice has become rather popular amongst the common folk. The Faith of Unity spends a lot of time paving the way for the common folk to navigate the Empire's robust but esoteric bureaucracy. The Empire's systems worked very well, but there were many in the general population too dull to fully utilize what the Empire offered. On that note, the Faith of Unity was a useful asset. Shame they were all pacifists at the moment. With the Empire so secure, there was little need for a faith militant. Her king has shared his plans for this, and it was an interesting one. But the prerequisite was that vast sections of the population needed to be adherents to the Faith of Unity. Nothing like unwarranted persecution and friction to make people pick a side. Legiona just needed to help people pick the right side. "Ah, Matriarch, it has been a while. How goes the great beast?" Novice said with a graceful bow. Novice was the only one who seemed to address Legiona as her proper rank within the hive. The rest just called her some variation of my lady. No doubt this was due to an unease at speaking to her. There were a lot of ladies, but there was only one matriarch of the hive. "My king is busy on a personal project. One that will secure our future," Legiona replied cryptically, and Novice just gave her a good-natured nod. "Well, that barely narrows it down. Thus far, almost everything he does secures our future," Novice replied with a smile. Legiona had to admit that was a good answer. Her king chose well. Shall we have a word?" Legiona said, and Novice nodded. The two of them headed to Legiona's personal office in the building. Though she did not need it, Legiona had a fine wooden desk. It was, as her king says, important to keep up appearances. So Legiona once again found herself going through the motions of indulging humanoid proclivities. In the hive, rank and hierarchy were self-evident, but in the world of humanoids that difference in the pecking order was shown using symbols. The gold-inlaid desk made of the ebony wood found in the coronas served that purpose well. "What's on your mind, Matriarch?" Novice said, and Legiona paused for a moment as she pondered how to begin this topic. "Angels," Legiona said, using their common name rather than the old name. Legiona had seen their genome. Barring the high angels, the Seraphim had become a withered mess. As far as Legiona was concerned, the only Seraphim left had 6 wings. Those that had 4 and 2 were now just angels in her mind. While the little flightless ones called the cherubim might as well be named mistakes. If Legiona had her way, she would sweep that genetic branch off the table. The proper solution to this would be selective breeding. But knowing what she did about the inbuilt natural decay of the humanoid genomes, even that would only delay the inevitable. At least the humans could say that they are the first and only stable humanoid strain. "Yes, they have been giving us some trouble as of late," Novice said with a slight bit of chagrin. "Because you are doing well," Legiona stated, and Novice nodded with an equally slight bit of pride. "The flock grows with each passing day. The benefits of the hive and the wisdom of the Empress is hard to ignore. One must come to accept it eventually," Novice said, and Legiona nodded. "I have observed that the angels have sent a group of high angels wearing some interesting garbs," Legiona said, and Novice nodded again. "Inquisitors, they are a form of moral police within high heaven. I will say, given their authority, they are not predisposed towards humility," Novice said with a worried crease in his brow. "There was an incident, I believe," Legiona said, and Novice let out a small sigh in response. Yes, with inquisitors pushing their weight around, tensions would inevitably rise. One of my flock and young man, hot-blooded as the young always are, got into a confrontation with an inquisitor. The inquisitor was only stopped from striking the young man thanks to a subtle intervention from your hive. Novice said. Legiona let out a small smirk at those words. She had reviewed those memories with quite a bit of amusement. The inquisitor had though to strike this young human male. If the inquisitor did carry out the strike, it is likely that the young male would have been severely injured in the best-case scenario. The inquisitor was only stopped thanks to one of his sharper fellows when he realized every hive creature in the vicinity had stopped to stare at them. It was a clear threat, of course. Land that blow and there will be blood. These inquisitors need to learn that their rules do not hold sway here. Legiona said. Indeed, the sacred order rules in heaven, but here in the Empire, the great beast and the Empress hold sway. Novice agreed. Do you foresee any future issues? Legiona said lightly. If I said no, what would you do? Novice asked wryly. I would suggest to the Empress to have you replaced. Legiona replied bluntly. This will only get worse. The Seraphim are becoming more pressured. Some Devonian refugees have arrived in the capital, and word is that the angels are conducting raids in Devonia. As far as anyone is concerned, the Devonian Empire is under Serpahim occupation. The demons are not letting up and acting more openly as well. Novice said, and Legiona nodded. Her own infiltrators say more or less the same thing, but with more juicy details, of course. I would assume you have a plan. Legiona stated, and Novice nodded. We serve the greater good. Conflict with the Church of Order and the Seraphim would do no good. The immediate plan is for us to assist with the healthcare within the Empire. We plan to work more closely with the Church of Order to help provide care to those in need. The Church was always spread thin, but with desperation in short supply, their numbers have been suffering as of late. Novice said, and Legiona couldn't help but let out a small laugh. What pathetic organization the Church of Order is. They got weaker when the nation got stronger. It was obviously by design. The angels liked the sheep weak. So obviously they would design their church to account for that scenario. And the specifics? Legiona asked. A joint hospital in the capital, with the population having swelled fourfold since the Empress's coronation, the church is struggling to keep up even as their membership falls. Novice said. We will provide funds and assistance in the form of helpers. We might not be able to heal, but we can help facilitate the running of the hospital. Novice said. And the fact that your followers will be at the beck and call of the Church of Order within the hospital would soothe friction. Legiona said, and Novice nodded. Clever, very clever. Yes, it would make the faith of unity seem weak, but it would also give the impression that the faith of unity and the Church of Order were peacefully coexisting. This would make it harder for the angels to persecute the faith of unity. After all, they are already working together. On what grounds could blatant discrimination stand? Very well. You will have your funds and construction drones for the hospital. I will suggest to the Empress to give you a good location. The church will also be informed that the prime location and imperial support hinges on mutual cooperation. Legiona said. That will be most appreciated, matriarch. Novice replied. See to it then. We must keep the peace for now. It won't last, of course. The angels will not suffer another great power. Legiona said as she rose to her feet. Is there truly no other way? Could we not coexist? Novice asked, a hint of naivety shining through. Or perhaps it is simple humanoid idealism? Either way, it was a foolish thought. But still, deception was in order. It didn't matter what the angels want. Legiona knew the great beast would not suffer another great power either. The strong stood alone. That is the way of this world. Peace would depend on them. Our core directive is to survive and prosper. Chapter 188, Annoying Pet. Rigori readjusted the fine dress that Rena now wore. He had rather mixed feelings about this whole thing. When he signed the contract, it seemed almost anticlimactic. He was expecting some kind of great pull on his soul or something. Instead, he just felt this tingle and then nothing. Perhaps the most irritating part was that the contract technically didn't obligate him to do anything. So he had no way to determine if this was all just a giant trick. Or perhaps that was the biggest trick of all in some twisted way. Rena seemed blissfully unaware of all of this. That on its own was both a blessing and a curse. His dearest sister was still blissfully unaware of the cruel logic of this world. How do I look? Rena asked as she did a little twirl, looking happier than he had ever seen. Pretty. Regurai said with a smile as he held her hands with his own. Though he smiled, his smile didn't reach his eyes. The irregularity of this situation still haunted him like a specter. Rena's smile faltered for a moment as she saw through his thinly veiled facade. What's wrong? Rena asked as she stepped forward, and Regurai just smiled as he pulled her into a hug. Don't worry about a thing, Big Brother will handle everything, Regurai said as he tightened her grip. You always say that. Rena said as she returned the hug. I haven't failed yet, right? Regurai replied with a light laugh. At those words, the hug tightened on both sides. No. You haven't, Rena said softly. Come on, let's get ready, we have a dinner to attend. Regurai said as he separated himself from her. What was coming was going to be a strange and dangerous affair. They were going to be meeting a slum baron alongside those two strange demons. Apparently, rather than go seek them out, an invitation was sent out. This whole thing reeked of the grand game. Every sentient creature within the searing hells knew of the machinations of the archdemons and the Ars Gotia. However, the rumors say that the demon princes rarely directly play the game. But most demons do recognize that, most likely, the demon princes play it indirectly by pulling strings. This whole thing stinks of it, but regardless, it's either that or starve to death on the side of the road. Come now, I have a feeling the food is going to be good. Regurai said as he took her hand and started to gently lead her out of the opulent room. When he opened the door he saw Malaise leaning against the wall. Ready? Malaise asked as she turned her head to look at the two of them. Ready? Rena said as she did a little twirl and Malaise cracked a smile. You look very pretty. Malaise said with a gentle smile that Regurai did not think possible from a higher demon. Thank you. Rena said with clumsy curtsy, to which Malaise returned with one of her own. Malaise's movements were graceful and practiced as if she had spent a lifetime doing them. It wasn't surprising to Regurai after all, decorum was a fine curtain to hide the knives in the dark. After you. Malaise said as she gestured down the hallway. Rena nodded as she headed down the hallway in her best attempt at a dignified stride. Regurai shot Malaise a wary look and Malaise just nodded approvingly at Rena before jerking her head at their room. Every day of bliss is a gift. Malaise said with a smile that was filled with melancholy. Regurai bit his lip as he nodded in understanding. Ignorance truly was bliss. If Rena knew what he knew, she would not be so happy and eager to leave. Who sent the invitation? Regurai asked as he stared Malaise. Malaise just returned his gaze for a moment before shifting her gaze to Rena who was still trotting down the hallway towards the stairs. An ally in high places. Malaise replied cryptically. Not a friend. Regurai pressed. Barking up the wrong tree there, kid. Malaise said as she got off the wall and dusted off her fine clothes. So it is the grand game. Regurai said as he narrowed his eyes. At those words Malaise let out a laugh before shaking her head as if she heard a silly joke. Has anyone ever told you you're too smart for your own good? Malaise replied dryly. I got us this far, didn't I? Regurai replied and Malaise let out another chuckle. Can't deny that, kid. Malaise said as she started to walk down the hallway. Regurai fell in step with her but he had one last question for her. You said you had an ally in high places. Higher than you? Regurai asked, and that got another wry smile. Depends on who you ask, the pecking order is not so clear once you are up there. Malaise replied cryptically. There has to be someone at the top. Regurai pressed. Yes, there was, but there hasn't been one for a long time. Malaise replied. Why not? Regurai asked again. Because kid, to step up one rung of the ladder is to invite a million knives aimed squarely at your back. Your peers become foes. If you want to climb you better make sure you can fight everyone in the room and win every time. Or at least, enough of the room needs to be on your side. The ladder is quite difficult when everyone else wants to climb too. Malaise said and Regurai went silent at those words as he ran those through his head. So we need allies in the room. Regurai asked, trying his best to pry further, and that drew another laugh from Malaise. Nice try, kid, but I've been doing this a lot longer than you have. Malaise replied and Regurai just nodded sullenly. The hotel. Malaise said suddenly and Regurai looked up at her in confusion. We don't need allies in the room. We need friends in the whole damned hotel. Quite the grand game, wouldn't you say? I got into the opulent carriage. On the side of the carriage, there was this banner of this gold demon skull surrounded by silver curved horns. The skull's eyes were made of blood-red rubies, and around the skull was the classic pentagram of the searing hells. Fancy stuff, I said as I flopped onto a seat. Mahila, on the other hand, took a more graceful seat as she flipped open the lid of the cooler that held the drinks. She took out a bottle and pair of glasses before pouring out some of the ice-cold wine. "What about those two?" I said with a grin, and Mahila just shot me an annoyed look. "Children should not drink. It stunts their development," Mahila replied as she handed me the glass. "True, but corrections are easy enough to do, as are improvements," I said as I handed the glass to Regorai, which was swiftly snatched away by Mahila. "I can drink," Regorai said in the tone of a child who had something to prove. "Have you ever drunk wine?" I asked. "No." "But," Regorai replied, but Mahila just swiftly cut him off. "No buts, children do not drink," Mahila said as she handed me the glass. She had a look in her eye that said if I handed the wine back to the kids she would dump the glass on me instead. "Just a sip," I said with a teasing waggle of the glass. "Hey, if they don't like it you might make them a teetotalers," I said with a cheeky smile. Mahila shut her eyes as she took a deep breath to calm herself. I could practically see the vein pounding in her temple. "No," Mahila said through gritted teeth. "You're no fun," I replied with a mock pout as I downed the glass and then snatched up the bottle. "Don't," Mahila began in exasperation, but I was already chugging the bottle. "Oh, why do I even bother?" Mahila muttered as she slumped into her seat and took a rueful sip of the wine. Her face twisted for a moment as she glanced down at the glass in disdain. "Terrible, isn't it?" I said with a grin as I tossed the bottle out the window, and I heard a shout of alarm from outside. "Who knew they made vinegar in such fancy bottles?" I said as I picked up another bottle. "Didn't you hate the cheap wine before this?" Mahila asked as she put the glass aside on the armrest between her and the two kids. "Oh, it was terrible, but this is better. At least it's not overly strong. That previous one, if you put it in a barrel you would have a siege weapon," I said with a grin, and Mahila gave me a look to shut up about that. A giant pile of wine being used as a bomb was not exactly subtle, and that was exactly what I used. So I wonder what their big bosses want with us. 5 coins those thugs were sent to test us, I mused as I saw Regorai glance surreptitiously at the neglected glass of wine next to him. "Wouldn't be much of bet if we both bet on the same thing," Mahila said with a sigh as she glanced out the window at the surrounding slums. "We could just trade coins, split the winnings and all that," I said with a grin, and that got a chuckle out of Mahila. "Bleo." I let out a laugh as Regorai gagged on the wine that he had just tried to drink. Mahila turned around just in time to see him spit his mouthful of wine back into the glass. "So you going to drink again, kid?" I asked, and Regorai just ruefully shook his head. "Yeah, that's what I thought," I said as I smirked at Mahila. "Man, I love being right. For my efforts and the smug I told you so look on my face I got a face full of wine courtesy of Mahila." When I got off the carriage I was already cleaned up thanks to some magic, and Mahila was still a touch annoyed, but she got herself together soon enough. "Greetings, my lord and lady," a servant said as we approached the opulent gate of the lavish mansion. I could smell the telltale musk of sex all over this one. The servant was what I imagined to be a beautiful woman by demonic standards. She was wearing clothes that showed more than they covered. I noticed this one was batting her eyelids at me as she stood up from her low bow that showed off her ample cleavage. Well, seduction is as useful a tool as any. Pity it doesn't work on me. I have a hunger, but not for things like this. "Where is your boss? I have things to do," I said in a tone that betrayed the fact that I was bored and unimpressed. I sensed the typical touch of annoyance in a woman who was just scorned, but in truth, it wasn't scorn. It was just that I was incapable of such inclinations. The servant bowed as we were led into the heart of the mansion. The building was made of black stone and covered in gold. It was an odd building that was surrounded by slums. Why build it here? There wasn't even a wall to hide the disgusting sights around the building. Think of the property value. As we were led deeper into the building I found myself led into this throne room type place. It was kind of lame, honestly. It was a rather shoddy attempt at a throne room. The throne room's fireplace in a Verlin could probably fill this room. That thing Cecilia built was part of a set of 12 to warm a throne room that had a ceiling so tall that phoenixes could perch above the throne. "Welcome, friends. how kind of you to visit my humble abode. The demon on the throne said with a grandiose flourish of his hands. A sycophant playing Lord then? I could practically see Alastor's hand on his shoulder from here. But at least he was honest, it was a humble abode. I glanced around the room and I saw greed demons hidden in the shadows and concealed by invisibility spell. One had a blade drawn and was standing next to the idiot on the golden chair. I could sense the magical signature that matched none other than Alastor. No. Ars Gotia. I mused as I approached, and that caused the man on the throne to flinch. All pretenses of lordly power evaporation like water being thrown into a crucible. My lord, you must jest. Why would a member of the esteemed Ars Gotia be here at my humble home? The idiot said. You know, if you are going to act humble, a golden chair doesn't help. But yet your master's servants are here. It seems you are a dog on a short leash. I mused as I drew a Foci pistol. It was a custom design that had an absurdly high power draw. If a normal person fired it would suck them dry. It's time for Alastor to learn that if he wants to serve me he has to get used to me taking things from him. I'll start with this mutt. In a flash I fired a shot. Right at the greed demon standing behind the mutt. The greed demon fell to the ground missing its head. Don't even try it, I said, and the other greed demons stilled. I could tell they were primed to attack, no doubt due to their training. Leave us, I know where all of you are. Go tell your master that I will be taking over ownership of this dog, I said as I turned to face one of the greed demons. With that I trotted up to the throne and put one foot on the seat of the throne as I leaned down into the sweating dog's face. My lord. The mutt stammered as the greed demons all left the room. Do you know why I call you a mutt? I said, cutting him off as I pressed the barrel of my gun into his genitals. The mutt just gulped as he shook his head. Because of this, I said as I pointed at the Inticate amulet around his neck that reeked of powerful magic. Let me guess, this is a gift of some Ars Gotia's esteem. I said, and the mutt nodded. It's a collar, an observation device. They were watching you at all times, including the times you were wetting your dick in your servants, I said as I gestured to the scantily clad women around him. You aren't even a pawn. You're a pet, I said, and the mutt looked so terrified he might piss himself. If you soil yourself when I'm this close to you, I will take you out back and shoot you, I growled, and all he could manage was a whimper. Now then, I said as I glanced down at the amulet. It's quite simple. I will be taking this pet of yours, as for all your other pets that you named the slum barons. I'll be taking those too. When I get to the inner city I expect to see them. Come find me when you are ready, I said into the amulet. These slum barons were useless, but a point had to be made. If the Ars Gotia didn't obey, well, more meat for my hive. Also, I swear if this idiot in front of me made another stupid whimpering sound. My lord. The mutt whimpered again. I shot his balls off. He screamed as I got off him and I watched as he fell off the golden chair clutching where his genitals used to be. I glanced down at him and then at the rest of the petrified servants. Now then, someone promised me dinner. Chapter 189, The Gaze of the Prince. I stabbed my fork into the hell gore steak and took a bite. Spicy. It's not bad honestly. I can see some of the more adventurous eaters in the Empire enjoying it. The Church of Order would most likely lose its shit since they do have a line in their scripture that says thou shalt not take evil into yourself. I mean, yes, I get that metaphorically it means not to let evil temptations worm themselves into your mind, or you should not utilize dark powers. However, eating some hell beast would no doubt be considered a more literal interpretation. I glanced up at the mutt from before who was mutely eating his food like a robot. He was as pale as a red-skinned demon could be. I gave him his balls back afterwards, such is my mercy. Rena and Rigurai were tentatively enjoying the food. Rena in particular was much more subdued after watching me shoot that mutt balls off. Rigurai of course was not that happy with that state of affairs, but then again you can't keep someone sheltered forever. Especially here of all places. So tell me mutt, how does it feel to be Lord of the Vermin? I said as I looked up at him, and he visibly flinched. My lord. The mutt stammered, his hands shaking as he held his knife and fork. I am curious, were you once part of this cesspit? Did you claw your way to the top of this trash heap? I asked, and he glanced up at me, his eyes filled with terror. Do I need to shoot your tongue off and grow it back before you reply? I asked dryly, and he visibly jumped. Stop torturing him, it serves no purpose. Mihaela replied as she calmly cut up another piece of steak. I'm bored. I replied as I stabbed the steak again. Then we can leave. Mihaela said. Gotta put some meat on those bones. I said as I glanced at Regorai and Rena. We can always take the food back to the tavern. Mihaela replied. Then I would be bored. I deadpanned, and Mihaela just shook her head and went back to her food. Besides, our guest will be here soon. The Ars Gotia won't let us blunder through the city. It might cause them problems. I said as I grinned, and Mihaela calmly nodded. This wasn't that complex of a guess, so Mihaela predicting it as well wasn't that hard to conceive. That is certainly true. Mihaela mused as she took another bite of her steak. When I was talking to the transmission amulet, I managed to launch a quick ping trace. It's a little trick Searchix taught me. It was a little trick that was impossible for humanoids to do, which put it squarely in the same realm of flesh crafting. It demanded a level ether manipulation that was beyond the realm of humanoids. Which was also ironically how the firstborn of old seemed to know everything that the humanoids were doing all the time. The funny thing was that the humanoids never figured out that firstborn and the ancients could do that. It was a rather well-guarded secret. As if on cue, I sensed a burst of ether from another room. Judging by how Mihaela froze, I could tell she sensed it as well. This ether signature, I know this one. The doors burst open, revealing none other than Alistair himself. I could see that the guards at the door were dead, with their heads no longer attached to their bodies. He calmly strode in, and the mutt instantly tried to rise to his feet. Alistair simply flicked his wrist, and an invisible ether blade swiftly decapitated the mutt, and his body crumpled to the floor. My apologies for the poor hospitality, Alistair said with a grin as he sat down next to me. I assure you that the underperforming pawns will be disposed of, Alistair said as he snapped his fingers and more demons appeared. They surged around the room, killing all the servants, and I could hear screams echoing out across the manor. A suitable replacement will be chosen to rule over this area. I find it absolutely appalling that my first gift to you in this city would amount to this defective pawn, Alistair said with a wide smile. Oh, he's good. I have been doing nothing but trying to cause trouble, and he has deflected it masterfully. I would bet an arm that by doing all of this, the Ars Gotia would see I am not someone who likes crappy things. This isn't strictly true. Crappy things are rather funny for a time. As for the gangs, you may have them, of course. That is a non-issue, but would you prefer if I brought you somewhere more appropriate for someone of your station? Alistair asked. Sure, this place was getting old anyway, I replied with a shrug. I am happy to hear it. Also, if I may, what is the nature of these two? Alistair asked as he cast a curious glance at Regorai and Rena. I like them, they can carry stuff too, I replied with a shrug. Oh, I see, then I shall have some fine equipment granted to them to help them better serve you, Alistair said with a graceful smile. Well, at least he is smart enough to realize that I have no intention of telling him what's going on with these two. The fewer people who know Regorai is an heir of the firstborn, the better. Good thing I found him too. What a waste for someone with that much potential to die on the street. So what now? I asked as I glanced at the fresh corpses now scattered around the room. For now, would you like to finish your meal? After that, we can have transportation arranged to a small meeting. No need for us to enter the inner city, at least for now. You have impressed the Ars Gotia with your brazenness. So much so that they have deigned to arrange a reception in the middle ring so as to symbolically come to you, as they say, Alistair said with a smile. I sense fear. I wonder if Alistair was not able to cover things up as much as he would like to. You seem nervous, Alistair, I said with a grin. At those words I saw Regorai flinch. Oh yeah, he has no idea I know Alistair. I guess an archdemon of greed would be rather famous. After all, Alistair was part of the demon prince of greed's inner circle. Regorai was giving me and Alistair furtive glances as he stared down at his plate, his entire body shaking with fear. Oh come now, boy, no need to be afraid. Despite what the horrible rumors say, I am quite amicable, Alistair said with a smile that was only just a bit ominous. I must say he must be in a foul mood, because that was a really bad attempt at trying to be nice. Even Rena was looking scared, and she barely knew what was happening. Alright, let's go meet those Ars Gotia. Messing with you is only fun for so long. I said with a laugh as I stood up. Turns out an opulent carriage was waiting for us at the door of the manor. This one was interesting. It bore this interesting sigil that I recognized from some of the ancient tomes. It was none other than the sigil of the Ars Goetia. Well, this will be interesting. The Ars Goetia's sigil was named the Morning Star after the founder of the demon race. Every prime evil has taken the name Morning Star as symbol of power. It is said that each of the demon princes have the Morning Star branded on their bodies, and this rune grants immense power. The sigil was a form of old magic that granted power, but if you just carved it yourself, the spell would activate. If you can't handle the power, then it is a very good way for you to make yourself disappear in a fiery explosion. When the door I opened, immediately knew this was a step up from the previous carriage. For starters, the carriage was bigger on the inside than it was on the outside. There was even an entire lounge area with couches and servants waiting within. From the outside, the carriage looked like it could fit maybe 6 people, but you could probably cram 20 people in here. It looked closer to a large hotel room than the interior of a carriage. This was a neat trick. I should probably figure out how to do this. The entire area was opulent and lavish to an absurd degree. I guess demons knowing how to enjoy themselves was par for the course. The trip was rather uneventful. I just spent my time examining the carriage as I emptied their fridge of wine. Rigorai and Rena were in awe of the whole thing, but they were still nervous since Alistair was sitting in the room. As for Mahila, she was just silently judging me as I drank bottle after bottle of wine. Although I will say this wine is really quite good, I should get some of it from hell as a kind of tithe. So what exactly do all of you want to talk about? I asked as I glanced at Alistair. Nothing in particular, I just felt it would be good for you to meet your allies. The plains of eternal conflict are about to open again. The blood war will be starting in earnest in a week. My compatriots naturally hope to profit the coming conflict. War is a very profitable venture, of course. Alistair said with a smile. And what of the demon Prince of Wrath? Does he have any idea I'm here? I asked. No, I have been very careful. Lord Satan is none the wiser. Alistair said with a smile. At the exact moment I sensed a powerful ether reaction around the carriage. At the same time, at my main body I sensed a powerful teleportation spell being activated nearby. Azathryn, Serchix and Rosa all sprang to action, but there wasn't any point. Looks like Alistair was wrong and I was about to be evicted. Looks like the grand game was more fun than I thought. In a flash the entire carriage shook. Sure enough, when I opened the door I found myself right in front of my main body. Well then, no sense using this humanoid form anymore. On cue a portal opened up next to us, and a group of well-dressed demons were shoved out by a group of red armored demons. Also, these are the Wrathguard, the disciplined section of Wrath's forces. Their armor were all master-crafted pieces of equipment, and interestingly the armor had the design motifs of it being half-melted. One particular demon stood out. This one was sporting flowing red cloak made of the hide of some kind of hell beast, and it was holding this red orb. The well-dressed demons, who I could only assume were the Ars Goetia, looked a bit worse for wear. Several of them looked like they have been punched in the face by a very hard armored fist. Looks like you aren't as smart as you think you are, I said to Alistair, who merely grimaced as he glared at the caped demon. Alistair, scheming as per usual. Lord Satan does not take kindly to insults. Nor does he like rats running around his back. The caped demon said in a voice that sounded like grating glass. So what does this mean? Are your demons going to jump me? You should remember I don't take kindly to threats, I said with a feral grin. I'm not an idiot. Even if the Lord of Wrath himself dropped in to fight me with Mahila around, we could most definitely take him on. Mahila herself said she once dueled the Lord of Wrath himself to a draw. It is no threat. Perhaps my lord could explain better, the caped demon said as he raised the orb. Then a massive projection of this great horned demon appeared. He was crowned with horns that gleam like polished onyx. His expression bare the mark of ancient nobility, with eyes ablaze with the flames of hell. His skin black as coal, and lines of red ether course across his scarred body like blood vessels. But what drew the eyes the most was the sigil that floated between his horns. It was the Morning Star sigil, the symbol of his status as Demon Prince. Greetings, Firstborn, Satan said in a bestial voice. Hi, you wanted to speak? I asked with a grin. The projection was about as tall as I was, which I could only assume was his actual height, which made him the size of the small building. Of course, I thought I would spare you the machinations of lowly creatures. As a firstborn, I am sure you will prefer a more expedient option. Satan said, his tone cold and grating. Then your hospitality is appreciated. I replied with a smile of my own. You know, I think I like this guy, he gets it. Yes, I felt you would also tire of this turncoat. Satan said as he cast a disdainful gaze at Alistair. This fool once served Mammon, Lord of Greed, but now he is a turncoat serving Asmodeus, Lord of Lust, even if he is still officially an archdemon of greed. Both princes are aware of this, of course, but they allow him to play his silly and consequential games. But at times, there must be a reminder to these wretched creatures. Satan said as he nodded at his soldiers, and they all drew their blades. As one they slashed open the backs of all the Ars Gotia present. Alistair was spared this, but he was no less threatened. The demons would survive, but judging by those wounds and their jumping vitals, those weapons really hurt. So who knows what I am? I asked curiously. Thus far, only me, Beelzebub, and Asmodeus. Mammon is none the wiser thanks to Beelzebub's careful manipulations. You should drop by her palace when you get the chance. She is most eager to meet you. As for Asmodeus, he would also like to welcome you to his perfumed halls. This fool thinks he has been stoking the flames of a blood war. Satan said as he glanced down at Alistair. As if he even has the capability to do so. No, Asmodeus and I have been stoking it. There is a reason that this wretch's agents consist of a large number of succubi. They are not discontent with their master, they are acting on orders, Satan said, and Alistair visibly flinched at those words. Well, that's pretty embarrassing. The master of manipulation was the puppet all along. Funny how things like this go. So I can assume I have wrath, gluttony, and lust on my side? I asked, and Satan nodded. You can potentially get Mammon, Lord of Greed, and Belphegor, Lord of Sloth as well, but that remains to be seen. Lucifer, Lord of Pride, has been pulling Mammon to his side. Belphegor is undecided, but with the right incentive, he may be swayed. Satan said, and I nodded in understanding. So what do you want out of all of this? I asked as I let my gaze bore into him. Lucifer's head, he has acted the superior long enough. And of course, when the great change comes, I hope you will remember those who aided you. Or perhaps I should say those who successfully aided you. Satan said as he glanced at Alistair. I will remember. I said with a grin. I trust that you will. Every ring must have a prince. When you claim the mantle of primeval, you will need rulers. I am sure you will make the right decision. Replacing all the princes would work against you. Especially me. Satan said as he leaned forward to gaze into my eyes. And why is that? I challenged with a grin. I knew the answer, of course, and yes, he was right. Wrath is one of the rings I hoped I could keep relatively intact. You war with the Seraphim, when the time comes you will need a general and my armies. Satan said simply. True, very well, if you prove yourself useful you may stay as you are, and perhaps reap a little something more. I said with a grin, and Satan nodded. Then the pact is made. For now, I suggest you pretend as if this conversation never happened. If the other princes become desperate, they may seek the inform the Seraphim. Your presence here is already compromised thanks to this fool. Beelzebub expended a great many of her own and my resources to maintain the seal of secrecy. You would have been detected the moment you entered the slums if not for the fact I was forewarned. Stay close to the ground and be wary amongst the Ars Gotia. They are not to be trusted. Satan said with another snort. And you can be trusted? I asked with a laugh. Of course not, but seeing as your pretty little kingdom is still standing, I trust that alone is a sign of trust. Satan said, and I nodded, conceding the point. One last thing, at the gate to the ring of treachery, I left a gift for you. I know what you firstborn like, and I would like to see what you can do. I give you one of my champions, for you to battle, to slaughter, and to devour. Satan said with a slight incline of his head. Very well, I thank you for the gift. I replied with a hungry laugh. A champion of wrath, that had to be an archdemon. Oh, what a delicious prey! I haven't had a good meal in ages. I hope you enjoy it. But please remember, pride was the undoing of the firstborn. I would prefer you not expire too soon. Satan said. Remember, firstborn. Your kin fell to mortals unnamed. Mortals slay the old gods. Chapter 190, The Grand Parade. Uriel let out an internal sigh as she watched the large doors of the throne room swing open. Her eyes were fixed on the sigil of the great beast. Its wide-open maw was the first thing any viewer would see when they stood before these golden doors. It boggles her mind how the denizens of this world would so easily welcome the rule of a monster such as the Great Beast. The old world was filled with strife and senseless war. There was time when the words of the funeral rite could be recited verbatim by every soul that knew how to speak. Children knew it, for they had buried their siblings and their parents. Parents knew it, for they have buried their children. The curse of the ancients was over, and yet the common folk in this large empire welcomed back their rule with open arms. But in truth, Uriel knew that Seraphim was partly to blame for this situation. They had neglected this world, using it as nothing more than a glorified generator. Millennia of neglect and atrophy led to discontent. Poverty, death, and corruption became more prominent. The gods of high heaven had failed. The people chased this dream, a dream offered by the Empress. She promises a golden age, an age of peace and prosperity. It was a time of strength where the people would fear no outside force, and their futures were secure. Pax Imperialis Imperia Invicta. Peace of the Empire, Averlin unconquered. This is a beautiful lie that the Empress wants the Seraphim to destroy. When the truth is out and the hatred of betrayal comes to pass, all that bitterness will be hurled right at high heaven. The people who once venerated the sacred order would now burn their idols and take up the sword against her kin. In the sacred order's place, then, would rise something new. As the doors opened all the way, she saw Father Novice staring at her through his white mask. It used to be a veil, but now it was a pure white mask with no holes for the eyes, nose, or mouth. Magic allowed him to still see, breathe, and speak easily. This was an imitation of the Great Beast and his hive, white faceless creatures who gave away nothing but still saw everything. They were the symbol of unity, abandoning the self and serving only the collective. Most of his hive favored the sensor dome adaptation. It is an extremely rare and expensive organ, but the Great Beast must have put great stock into this adaptation. Most combat-oriented creatures of any note were equipped with one. Only the lowest castes were given eyes, and even then, they had 4. As Uriel entered the throne room, Father Novice gave her a courteous bow with a mild flourish of his flowing white robes. Uriel returned the bow with a polite nod, but she noted the lack of reverence in the gesture. When Mother Justina approached and gave her a bow, there was far more reverence in it. As for the Empress, she merely gave her a curtsy as if she was speaking to an equal. As far as the current relationship goes, she was not wrong to do so. But still not long ago, the Empress would have to press her head to the floor if Uriel would demand it. Life is motion, stasis is death. The old words of the firstborn, it was one of the few things that they all agreed on. If only the Seraphim did not forget those words. Now they are paying the price for it. Greetings, Archangel, thank you for accepting the invitation. We have a parade and I hope you will join us for the festivities. It is the 3rd year of our empire's formation. We wish to celebrate how far we have come. Cecilia said with a gracious smile. Uriel returned her smile with a smile of her own. False smiles on both sides, this was her flaunting her military might. A reminder to the Seraphim that they would find no easy prey here in the Averlanian Empire. I look forward to seeing it. Uriel said, and Cecilia gave her another graceful nod before gesturing her to follow. Even from within the throne room, Uriel could hear the cheers of the common people. Their adoration was palpable, the glory of the empire was on full display. Her agents have even said that the crown was granting a payment of 5 gold coins to all citizens of the empire. It would be an exorbitant expense if not for the fact that the coffers of the empire were stacked to the ceiling. With some of the empire's clever economic manipulations, there wouldn't be much inflation either. Even if there was, the citizens were definitely earning more than ever thanks to the abundance of resources achieved by the efforts of the hive. As absurd as it sounds, the common folk could now have items made of enchanted mithril. It wouldn't be cheap, but it was now in the realm of possibility for purchase. Young officers from the common folk were now receiving gifts from their families that included mithril daggers. Mithril was being used for things like walking canes and furniture. It was truly slowly returning to the world of old, where magic was integrated into every facet of life. As Uriel followed her onto the balcony, she looked out over the streets below and she heard the rousing cheers of the people. Above the buildings she could see people throwing rose petals as they rained down on those below. Cecilia raised a hand as none other than the Great Beast's right hand took her spot next to Uriel. Of course it would be like this, there must be symmetry. The Empress in the middle, and the Uriel to one side with Legina to the other. Uriel was accompanied by Justina and Legina was accompanied by Novice. Long live the Empire! Long live the Empress! The people shouted in exultation. It was clear to Uriel whose side the people will take in a war. Glory to the Empire. Averlin unconquered. Pax Imperialis Imperia Invicta. More shouts and the people cheered as they gazed up at the palace and the magical screens that had been laid out across the empire. Then Cecilia raised a hand, and as if she had cast a spell the cheers died down. Then a servant approached with a magical device. It was a bronze orb that was filled with a blue light. It was attached to a pole and it was placed in such a way that she could easily speak into it. Cecilia took a deep breath, then she began to speak. Citizens of the Empire. Today we celebrate the 3rd year since our great empire's founding. 3 years ago, we were racked by strife, poverty and destitution. Corruption was rife throughout all the realms. States squabbled over petty arguments while the people suffered. From the cesspit that our lands had become, I heard a cry for help from the good people. I heard your cry and I have answered. At those words, there was another round of cheers. Today we live in a golden age. No more should you know hunger. No more should you know fear. Never before has the future been brighter. Never before has our future been more secure. But all of this would not be possible without every last one of you. Yes, the great beast is the core of this bright future. Many would level the same praise on me. But do not forget the humble farmer. Do not forget the diligent smith. Do not forget the tireless members of the administration. And most of all, do not forget our brave soldiers. The brave and valiant who bear arms against the terror. They are the blazing sword held against the darkness. The stalwart shield that guards the empire. Today is not held in honor of me. Today is a day held in honor of the empire. Today is a day held in honor of its brave defenders. Averlin unconquered. Cecilia finished with a shout that brought upon even more cheers. Averlin unconquered. Pax Imperialis. Imperia Invicta. The people echoed those words with a fervor that Uriel could only dream of hearing for the high heavens. It was a painful reminder of where the loyalties of the people now lay. Although on paper the crown of Averlin still respected the authority of high heaven, it was clear that the seraphim were no longer gods. They were a race, just like any other. Some still believed, but despite Uriel's best efforts the faith was fading in the empire. The people simply no longer had a need for the seraphim. Heaven had abandoned the people here for millennia, and now the people have abandoned heaven. Then came the parade. The empress had designed a parade ground facing her balcony so that she may observe the procession of the empire's finest. Uriel could only wear a pleasant mask as the people cheered for the brave defenders of the empire. The proud songs of the legions played as their banners flew high in the wind. Soon the commentary started. Leading the parade are none other than the wardens. They were some of the first to declare for the empire. Thus the empress has granted them the honor of taking the lead. All know them. The wardens of West have held their vigil for thousands of years. They are not an island with an army, they are an army with an island. Uriel watched as the warden marched past, now clad in opulent heavy armor. Each piece of armor was filled with magic circuits. They were now hulking behemoths towering almost 3 meters tall in full armor. They held in their hands enchanted greatswords with runes of power running along its entire length. As they marched past, they turned as one and saluted the empress in perfect unison. Their helms now with glowing blue eyes locked on the empress they have sworn their loyalty to. Then to the banner of the empire, the symbol of the home they were charged to defend. What followed after them was the most renowned regiments of the regular army. The regular soldiers marched as one, their armored footfalls striking the ground like a drum beat. Such was the discipline of the army that the songs of the military needed no drums, only the footfalls of its soldiers. These were the regiments that served in all the wars since the empire's creation. They have clashed with the vampires in Zarma, proving their mettle against a black crusade. Presenting the regiments of the Ivory Phoenix. They are veterans of the Black Crusade. The liberators of Valora. None can question their resolve. Behind the procession of heavily armored soldiers was a great barge pulled by the beasts of burden from the hive. Atop the barge sat none other than Grand General Montes, one of only 2 Grand Generals. He commanded almost 1 million soldiers and auxiliary troops. He was one of the most powerful men in the empire by far. He could bring to bear the might of half a continent of loyal and blooded soldiers. After him came then forces of Nicaronas, the blood knights of the various vampiric houses marched and rode atop their undead steeds. Their sanguine banners flying atop the wind. Reports indicate they recently fended off an elven incursion. The blood of the ancient LVS now watered the dead land of Necronas. Despite political protests from the Empire, the LVS were far too proud to let the eons-long grudge go. As with his counterpart, Grand General Ordius Deranged II rode on a barge, and his was pulled by the undead beasts of his domain. The people, unperturbed, cheered the dead all the same. They were just the latest additions to the fold, more strength for the Empire, more security for their future. Behold the valiant warrior of Necronas. They recently repelled an incursion from the elves. Though once enemies, they have sworn their loyalty to the Empire. They have served with distinction, and even now, they lend their experience to our soldiers. Pragmatism always won out in the end. The vampires may be monsters, but they were highly competent soldiers. Each vampire had enough battle experience to make them a general in the regular army. No matter the reservations of the people, having their husbands, brothers and sons trained by warriors such as these was a comfort. Then came the Zaramans. They marched in their golden armor and held their flaming weapons. Their heads held up high and proud as they marched past. Though in truth they were incompetent warriors up until recently, the announcer still gave them the praise. Glory be to the Zaraman houses. Hallowed is the house of war. Exalt the defenders of 1,000 black crusades. The irony was not lost on Uriel in this statement, considering the vampires just marched past. But the general sentiment of the Empire was clear: enemies today, vassals tomorrow. All can serve, and all will serve. Strength through unity, and woe betide those who challenge the Empire. Uriel knew as it stands heaven would still win handily against the Imperial army in a direct conflict. But it was everything else that might turn the war into either a Pyrrhic victory or outright defeat. What came next were representatives from the allied forces of the Naga and Mugumans. Uriel couldn't help but let out an internal sardonic chuckle. The raids on eastern Voloria, merchant princes and Devonia had diminished significantly since the alliance. As to why it was merely diminished, well, the Naga has said that there were some rebel groups that refused to give up their ways. It was just lies, of course. The Naga all answered to the Siren court without hesitation. The Sirens sang their little tune, and the lesser Naga all danced. The Mugumans hadn't gone with something like that, but they merely had light skirmishes against incursions into the jungle. Nothing much was happening in the east, except for the fact that the so-called rebel Naga were hitting everything except Imperial ships. This fact was so obvious that Averlanine logistical and naval escort services were fetching an absurdly high premium on the trade routes. Uriel's agents indicated to her that a simple pair of light frigates from Cathay could pay themselves off in half a year if they just did escort services for Devonian ships. Just another way for the Averlan to siphon wealth from Devonia. It was all so cleverly done that it was difficult to justify any form of retribution. If you told this to the average citizen, they would just think you are a conspiracy theorist. There were always convenient explanations, such as water-based broods of the great beast's hive projecting an omnipresent threat to the Naga if they ever tried to attack Averlanian ships. Glory to venerable Ironhammer. Honor the ancient clans. Those words snapped Uriel out of her contemplations. She had just noticed that the Knight Enchanters had marched past, and now the forces of Ironhammer were on display. Their rangers led the way and were followed by their new war machines. Uriel noticed with dismay that almost all of them could be used in some capacity for anti-air attacks. She wasn't an idiot. She knew why this empire's military seemed intent on making every facet of its military capable of dealing with air power. Uriel could only flash another graceful smile as she turned to look at the hulking 8-barreled anti-air cannon that was pulled past her. The commentator was, of course, boasting about how it could fire 1,000 shots a minute and how they were deployed all across the empire. Blessed are the clans of Ironhammer. Great is their service to empire. While the clans live, the skies are safe. Averlan unconquered. Chapter 191, Sovereign by Choice. So are you actually going to fight that archdemon? Mahila asked as she crossed her arms. I glanced up at the towering demon in front of me. He was this red-skinned monolith of a demon almost half a meter taller than me. I could make myself bigger, but honestly, my size doesn't mean anything as far as how powerful I am. But from what I can see, the archdemon of Wrath was stronger than me. However, judging by what I know about Wrath demons, I can easily defeat this one. I already have Infernal Flame Resistance V, which was just one step below Infernal Flame Immunity. That line was difficult to cross, and I honestly don't think I will get any immunity abilities soon. I only have immunities for the most basic elemental effects and certain branches of poison. Put that with my curse resistance IV and physical damage negation V. And what this actually means is that I have significant resistance towards anything that demons can dish out. So at worst, it will just devolve into a slugging match which I would eventually win. The archdemon's heart would be more than enough to justify the effort. I told the voice in my head to run an analysis just to be sure. I never did figure out what the hell that voice was, but it sure as hell was useful. Analyzing. Strength, slight superiority. Tactical, negligible threat. Greater Daimonia strain does not pose a significant threat. No sign of augmentation. Advise engaging Greater Daimonia in combat. So there really isn't anything special about it. Well, let's see what this archdemon will say. As we approach the demon camp and the ring gate, the archdemon just stares at us impassively. The camp is blocking the ring gate and it looks like the only way through was to beat this demon. The Lord of Wrath sends his regards. The champion of Wrath said, "Ah, you must be the gift," I said as I approached. The nearby demons kept a respectful distance. I could tell the surrounding demons didn't think the champion would lose. In fact, the champion felt that way too. I guess they have no idea that the Lord of Wrath sent the champion to die. The gift. No, I am the test. I am proof that you are worthy of my Lord's favor. Defeat me and pass through the ring gate. By the end of the day, either you or I will be dead. If you do manage to defeat me, then your pact with the Lord of Wrath will be sealed. The champion of Wrath said in a tone that betrayed he didn't expect to lose. Well, the only thing right about that statement is that yes, this is probably test to see if I am really worth the effort. In truth, Satan knows that if I live long enough, eventually I will bring the hells to heel. So he might as well back the winning team. A very rational perspective, all things considered, but then again, you don't rule a region as chaotic as the Ring of Wrath without being as shrewd as you are cruel. So what will it be, one-on-one? I asked as I flexed my claws. Yes. A duel, one to another in honorable combat. The champion said as he brandished his flaming greatsword. Honor. Here. That's weird. Maybe this is why Satan served this guy up on the plate. From what I know, there are other champions, but I highly doubt all of them are honorable warriors. Unless it's about the glory. Glory was part of pride, but Satan's other half was Lucifer, demon prince of pride. But just to be sure. Honor. Now that is surprising. I said with a grin. You misunderstand me. None shall take my glory. My Lord has told me take your head, so I shall in his name. The champion said as he pointed his blazing blade at me. Sure, whatever you say. So we just fight here or? I asked and he nodded. Alright, if you insist. I said as I summoned my Foci great sword and ignited it. The massive thick Foci blade appeared and I saw a flicker of uncertainty cross the champion's gaze. I grinned as I stared at him. As far as he knew, Foci blade were rare and energy intensive. For me to ignite one so casually must be mark of great power. Well, he was half right. Yes, my crystals were better, but this blade in particular did drain a lot power. The power draw on this sword was enough to drain Mahila. I can only use it because I basically have a bottomless pit of ether reserves. Mahila has less power reserves, but she is far more skillful than I am. That was why she was stronger than me. Her combat experience and natural talent means she can break through most of my advantages. Plus her predatory instincts was more than enough to set off a few warning bells in my head. What happened to your glory? I asked with a grin at the pause from the champion. Fee. The champion huffed before simply charging at me. His opening strike was straightforward, a mere overhead strike that was not only parried but immediately slammed back. When the blades connected, my Foci blade let out a blast of crackling red ether that scorched the air around us. I sensed one stray demon was unlucky enough to be standing too close and ended up turning into a blackened corpse. Though the space around us was large, it apparently wasn't large enough. The other demons immediately moved to give us more room. The champion shot forward again, this time with a probing stab. I calmly shifted my body to the side, easily dodging it as I let out a laugh. Mahila was 10 times faster than this champion of Wrath. As far as this demon was concerned, he might as well be moving in slow motion. The champion struck again and again as I laughed, easily parrying and dodging each strike. Enough games. This dance bores me, I said as I countered with a full strength slash that knocked the champion slightly off balance. The champion just growled as he hefted his blade. Infernum the champion intoned and his body started to glow with power. His horns ignited with infernal flame as his blade came ablaze with even greater intensity than before. Pillar of Wrath. The champion roared and a pillar of flame instantly appeared below me. No channel, no delay, nothing. The flame just emerged below me and consumed me. But of course, the damage was negligible. I took some damage but my regeneration was out healing the damage. I shot out of the flames and my blade clashed against the champion's sword. The champion slid back, his feet digging into the ground as I pushed him back a meter. He shoved back mightily and I responded by firing a barrage of spines right into his chest. He growled as he countered with a slash that was blocked by on my arm blades. Turns out having 4 arms was really useful in melee. I could tell the champion was starting to feel worried. The champion then responded with wide sweep of his blade that shot out a wave of flame. In response, I just charged through the flames and our blades met again. My entire body was flaming but it was barely damaging my armor plates. Hellfire Mantle, the champion intoned and his body suddenly became wreathed in sickly red flames. I could sense myself taking damage just from being near him. Well, it wouldn't be a good fight without some resistance, wouldn't it? I smashed his blade aside and just as I was about to deliver another slash I saw the champion shift his stance. Wrathful Smite, the champion said, his voice deathly calm, and then he delivered a magic-enhanced punch right to my gut. I tried to move away but this punch was a lot faster than his other movement. His punch connected and shattered the armor plates. I could sense internal damage as fractures appeared on my rib plate. Detecting internal damage. Elevating threat level of target. Threat level still within acceptable bounds. Damage regenerated. Proceed with combat. Ether Furnace, the champion said, and his ether levels spiked and his movements quickened. Now I had to block rather than dodge. His strikes also became more precise. It was still manageable but from what I can see if I just drag it out, he'll run out of steam first. But where's the fun in that? I ditched the sword and brandished my arm blades. I activated Void Enchant and struck his sword. The force of the strike combined with the force amplification effects of Void Enchant shocked the champion as the blade was nearly slammed out of his hands. The champion instantly recoiled and I responded with a fire breath. My new fire breath called Ori's Flame was a crackling concoction of gold fire. It will burn anything, even the demons of the searing hells. The champion let out a roar of pain as his body was charred. If you were resistant to flame, why would you have many measure against it? It seems overconfidence will soon claim another victim. Greater Purge, the champion cried out in alarm as he attempted to purge the flame. But the flames didn't go out. Not so easy to remove these flames. The curses weaved into the fire made it exceptionally hard to cleanse. The irony was that the seraphim with their powerful defensive magic would probably be able to remove the flame. However, their more fragile nature would mean if they were hit by this there wouldn't be much left to be worth cleansing. Feel the terror of the old world, I said with a laugh as I shot forward, attacking the champion with a flurry of strikes. To the champion's credit, he managed to defend himself even as the flame slowly flayed the flesh from his bones. I let out a laugh as I tackled him. The champion, in a rather impressive show of skill, managed to angle the blade so that it would impale me. I pinned him to the ground as the blade went clean through my chest. Warning: tertiary heart ruptured. Adjusting ether distribution. Yeah, you do that, I thought to the voice as I sank both blades into the shoulders of the champion. The champion reached out and grabbed me in an attempt to shove me off. In response, I first another barrage of spines into his chest before torching him again with another blast of Ori's Flame. Roar of the Defiant. The champion half roared and half wailed. I saw a flash of ether and I felt myself being blasted clean off the champion. I ended flying backwards and smashing into the surrounding demon camp. I was still on fire from a combination of my own flames and his. His sword was gone. I glanced up and saw the champion must have grabbed his sword before he blasted me off him. I looked around, saw quite a few crushed demons and some were on fire thanks to my flaming body. Molt, I grumbled as I shed my ruined external armor and put out the flames. Immaterial, the champion croaked out, his throat ruined from the flames and his body turned ethereal, and the flames on him went out. He instantly reappeared and cast a quick healing spell on himself. Tertiary heart regenerated. Armor plates regenerated. Now at full combat ability. Resume combat. I glanced down at my body and judging by what I saw and felt, I was more or less exactly how I was at the start of the fight. As far as combat ability goes, it was as if that fight didn't even happen. The champion, on the other hand, was a lot worse for wear. His chest was still covered with spines and he was obviously a bit unsteady on his feet. I could sense his ether reserves were running low and he wouldn't be able to survive another attack like the one I just did. Well, this fight was over even if that champion was admirably still willing to continue to battle. Solarite beam full power. I shot a beam of white-hot ether right at the champion. He didn't even have time to react as it hit him. The concussive force demolished the camp behind him in a cone and the shockwave knocked almost everyone off their feet. Rigorai and Reno went sprawling onto their ground and I could see that they both didn't have eardrums anymore. Mihaela gave them a quick healing spell as she shot a disapproving look in my direction. I just shrugged as I got to my feet and I calmly slithered over the charred and twitching body of the champion. He had tried to block the blast with sword and for his efforts he now had a melted mass of slag metal fused into his chest. His arms were now just charred stumps and his face was melted to the skull with his eyes just being empty eye sockets. Nothing short of a seraphim healing spell, or me physically reconstructing his body would save him now. He would be dead within the hour. Well, fought. The champion croaked on the floor. So honorable after all. But I suppose that is way of the things here down in hell. The loyal and honorable get lied to and sent to die as nothing more than an elaborate test and gift. This guy probably spent millennia loyally serving the Lord of Wrath and his reward was to be served to me on a silver platter. I had half a mind to save him and take him under my wing. But I would pointlessly bet an arm that this guy was under contract. If he joined me his soul was forfeit. I could ask Satan to abolish the contract but Satan sent me this champion for a reason. This is the fate of the loyal and the honorable in the searing hells. A stark message, a message I will remember well. From a certain perspective, this was not a wise move to make considering it would make me question his loyalty. That would be true if Satan was human, but no, he was a demon prince. The demons answer to strength, that was the whole reason they used contracts. Trust was worth nothing in the searing hells. Loyalty was only strong as it could be compelled and forced. Still in the back of my mind, in this atrophied faraway part that seemed to closer a whispering echo. That part felt pity and remorse for this poor soul. Pity, you would have made a fine servant. I said with a nod. Well fought. May I know your name, champion? I said respectfully and in response the champion let out a weak laugh. Amarak. In another life perhaps I would have served you well. Amarak replied. Perhaps, but fear not, you will continue to serve, just not in the way you imagined. I said as I lowered my head over his body and raised my claws. I will make it quick. You earned a clean death. I said and Amarak let out another weak laugh. You have my gratitude, I could not ask for a better death. Amarak replied softly as he went limp as if accepting his fate. I raised my claws and expertly slashed his head open, instantly destroying the brain, and I began to gorge myself on his flesh. As I bit into the sweet fruit of the heart, I couldn't help but feel a slight sense of bitterness to the taste. This victory was bittersweet in more ways than one. Greater Daimonia Genome Assimilation complete. Achieved Greater Daimonia Genome Level 2/10. Searing Flames acquired. Daimonic Hide acquired. Curse Resistance improved. Flame Resistance improved. Cursed Flame Resistance improved. Core Evolution achieved Stage 11. Note Branching Paths now available. Primaris Branch now available. Destroyer Branch now available. Branches? So my evolution has branching paths. Could I have more info on this? Primaris Branch leads to the Sovereign Core Evolution Stage 12. The Primaris Branch focuses on a combat style that focuses on command and control as well as magical effects to augment combat abilities. Destroyer Branch leads to the Tyrannus Branch Core Evolution Stage 12. The Destroyer Branch focuses on a combat style that focuses raw destructive power, both physical and magical. Core differences is that the Primaris Branch would be able to create a far more powerful hive. The Destroyer Branch would yield far stronger singular power. Any other interesting information? Data indicates with exception all firstborn on Data have chosen the Destroyer path. Now that I think about it, Mihaela did mention that the idea was for me to get to the Tyrannus phase of my evolution. Which means I am one stage away from it. But then again the rest chose Tyrannus and all of them dead. They were swamped by raw numbers, and it obvious that I should chose Tyrannus if I was going to be fighting other firstborn. But there isn't any firstborn left, is there? Which means if I go the sovereign path, no one will have no idea what I can do. Hang on a minute. Hey voice, any idea what the Eternal Mother chose? The firstborn named Eternal Mother chose the Tyrannus branch. So if I chose the Primaris route, then I would eventually be a more powerful flesh crafter than even the Eternal Mother. Also, if I recall, Mihaila did say that the Eternal Mother's hive was one of the largest hurdles to overcome. So much so that, the Eternal Mother was a high priority target even amongst the firstborn for the rebelling humanoids. Well, I suppose the choice is easy then. Let's go with the Primaris branch. Acknowledged. Primaris strain obtained. Ether Mastery upgraded to Ether Ascendancy. Flesh Sculpting X upgraded to Master of Flesh. Soul Sculpting I acquired. Gestalt Domination upgraded to Gestalt Ascendancy. Psionic Transcendence V upgraded to Psionic Ascendancy. Hunger of the Undying upgraded to Endless Hunger. Gestalt Ascendancy has unlocked Hive Mind upgrades. One Mind One Vision acquired. Divided We Stand acquired. Ether Neural Matrix acquired. Now this is interesting, it seems my hive just got a lot more dangerous. One Mind One Vision allows the lesser castes to tap into the intelligence of the greater hive. Divided We Stand allowed the individuals of the hive to have less ties to the hive mind while still maintaining the loyalty and obedience. Ether Neural Matrix lets the hive creatures draw power from other parts of the hive for a temporary boost to whatever functions they require. As for the others, it was just simple upgrades that boosted all my existing capabilities for ether manipulation. From what I can see, I can now rip the ether right out of weaker targets using Ether Ascendancy. Psionic Ascendancy was just a boost to mimetic, cognition and reality-based magic. Endless Hunger just increased my ability to absorb ether, which means I now have even more stamina. I could previously just eat the ether out of the air, but now it seems I can do it far more effectively and ruthlessly. I might be able just jump into a crowd of weaker creatures and just suck dry everything in the vicinity. Master of Flesh was just a flat-out upgrade to my flesh crafting abilities. The things I am going to do with this. That left one last question for the voice in my head. What the fuck is soul crafting? Chapter 192, Ripples Beyond Worlds. And thus here we are. The current situation. Legiona said, but she petered off when she sensed something had changed in the hive mind. Legiona. Cecilia asked, her tone instantly switching from the usual bored tone to one of urgent seriousness. It's nothing. Legiona replied but faltered. It must be serious if you are lost for words. My dearest friend didn't give you a brain the size of a small child for nothing. Cecilia stated. Legiona chewed on her words as she herself tried to make sense of what was happening. Ever since her king departed for hell, the hive mind has been diminished. It wasn't unexpected, of course. Her king ran some tests beforehand, but to feel it for herself was disconcerting, to say the least. Even with her king's upgrades to herself and Nafa's, they still couldn't even come close to filling the void left behind by her king. His presence was still there, but it was heavily muted. It was like a good portion of the hive mind was asleep. That left some concerning implications, like a general decreased effectiveness in coordination. The Praetorians were working overtime trying to coordinate the lesser castes, and the overseers were in much the same situation. As it stands, there was no real drop in efficiency since most of the work was very routine and there was no active combat zone. But if war broke out, the hive would be on the back foot without her king's presence. The hive mind is only as powerful as the minds within it. The smarter her king became, the smarter the members of the hive became. The more power he poured into the hive, the greater the reserve of strength the hive possessed. But that was also a drawback. If a brood took too many losses to its command structure, its intelligence would dim. Such was the nature of a Gestalt consciousness. But something changed. The connection between her and her king just got stronger. A lot stronger. It definitely wasn't her imagination, because she was practically getting bombarded with pings from the queens and Maligaros on an update to the change. Honestly, she didn't know how to answer the queries. But salvation came soon enough. Hello, is this thing on? Marco. My king? Your words are clearer now. Legiona replied into the hive mind. You're supposed to say Polo. But yeah, I just got an upgrade. No more of that horrible shit reception, huh? Agreed, although you are still muted to a degree. It seems you can now command more easily even in a separate world. Legiona stated. It seems so, anyway I'm busy here. Any developments? None, my king. Legiona replied. Her king replied with an assent, and she sensed his presence leave. Although he did retreat from his connection, she could still feel his presence filling the hive mind. The black mass of muted hive mind had gotten bigger, but what light there was has expanded as well. When her king returned and that void was filled, there would be much work on reorganizing the hive mind. Perhaps a few new broods would be in order. Legiona. Cecilia prompted, and Legiona gave her a calm nod as she began reorganizing the new space with the hive mind. My king has grown stronger. The hive mind expands. Legiona said, and Cecilia's eyes widened for a moment. Combat ability of the hive? Cecilia pressed. Not exactly at full capacity, but a far cry from what it was before. If war was to break out now, the aggressors would have to pay dearly. Legiona replied as she continued to send out commands, strengthening the Empire's defensive capabilities even as she spoke. The unfortunate thing of having the hive mind hindered was the sheer disorganization it created, as well as another unfortunate side effect born from the lesser queens. Maligaros named it value drift. At the end of the day, without a sufficiently powerful overriding will to control a million-strong horde of ravenous monsters, some members would inevitably start getting their own thoughts and ideas. It was exceedingly stupid to do so, of course, since severing themselves from the hive mind was a surefire way to cause madness and death. But some of the lesser queens in charge of the more mundane non-combat tasks were just not that bright. So Legiona had to force a few other combat broods into hibernation just to give enough room in the hive mind so that these lesser queens don't get any stupid ideas. But it seems the combat broods can now be awakened again. Judging by what she sees, the aerial net has once again been fully filled out. Now no matter which direction the angels approach from, they would find themselves brought crashing to the ground in a hail of Sky Striker spells. Fire enough of those spells into the air and anything with wings would find all the ether that powered flight completely fried and come crashing down into the maws of the waiting hive. What exactly happened? Cecilia asked. I am unclear on the situation. The hive mind corresponds with the power of my king. It has just greatly expanded. Something has happened. His messages are also more detailed. It now included intent and emotion. In the past it was just simple messages. That also implies he has wrested a power to exert greater control over the hive. I would expect my king would return with some powerful creations. Legiona stated. That is to be expected. My dear friend will no doubt find some interesting applications for the daimonic nature of his new prey. Cecilia commented as if it was the most obvious fact in the world, which it was in all fairness. Well, it seems my king is doing quite well. This also simplifies the report for today. Judging by what I see, the value drift issue is no longer pertinent. Legiona said with a calm nod, and Cecilia nodded as well. Then I won't keep you. I am sure you need to reorganize the hive. Cecilia said as she stood up, and Legiona did so as well. Already done during our conversation, but there are other affairs of which I need to turn my attention. The Seraphim Inquisitors are being problematic, and this development just gave me a lot more leverage. Legiona said. Cecilia just nodded in understanding. The Inquisitors were certainly a dull bunch. They think the very fact that they know about the assassins tailing them gives them grounds to question her. Excellent. As for your business? Cecilia queried as she tilted her head slightly. The leader of the Inquisitors would like to request a word. I assume they are feeling the threats being pointed at them. Their power is dim, isn't here. In high heaven their authority is almost absolute. But down here, they are at our mercy. Legiona said. Cecilia nodded in response. Yes, they are at our mercy. Go and remind them. Inquisitor Hydrax growled as he entered the so-called Center for the Church of Unity. If it was up to him, he would burn this heresy from the Empire, root and stem. But unfortunately, it was not up to him. Archangel Uriel made it clear in no uncertain terms that the Empire is not to be antagonized. They are to play by their rules until a time this meek strategy is no longer necessary. For now his role was to remind the people of their duty to the sacred order. That they must fulfill their obligations for the life they are so privileged to live. The Seraphim has guided and preserved this world for millennia. To stray from the path of the sacred order was a grave sin, one punishable by death. Hydrax would have loved to burn the heretics before him, but he too has sensed the presences following him. Every member of his order of Inquisitors has felt those fangs at the back of their neck the moment there was even the slightest potential for violence. The message was as clear as could be. Toe the line, obey the laws. Or lose your head. The fact that Hydrax could not detect the assassins following them until they were practically breathing down their neck was concerning. It wasn't an empty threat, that Hydrax knew. He has fought the old hives before. In truth, he would never have been sent here by Archangel Uriel unless she had received certain assurances from the powers that be. Hydrax knew all too well, the moment any of his inquisitors stepped out of line, all of them would be dead. The hive was able to communicate this fact quite succinctly as well. Sometimes Hydrax would feel that unease when nothing was happening, only to find out later one of his men had nearly lost his temper. Of course, the rest of his men felt it as well. So the message was rather clear: if one of them stepped out of line, they would all die. It was, as Hydrax was loath to admit it, a very effective message. It was one thing to risk your own neck, but another to risk your brother's in arms. Even worse, when the attack would be so sudden none of your brother would be prepared. It was not a surprise, of course. The hives were the creations of the old gods, built from the ground up to be instruments of their terror. So it was of little surprise that this hive was able to wield fear so effectively. Hydrax brusquely barged past the parting crowd of humans as he headed to that creature's office. The heretics here were at least wise enough to stay out of his way. On the other hand, he could feel the piercing gaze of every member of the hive on him. Their barely concealed bloodlust prickled off his skin like 1,000 needles. When he reached the door, he saw a pair of hive creatures guarding the door. He moved forward and the hive creatures did nothing, but he sensed the discernible twitch of their arms on their weapons. Hydrax ignored them and opened the door. It would not be appropriate for a member of the Sacred Order's Most Holy Inquisition to be so easily intimidated. When he laid eyes on the creature, he couldn't help but curl his face into a sneer. The smooth white head with that fanged smile leered at him like he was a piece of meat. Hydrax did not know why the hive was even playing this game, but it seems the reason was enough to compel the Divine Council to play along. At least for now. "Greeting, Inquisitor, you wanted to meet me?" Legiona asked with her usual cruel smile. "Yes, I do not appreciate threats," Hydrax growled. "And I do not appreciate threats of violence against the common folk. My king has made things very clear. I am to preserve the safety of the citizens. Even from the Seraphim." Legiona replied, instantly getting his meaning. Other humanoids would at least feign innocence, but no, not for a creature like her. The people of Terra owe their allegiance to the Seraphim. We have preserved them for eons. Hydrax replied. "You are free to think they owe you, Inquisitor. What you think does not concern me. All that concerns me is the order of my king. Seeing as your own leadership has decided to play along, I suggest you do so as well. It would not do for High Heaven to be embroiled in another war of attrition. Believe me when I say this, the hive can make your war in the north look like one of your training exercises. With just a single command from my king, it will be slaughter." Legiona said. "You presume much if you think you can defeat heaven." Hydrax growled. "I presume we can do enough damage for the demons to pounce." Legiona replied with a grin. "How is the situation in Devonia, by the way? I heard it is turning into a hell of a problem." Legiona added with a laugh. "I am sure you are very aware of the situation." Hydrax replied coldly, not falling for the bait. "We have no part in it, in case you are curious." Legiona replied. At those words, Hydrax narrowed his eyes. As much as he would like to believe it, he had a great deal of doubts. Many have conspired to bring down the Sacred Order. These demons will not be the last. For a hive to appear now of all times? No, that was too much of a coincidence. Inquisitors were tasked to root our heresy and to seek out those that would wish harm upon the Sacred Order. Hydrax wouldn't be surprised if the Syndicate's war in the north, the demon incursions in Devonia, and the hive's appearance was all just one coordinate effort to spread heaven thin. If that was the plan, it was working. However, the demons in Devonia will not enjoy their time for long. The Inquisitors have finally been dispatched to Terra. The Divine Council was always wary of sending them out. Not only because of their very earned reputation of burning anyone and anything with even a slight bit of guilt, but also because the Inquisitors were heaven's best intelligence operatives. They were a precious resource that were difficult to replace. Thus they were only utilized in the most dire of circumstances. The Inquisitors stood alongside the Silver Maidens and the Golden Guard as the finest of heaven's forces. Thus they must be used sparingly, yet here they were in Terra. The Silver Maidens have already been dispatched as reconnaissance, but it seems observation was no longer going to cut it. Even the Cherubim militia were being pressed into service in Devonia. Aren't you a paranoid one? Legiona asked with a sly smile. It is my task to be paranoid. Trust is something you do not deserve, monster. Hydrax replied. Agreed, I would be very suspicious if you did trust me. Surely the Sacred Order did not hold sway for so long on luck alone. Legiona said with a laugh. Is there anything else? And before you ask, no, the long knives stay. Step out of line and all of you lose your heads in an instant. I find when dealing with humanoids like you a more direct approach is often the most effective. Legiona said pleasantly. Hydrax huffed and turned around without another word. At least he got one of his confirmations. He wasn't completely sure if it was a complex spell or if there were actually monsters shadowing them. The fact that this creature so willingly admitted that the issue was monster and not a spell was at least a partial confirmation. Or perhaps a ruse. The Syndicate were also a possibility, but that would mean the Syndicate is backing the Empire. At least for now. A word of advice, Inquisitor. Legiona said just as Hydrax opened the door. Remember this well. In heaven the Seraphim may rule. But here in the Empire, my king holds sway. Forget, and we will remind you. Chapter 193, New Tricks, New Trait. I stared down at the big beetle as I poked it, causing it to jiggle. It let out this little happy gurgling noise at the attention. Why are you doing that? Rigorai asked. Just leave him to it. Mahila said, her tone filled with exasperation. I'm just waiting while they harvest what they need. I replied as I poked it again to another happy gurgle. It likes it? Rigorai asked in confusion. It's a hive creature, it likes everything he does to it. Mahila added from the side as she flipped another page of her book. I glanced at the rest of my group and saw quite an interesting scene. We were all in the realm of limbo. We kind of just blitzed through treachery since there was nothing there that could really stop us, nor was there anything of any significant point of interest. As its name implied, limbo was a rather dry and boring place. If I had to describe this place in one word, it would be gray. The ground was this ashen gray soil, the vegetation was this dull, almost gray color, the sky was filled with gray clouds and there was barely any light from what passes for a sun. Even the people here were gray, both in form and personality. Honestly, when I took over hell I was going to rename Limbo into Depression. Everything here was just miserable to look at. I guess for being a soul trash heap, it was a rather large one. The lesser demons here barely even fought back, some just quietly sat there as my hive worked to harvest their flesh and ether. As for my party, they were plainly bored. Mahila was leaned up against this gray rock as she flipped through a book and taught Rena how to read the common tongue. Rigorai was just staring at me as I worked hard at poking the beetle. Azatharine and Rosa were playing chess on another gray rock to pass the time. Serchix was just annoying the living hell out of Alistair, who decided to tag along. Since the cat was out of the bag, Alistair thought he might as well come along. He was an interesting fellow, though he had been thoroughly humiliated he still kept up his cheery facade. I guess when you are an archdemon, being used as a kickball by demon princes was just part of life. He certainly didn't seem at all bothered by it. I switched to examining my growing hive and I saw Adhea leading the new queens as they cleared out any villages and slums they came across. It turns out that indiscriminately slaughtering anything that breathes was a really quick way of growing a hive. Funnily enough, Mahila didn't seem at all against what I was doing. The reason for this was the state of the existence of these discarded souls. These souls belonged to their higher masters, the control was total that they couldn't disobey any order. They didn't even have permission to die, since their lives were, in essence, property of their masters. Their contracts demanded them to strive to survive even if they only wished for the release of death. In truth, to many within Limbo, death was a mercy. You don't seem that bothered by what we are doing, I said to Riguri as I sent the beetle on its way. It trundled off into a tunnel where piles of demon corpses were being repurposed into a more useful form. Everyone knows the stories of Limbo. This place is just living death, Riguri murmured in response as he looked around at the desolate landscape. In the distance, I could even see some willing volunteers who came to me for assisted suicide. Yes, I could in theory save them after the end of everything, but the people that end up here aren't really worth saving. This is the hell of hell, where the wretched and forsaken end up. I said as a small group of these volunteers walked down into one of the tunnels like a herd of depressed sheep. How would you save them? Rigurai asked. It's simple, really. They are owned by demons, so I just need to own the owners. Once I own the owners, I can force them to transfer ownership to me. Then I just shred the contact. I replied as I ordered one of the queens to start rolling out some basic fiends. But why don't you do so? Surely they can be useful. Rigurai said. Potentially some might be useful, I'm having the hive keep an eye out. But they have come up empty so far. Honestly, these ones just aren't useful. They are stupid enough to sign a horribly unequal contract with a demon, which was how they ended up here in the first place. They were also too useless to be of any practical use, so they get dumped here. What am I supposed to work with? I asked as I glanced at Rigurai. A portion of my mind shifted to one of the bored queens who were tasked with sifting through the piles upon piles of memories being assimilated into the hive. Honestly, the memories were really pathetic. One of them belonged to a farmer who was a consistent drunk. He beat his wife and daughter, and when they ran away he blamed this lower-class noble who ran the land he lived on. From the memories, the noble wasn't that bad of a landlord. After all, a drunk idiotic farmer like him who frequently didn't pay those unfairly priced taxes still had a farm. So this demon had a plan to destabilize this kingdom, which happened to be a Verlin, interestingly enough. So he signed a contract with his idiot to kill the noble, which the idiot tried to do. The best part of this was that the plan failed and the noble survived. This idiot was then snatched from his cell by the demon and chucked into limbo for his failure. As to whether the overarching plan worked, I highly doubt so, since Verlin was still there when I arrived and the plan was to completely overthrow the ruling house. Even as he was being eaten, this idiot was still blaming everyone but himself. That was just one amongst the useless idiots. There were mass murders who didn't murder that much and not for lack of trying. Corrupt officials who didn't actually manage to do much other than embezzle a pittance. Bad kings who were ascended, just lower nobles, who also didn't last that long on the throne. Basically they could be desubbed as bad people who were bad at being bad. Although my scouts did indicate there were some small communities of these limbo demons in the far corners of this realm. What I see seems to be at least semi-functional societies, one of them even seems to be decently organized. The standout one seems to be at about the level of most of the societies in Terra before I stepped in. Which was quite impressive considering what the leaders there had to work with. Maybe some of them finally got their shit together, but the scouts also indicated a large concentration of children in those communities. Even babies were cited, which was surprising considering, as far as anyone knew, children don't last long here. With the severe lack of resources and their naturally weak bodies, succumbing to the elements was a common result. But with a functioning society in those areas, I could see how such things were possible. So if you find someone worth your time, you might free them. Rigurai asked. This kid was testing me. Well, he was stuck with me, so it did make sense to an extent. Waste not. I replied with a grin as I summoned magic into my hand and started working on a design I had in mind. Come here. Kid, let him work. Your reading needs work too. Mihaela called once she sensed the telltale signature of flesh crafting magic. Now then, on to more interesting things. Demons are quite strange in the sense that their bodies can store a lot of ether, but they can't really manifest it that well. From what I can gather, it's a rather interesting adaptation to handle long periods without food and water. This place isn't exactly rolling in resources, so when you get to eat and drink you better make it count. What this adaptation means is that I can potentially increase the ether reserves within my hive. Combine that with some interesting interactions with Daimonic Flame, I can probably make some kind of new artillery unit, maybe even a suicide unit. I think I'll start with the suicide unit. The living ammunition needs to be replaced. Exploding mid-air firing spikes in every direction was good and all, but it could be better. Especially considering that I now had Foci crystals. I might be able to come up with something interesting, like a projectile that takes targeted shots at enemies. The idea in my head is a projectile that can adjust flight path to precisely target individual targets. The mass area of effect spines wouldn't be much good against the angels since they will most definitely have enchanted armor. But if each shell dumped all their energy into attacking one target, they just might be able to take one down. I could easily replace my numbers. The angels, on the other hand, do not have such luxuries. In a few moments I created my first draft. I handed it over to the test creature next to me and it calmly swallowed the pulsating orb. The creature took aim at something over the horizon. Thanks to the network of scouts, my artillery units can fire directly at targets even out of sight. One sight, one mind and all that. Being able to share battlefield information in real time across all my soldiers is a definite benefit. With a single thump, the creature shot that test projectile out of its maw. Using my aerial scouts, I traced the trajectory of it as it soared across the gray sky. At the moment of release, the creature let out a burst of ether to propel it forward. Then small wings opened up on its side as it started to adjust course. It was a little adaptation I made to allow the projectile to dodge to an extent. So I put it through its paces, doing a nice little cartwheel and barrel roll before focusing on the target. This one was this lunatic who was going around stabbing everyone in her immediate vicinity in a fit of deranged rage. I don't know why she was doing it, and honestly, I don't care. As the projectile zeroed in on her, it released a barrage of enchanted spines filled with enchantments designed to break shields. Then the tiny foci crystal fired a jet of ether, frying the target, and at last, it exploded in midair, firing poison spines in every direction. It was supposed to explode into a fireball, but that would ruin the meat, so no point in that at the moment. Not bad, but the order of operation seemed slow. The angels would be able to react in time. Adhea, sending you some designs, improve upon them. Consider it a test. I said into the hive mind. I already had a solution, but it was important to give your subordinates some experience. Now then, on to the more interesting part. Soul crafting. It's an unheard of art as far as I can tell. I have not heard hide nor tail of this particular skill. It must be because no one took the sovereign branch. From what the voice has told me, no other firstborn on record has taken it. It wasn't accurate, of course. I highly doubt the voice in my head has an exhaustive record. But the fact that Mihaila hasn't heard of it either did raise some questions. I might be the very first soul crafter, meaning I am in uncharted waters. Now then, let's hop to it. I gazed down at the souls I had extracted from a pair of demons. I could feel the souls trembling in my hands as the two orbs flickered like flames. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I could feel the fear of these two souls. As if they somehow knew what was about to happen. Ashtu trembled as she stood within this strange white world. The last thing she remembered was being held down by these monsters. The world was nothing but white emptiness, yet she could feel his pressure bearing down on her. She could almost feel a border to the world. She tried to find it, but even as she ran she found nothing but endless emptiness. At first she was about to give up, but then she felt it. Something had entered this white world. Whatever it was, it felt evil. Not evil in the way the demons were, not evil in the way she was. It was something more. Something far worse. She could practically feel its presence on her now, its malicious, hungry gaze bearing down on her. The fangs on her neck, probing and tasting her. Ashtu screamed as she flailed around trying to fight it off, but as far as she could tell she was just flailing against nothing. But still the gaze remained and she felt it grow amused. It felt her panic was funny, as if her raw, unadulterated fear was some great comedy. She let out a shriek when she felt more gazes reach her skin. They were weaker, their presence less caustic, but there was so many of them. All of them cold in their gaze, as if they were staring at a mere object, not a sentient creature. Ashtu let out a blood-curdling scream as she felt the most powerful presence bear down on her. Her insides boiled as if her blood had turned to acid. She felt as if her very sense of self was being torn apart. She glanced down at her body and saw bits of it was fading away as if it was never there. Where it vanished it burned like 1,000 searing knives, tearing into her flesh. Then she was hurled like she was a sack of rubbish in some random direction. Or at least that was what she thought it was until she collided with something. She turned and saw she struck herself, no another person. A man, she was becoming him. In a fit of desperation she looked around for an escape, but she froze in horror. Her pain and fading sense of self forgotten for a moment. She saw eyes, millions of them gazing at her in mute fascination, and then there was one more. This one had no eyes, but as far as she was concerned it might as well be a god. A dark mass made of oily shadows that licked and writhed like black flames. In its maw it saw ebony fangs that each looked like small buildings. It was smiling as it forced her together with the man. Nigel, her name was Nigel, no, his name was Nigel. His sense of self was fading around her. She couldn't remember where she was, who she was, where she came from. She couldn't even remember what he was, what he did all her life. Then she felt something break, She didn't have time to scream as her being shattered into a million pieces. The last thing she knew was a vaguely amused hum and then words filled with cold, callous indifference. Not bad for a first attempt. Bring me 2 more. Chapter 194, Looking for Home. Regurai swallowed a nervous mouthful of saliva as he glanced at the pair next to him. He didn't know what to make of them. One of them was a vampire, her name was rather bellicose. He had no idea if she just gave herself the name Rosa Maledicta or if she was born with it. If she was born with it, she must have had some pretty fucked up parents, even by the standards of hell. Then again, Regurai himself didn't have a last name, so his parents could be just as messed up. Whatever fuzzy memories he had were of his parents ditching him and Rena when he was just 5 and Rena was 3. Thinking back, it was a miracle he lasted this long. It was a lucky thing he didn't need as much food and water as Rena. Somehow, he was always able to get by on an extremely low amount of resources, and he regained his strength rather rapidly. Even now, with just over a week of good meals, he was already back to full strength, even though he was previously too weak to walk steady. Rena was still a work in progress, she was still rather frail. Regurai didn't know why he was blessed with this ability to do so much with so very little, but he sure as hell wasn't complaining. They would both be dead if it wasn't the case. As for his so-called bodyguards, they were clearly those who were born into power. The vampire Rosa was about as cold and aloof as anyone could be. But he has seen her magic tear through dozens of enemies simultaneously. The other was a more disconcerting existence. Her name was Cerchix. If she had a last name, he had no idea what it was. She was this absurdly beautiful woman with pale skin and raven dark hair. Her eyes were emerald green, and even as Regurai looked at her, he felt this desire to run his hands over her soft skin. Mihaila was very clear to him and her that they were not to touch each other. This comment was primarily directed at Cerchix. Regurai knew why. There was something about Cerchix that disconcerted him. It was like she had this unnatural allure. Rena was far more susceptible to her charms, so much so Mihaila was next to her constantly to ensure she didn't fall under her spell. The very fact that her mere voice and presence can turn Rena into a glassy-eyed drone was enough to terrify him. Knowing this has created a deep-seated fear inside him for Cerchix. Honestly, he was more afraid of her than the great beast. If Regurai ever found himself in front of an unclothed Cerchix, he could only pray he would have the mental strength to run as fast as he could in the opposite direction. Honestly, he would much rather have Mihaila or Azatharine here, but the great beast, who is also named Tim for some reason, needed them for something. Of the company he finds himself with next to the great beast, it is obvious Mihaila and Cerchix are the most powerful of the group. He has even seen the infamous archdemon Alistair speak with a tinge more respect when he interacted with these two. So unfortunately, he was stuck with these two lunatics when he went to negotiate the peaceful surrender of the one standout settlement in Limbo. Limbo was a gray, miserable place, and the only relatively safe place was this pocket in the north surrounded by mountains. That was where they were headed, up the large lake towards the main town. Most of Limbo lived in ramshackle slums or the ruins of previous attempts at civilization. As they reached the river bank, Cerchix flourished her arms and an ornate boat appeared out of thin air. "After you," Cerchix said in her melodic voice, and Regurai felt compelled to obey. His body started moving before he even processed the words. He heard Rosa sigh as she climbed in as well. The three of them got in and it started slowly meandering towards the town in the distance. "Can't this thing go any faster?" Rosa said after 5 minutes of slow sailing. "Speed means danger, my sweet. We move slowly so that the fools there will know we mean no harm," Cerchix said as she gracefully adjusted her fine silk gown as she made herself comfortable on one of the couches. Regurai saw it and felt that desire well up again. He grit his feet and tried to get comfortable too while placing his back firmly to Cerchix. He never thought he would meet something that was more dangerous when you had eyes on it. Regurai shifted his gaze to the clear cerulean water beneath him that was so still it looked like a sheet of glass. Even the boat didn't cause any ripples, but how much of that was the boat and how much was the lake he had no idea. "Don't touch the water," Rosa said suddenly from behind him. "Oh yes, Rosa is quite correct, this lake is called the Lake of Dreams. It can suck you in and ensnare the senses. I bathed in these waters once," Cerchix said with a laugh that pulled at Regurai's mind. "Take one sip and you will never leave. At least until the great beast fixes you," Cerchix said with another airy laugh. This is going to take a while, Rosa said with a sigh as Regorai heard the telltale sound of her opening up a book. Then he heard Serchix start to hum a little song and felt this drought start to blanket his mind. Almost heaven, old Elysia. Iron mountains, the winding gentle rivers. Life is old there, older than the trees. Younger than the mountains, gentle is the breeze. Stop it. Rosa snapped with an almost feral snarl, and Regorai snapped back to his senses so hard he could feel the whiplash. Then, he realized he was staring right at Serchix, and he was slowly crawling towards her before he was snapped out of it. The great beast wants him lucid and clear-minded, not dazed and squirming below you as you shake your hips on him. Rosa growled as she bared her inch-long fangs. Relax, Rosa. Besides, he's too young for my tastes, just having some fun. Serchix replied with a grin as she snapped her fingers and Regorai felt his mind snap back to full attentiveness. He glanced at Serchix and found he could look at her normally without having that desire crawl up from the deepest parts of his mind. I can cloud the mind, but I can also clear it, Serchix said with a sly smirk. Honestly, since when did I become the reasonable one? Rosa replied with an exasperated sigh. Since you fell in with an ancient, my dear. Now that you are both immune to my powers, I think we can all just do what we wish, Serchix said as she reclined into the couch, her dress falling messily around her and revealing a generous amount of skin. But funnily enough, Regorai felt nothing as he stared at her. Rosa just sighed as she returned to her book, trying to pass the time in peace. What song was that? Regorai asked out of curiosity. An old song sung by Elysian sailors. A song of missing home when they are so far out at sea. The Elysians are always such sentimental people, so easy to charm. Serchix replied with a laugh. It's a nice song, Regorai said. It is, isn't it? The arts was always a strength of the Elysians. They are such a beautiful people, Serchix said, and Regorai turned away for a moment. Could we go there at some point? Regorai asked. Oh, don't worry about that. The great beast calls Elysia home. You'll end up there soon enough as long as you keep proving yourself useful, Rosa replied, but then she paused as if she realized something. To know temptation is to know desire and motivation, Serchix said with a laugh as she stared at Rosa's still form. You still have much to learn, young temptress, Serchix said with a rather smug grin. Rosa just let out a conceding grumble as she returned to her book. Could you sing that song again? Regorai asked. He really wanted to hear the rest. To learn about this beautiful place that was so different than the nightmare that is searing hells. Of course, young one, Serchix replied with a serene smile. Almost heaven, old Elysia. Iron mountains, the winding gentle rivers. Life is old there, older than the trees. Younger than the mountains, gentle is the breeze. Beaten roads. Take me home. To the place I belong. This is our home, we can't just let everything we built be destroyed, Anya shouted as she slammed her fist into the desk in front of him. Is it not better to flee rather than die pointlessly? You saw who was approaching. The three who come to us are no simple matter. Nothing good will come of it, the elder in front of her said wearily. Anya ground her teeth in frustration at the words of this senile old man. They had finally achieved some semblance of food stability. Yes, most of the food amounted to ground-up bark and the roots of these sallow dead trees, but for those who lived in limbo it was still food. Murders and cannibalism were almost gone in the town, and now these fools want to abandon their hard-won stability without even a fight. Regardless if we choose to fight or run, we should at least try to negotiate, another man said. This one was younger, more clear-minded. Negotiate? Here. Have you learned nothing? Another member of the council spat. It's better than picking a fight we cannot win or abandon our home. At least by attempting dialogue we potentially open a path to success, the man replied calmly, and Anya nodded in agreement. I agree, Anya said. Silence, girl, you do not know of what you speak. This is the realm of demons. They take and take, there are no blessings here, the elder spat in response. I don't think they are demons, the man said. Anya glanced up at him. He was pale-skinned like the rest of the limbo demons, along with the stereotypical ashen gray hair and gray eyes. His face gaunt and skeletal as if he was starving. He wasn't starving, but the appearance still maintained a wretched existence for a wretched soul. Anya was no different. She bargained her soul for vengeance against the one who murdered her parents. She was sent here not because she wasn't useful, she was sent here because the one who took her soul couldn't be bothered to deal with her. So she was one of the few chained souls in this forsaken realm who was actually marginally competent. She wasn't sure how she stacked up against the truly competent since she didn't exactly have much competition, but she was still better than most in limbo. The man was named Belian. He has been in limbo a long time and no one really knows why he was here. As far as Anya was concerned, this one was way too smart to be in limbo. Anya herself has been here for the past 100 years or so, give or take a few decades. Unfortunately for her, she died as a teenager, so she was still stuck in this small thin body, and that also means some of these idiots don't take her seriously. Not Belian though, he was at least smart enough to take her side when she was making sense. He also shot her down when her ideas were bad, which was also a good sign of practical impartiality. Why do you think they are not demons? Anya asked. I recognize one of them. Belian said, his voice terse and remorseful. Which one? One of the elder asked. The one with dark hair. Believe me, we don't stand a chance in a fight and we wouldn't get far if she wanted us dead. Belian replied gruffly. You'll understand soon enough. Belian said with a sigh as he raised a hand, pausing other questions. Anya could only mutely follow along as the town council all headed to the edge of the lake to await the incoming visitors. The first thing she heard was the singing. It was beautiful, so very beautiful it made her want just go for a swim. Anya glanced at the rest to see if they were thinking of the same thing. Some had already stepped towards the water, the rest were clearly of the same mind except for Belian had his fingers in his ears. That sight alone snapped her out of it long enough to slam her fingers into her ears, blocking out the song. It was only once she had covered her ears did she realize it. That was a siren's call. However, the moment she did, she realized the singing stopped. The dark-haired woman who was singing was smiling eerily as she glanced at her and Belian, the only two who had resisted her song. When they both got off the shore, the rest were still trying to get their bearings. Belian walked forward, his eyes glued to that siren. Ah, a familiar face. The siren said as she sauntered forward, her beautiful form catching the eyes of the men and women alike. What do you want? Anya asked before the siren could speak. That is a question for him to answer. The siren said coyly as she glanced at the small demon. The demon looked to be biologically only a year or two younger than her, but that was poor indicator of age. Demons age slowly, very slowly, chances are this one was older than her. The demon had crimson red skin, which implies he is a wrath demon. Yet from the stories she has heard, wrath demons were mad ravenous things. This one seemed calm. Although there was signs of malice in his eyes and a hunger for something. We are here to see if there is anything of value. So far this place has been rather bare. The wrath demon said. Well yeah, it's kind of the point of this place. Anya replied dryly as some of the more squeamish members of the council flinched at her words. Interestingly enough, the wrath demon just gave her a conceding shrug. The siren cracked a smile and the other woman, who Anya thinks is a vampire, just pursed her lips as if saying fair enough. Touché. The siren replied with a laugh. What would qualify as something valuable? Belian asked as he furrowed his brow. People. The young wrath demon said simply. Human resources, more accurately. The vampire added. We sure as hell aren't expecting to find gold here. The siren replied sarcastically. Perhaps some introductions. I think we can all be civil, especially considering we are all still alive. Anya stated and the young demon nodded. Rigorai, wrath demon. Rigorai said with a curt nod. Rosa Maledicta, elder vampire of Nicoronas. The Rosa said in a bored tone. And I am. The siren said, but Belian's voice rang out. Serchix, the Fate Weaver. Belian said, his voice sounding ever so slightly haunted. The Fate Weaver, I have not heard that title in a long time. Serchix replied with a sickeningly demure laugh. And what would you call yourself now? Anya pressed. A humble servant. Serchix replied with a graceful bow of her head. Belian's eyes widened for a moment before the telltale signs of fear filled his body. Anya knew why the fear was there. If this Serchix was powerful, then what did that make her master? Servant of who? Anya pressed cautiously. For the rest of her life, Anya will always regret asking that question. Her question changed nothing, but still the way the answer was given would haunt her dreams. She could still feel the breeze on her back, the overpowering scent of blood and the deep eldritch voice that spoke soon after. Me. Anya turned to look and was met with a row of serrated teeth, each longer than her arm. If that maw bit down on here, there would be nothing left of her. Then it spoke again. Boo. Chapter 195, Dreams. On reflex, Anya swung her fist at the beast. She felt her fist contact the beast's head. Her fist struck one of its teeth and it felt like she was punching a wall of metal. Then Anya blinked, and the creature was gone. She was now standing in a strange black world. She spun around in bewilderment. This world was empty. Just a black void. Anya reached out into the darkness as if expecting to grasp something. Then she realized that her hand wasn't in pain. She had just punched that beast at full strength. She was sure she might have broken her hand when she felt the shock of pain. But now, she flexed the fingers of her right hand. Hand felt nothing. No pain, no discomfort, nothing. Huh, this is weird. A childlike voice said. Anya spun around in the direction of the voice and she screamed. From the sound, she was expecting this young boy, but what she saw was this small monster. Its body was covered in a pure white carapace. It had a bulbous, long head and glowing red eyes as it stared at her through the shadows. It had 4 arms that lay relaxed at its side, each hand tipped with black claws. It crossed a pair of arms across its chest and cupped his chin with the right hand of another pair of arms. You aren't supposed to be here, the monster said. Then Anya felt her blood turn to ice as she felt another presence appear. Anya felt her legs give way as she felt this crushing pressure bear down on her. Her hands hit the floor as she struggled to bear the load on her trembling shoulders. Then she heard this bestial growl echo out across the dark expanse. You think so? Looks like we need to work on this then, the smaller monster said. Then another growl, this one seemed to vaguely convey interest. Really? I suppose you are right, she is still intact, the small monster said as she sensed movement near her. She raised her head and saw that the creature had knelt down in front of her and was examining her, its red eyes narrowed in interest. Yes, a strangely well-formed discarded item, the little monster said, and Anya felt her arms give as she fell face first into the cold, dark floor. It was only then that she realized that the floor was made of black slime. She was slowly sinking into it. There was another growl. Its reverberations shook the very world and each tremor sent shockwaves of pain throughout her body. She won't last much longer in our presence. She has to return or be destroyed, the little monster said, and somehow, in her delirium, Anya realized something. She was in the presence of a god so powerful that she couldn't even survive in its presence. A pity our time together was so short. Farewell, the little monster said. Anya gasped for air as the world returned. She was lying on her back, gasping for air. She had a pounding headache and every nerve in her body felt like it was fried. She gasped as she rolled over and curled up into a ball. She could feel the cold gray soil beneath her and it was such a blessing. She was alive, she was back, not in whatever that horrible place was. Anya heard the sound of running footsteps and saw someone fall to her knees in front of her. She felt a wary hand on her shoulder, and she looked up to see the wrath demon Regorai staring at her in concern. What did you do? Regorai demanded at something. She triggered one of my defense systems. If I hadn't reacted fast enough, she wouldn't have a soul right now, this deep growling voice said. Anya sat as Regorai supported her back, her head still swimming. She looked up, took in the all-too-familiar giant monster and screamed. HMMMMMMMMMMM. That is weird. I put in the Soul Sunder defense adaptation on a lark, but I didn't expect it to be tested so quickly. I realized what was going to happen the moment that girl raised her fist, so I had enough time to react to sever the connection. Not sure what she experienced in that fraction of a second, but from my testing on some of the other idiots here, they go through this religious experience or something. It usually ends up with the person in question worshipping me. I glanced down at the girl has thrown herself into the ground, forehead firmly pressed into the dirt. I'll do anything, please. The girl sobbed as she grasped at the dirt. And there it is. Powerful stuff, this soul magic thing. It seems all my fancy manipulations of the faith of order were just a waste of time. I can easily just use this to create a group of devout followers. Although, the people who receive this do tend to end up as terrified lumps. So I would probably have to tailor it a bit. Make it a bit more holy and shit. Maybe throw in some choirs and fancy lighting effects. Give it more pizzazz, as they say. You can start by bringing that one around this town. Let him see what your town is. He just might persuade me to spare all of you. I said as I pointed at Regorai. Regorai just looked up at me blankly before pointing at himself. Me. I get to decide? Regorai asked in confusion. Yeah, of course. Why do you think I sent you here? Now go on, shoo. I said as I waved my hand. Regorai gave me one last look of bewilderment before Anya dragged him away with an almost religious fervor. Now then, you and me need to have a bit of chat. I said as I glanced at Belian. You too. I said as I turned to Serchix, and she gave me a graceful bow. I cast a quick spell, and the three of us were teleported onto a nearby mountaintop. My evolution granted me some interesting tricks. I could now lay down anchors, which would allow me to teleport instantly between locations. Unfortunately, it was single use, but the good news is that I could lay one down immediately when I arrived, so it, in theory, has infinite uses. I just needed to get there the first time the old-fashioned way. So you two know each other? I said as I glanced down at Serchix and Belian. In a manner of speaking. Belian said evenly. Oh, we know each other very well. Serchix said seductively as she practically purred into Belian's ear. What, you get charmed, fucked, and then drowned? I asked as I stared down at Belian. There were a few other developments in between and after, but yes, that is in essence what happened. Belian replied stiffly. Oh, it was exciting. Imagine my surprise when Belian here vanished into a hell portal and a demon showed up to negotiate. Serchix said as she clapped her hands as if recounting a fond memory. That was far more entertaining than I could have expected. Serchix said with a laugh. Yes, I suppose that is one way to put it. Belian said quietly. If the demon owned your soul, why the hell would the demon even negotiate? I asked, and Serchix responded with a sly smile. Belian physically shivered at those words, his complexion going from pale to corpse-like. Oh, you see, if I did something for that demon, which has already been done, I would get to keep Belian's soul after the demon was done with him. Serchix said. Ah, so the demon tossed him here to spite you? I replied, and Serchix shrugged in response. It seems so, but it's a minor thing. The task the demon gave to was to drown a specific noble. That one was drowned centuries ago. Serchix said, not at all concerned or offended by how things played out. I said as I snapped my fingers and channeled some magic. I told Regorai earlier that I couldn't remove the contracts unless I owned the contract. It was technically a lie, but it was practically true. I tried severing some contract, but those demons just instantly expired. It seems the contract was the only thing keeping them alive. It made sense to an extent. For all intents and purposes, these demons died once and were brought back to serve. But for this case, there was a conditional transfer. Or at least a link to another. Huh. The spell I cast entered Belian's soul and severed his initial contract. He gasped for a moment, but I sensed ownership instantly transfer to Serchix. Belian's eyes widened when he realized what had happened, and he immediately looked at Serchix in panic. No. Belian howled as he tried to back away. Serchix, transfer the contract to me. I said, and Serchix just nodded nonchalantly and did exactly that. Then I severed the contract linking me to Belian, and as I expected, Belian was still here. Interesting. It seems only the owner can sever the link for a contracted demon. I mused as Belian stood there in shock. You can go, you are free. I said. Belian just looked up at me for a moment before running off. We were on a mountain, so I had no idea where he was going. But oh well, I'll just ask one of my hive soldiers to drag him back to the town. Sorry about that, I'll get you a new one. I said to Serchix, and she just shook her head pleasantly. Oh no, there is nothing to forgive, he is inconsequential. Serchix replied with a graceful smile. Well, I don't like my subordinates getting burned by me, tends to court disloyalty. So tell you what, I'll give you the demon that made the deal with you. I said, and Serchix nodded with a mischievous grin. If he is still alive. Serchix replied. Well yeah, if not just. I don't know, pick one from the lust ring or something. I said, and Serchix just nodded in assent. I am grateful. So how exactly did all of you survive here? Regorai asked as he sat next to Anya. They were both by the lake as she gazed hollow-eyed at the eerily still waters. Because of this, Anya said as she listlessly stared at the water. So water is important, but I assume there is something else to it. Rigurai stated. It's magic, it fills the soul and the body. But if you use it too much you could lose yourself. We call it the Lake of Dreams. Anya replied that her mind was barely in the conversation. Lake of Dreams? So what, you get trapped in a dream if you go down there? Rigurai asked. Yes, some do take it. They say it's beautiful but you eventually die. The lake can nourish our crops, heal our bodies, but if we abuse it, the lake destroys us. Anya replied. How is it beautiful? Rigurai asked as he leaned towards the water. It shows you a better world, or so the madmen say. It also apparently gives wisdom and visions. Those who succumb to the lake become great leaders for a time. But eventually the dreams grow corrupted, they grow paranoid, start seeing horror in every shadow. They only notice what is wrong and they do everything in their power to destroy it. In the end we have no choice but to put them down. Anya replied. So I suppose drinking it is out of the question. Rigurai said as he tossed a rock into the lake. The rock went in without so much as a splash. It just seemed to slide under the mirror-like surface, not even creating a ripple. You can drink it, in fact I think I need one now. Anya said as she leaned in and used her hands to scoop out a handful of water. She hungrily drank it and her eyes visibly cleared slightly. Feeling better? Rigurai asked cautiously. Yes, as long as I don't drink much more I will be fine. Anya replied. The great beast, that ancient from before. He wanted to find out how this place has become so calm, so developed. I assumed it's this lake. Rigurai asked. Yes, it fights back despair, but use it too much and you will find yourself even worse off. Anya said as she shook her head rather violently as if to clear her head. Sounds like something really useful, any idea how it got here? Rigurai asked and Anya just shook her head. They did say an angel once drank from its waters, but we don't know which angel. Anya replied. An angel? I suppose a story like that would stick around. Rigurai said. It's a very old story, no one knows if it's true. Anya replied with a shrug. Yeah, I suppose you never really know with some things. Rigurai mused. So what happens now? Anya asked despondently. Rigurai knew that feeling of whatever control of your life you thought you had was just a giant lie. Lies do not save, faith does not preserve. Such is the nature of this world. Deny the cold logic of reality at your peril. What always happens, the ancient and powerful will decide your fate. Rigurai replied with a sigh. We never have a choice, do we? Anya said. No, not really. The strong do what they will, the weak suffer what they must. Rigurai said and Anya could only nod despondently. Is it cruel? That ancient I mean. Anya asked warily. He calls himself the Great Beast, or at least that was the title he was given. Rigurai said. Title? Anya asked. Yes, title. Another member of his group said the ancients rarely used names. They were all so singular that names were unnecessary, so they used titles. Rigurai explained and Anya nodded in understanding. Makes them feel like gods. Anya muttered and Rigurai nodded. Yes, they tend to seem like that. Rigurai replied with a sigh. Then he turned and saw the great beast at the edge of the lake, curiously peering at the water. Splash!